and welcome to your Boost Willpower hypnotic download from hypnosisdownloads.com. My name is Mark Tyrrell and I'm a Director of Uncommon Knowledge. Now, to get the best from this download session, please now make sure that you're seated in a comfortable chair or lying down. As you begin now to relax very deeply, I'm just going to say a few words about willpower. Do you know the old Chinese proverb, "Great souls have wills, feeble ones have only wishes"? Your capacity to take positive action, your willpower, shows your strength of character, and you can strengthen your character by exercising your will. Willpower is the determination to succeed and the ability to control oneself and one's actions. Willpower enhances self-development and freedom. It increases confidence and the ability to achieve. I wonder if you've already noticed what a strong will it takes not to use that willpower, because it certainly takes real determination not to make use of all the natural willpower you possess. And you can use that determination to work with that willpower and give up on giving up, becoming one of life's achievers. So many things in life are much more achievable than they first appear. How many times have you summoned up the willpower to do something, and then, when you've accomplished it, thought to yourself, that was easy? And even with the things that aren't so easy, I'm sure you can remember that sense of achievement you felt when you'd exercised all your willpower and reached that goal despite everything. Because you know you need to set yourself clear goals and plan how to achieve them step by step before setting your willpower to work. Tell yourself there's no going back and pretend it's a mastermind challenge, so once you've started, you have to finish. Willpower means never giving up if you really believe in your dream. Willpower is an energetic intention, an energy leading to compulsive and sustained action, directed at bringing about your plans and dreams into reality. And hypnosis can increase the power of your will, because hypnosis also depends upon a narrowed focus of attention. Willpower is a laser-like beam of what we call intentional focus. All great plans and projects begin within the imagination, but it is the strength of your will that brings them to fruition. And you know your willpower is naturally there. Sometimes it just needs a boost, just like a rocket needs boosters to give it that initial blast off. And once it's had the initial boost, that rocket can travel easily on its journey, blasting on to its destination. And now, you can just let your eyes close, if they haven't already, as you begin to relax very deeply, noticing how everything can begin to slow down as you begin to feel this calm relaxation flowing through your fingertips and into your toes. And rest how each breath can slow as you relax more deeply. Deeply breathing in that relaxation, allowing that to circulate gently around your body, carrying comfort and calm to every part. Those muscles letting go and relaxing, taking a well-earned rest, taking time out from those less relaxing, everyday things, like a journey into relaxation. Soothing and calm, massaging deep inside, digesting that calming warmth, allowing that wave of relaxation to surround you now, like a warm glow, wrapping itself around you like a soft blanket. Every muscle and fiber slowing down, vibrating gently and gratefully, allowing that rest to soothe every cell, feeling the relaxation that can hover in between those cells, spreading outwards, over and through and around you. That wonderful calm that only such deep relaxation can bring. How time can slow and almost stand still. Just allowing that relaxation to slowly build as you rest deeper. Noticing the color of that relaxation as it envelops you. Perhaps the color changing with each breath. A deeper color for a deeper relaxation. A calm, comforting shade. Anticipating how the color of that relaxation can change again as you rest more deeply. Changing with each soothing breath, and the air around you dancing gently as it relaxes deeper, and then slowing down, vibrating more slowly and relaxing deeper. And I wonder if you can imagine standing on a great wall, a great wide wall, perhaps the Great Wall of China, looking into the distance as the wall snakes out of sight far away, hugging the contours of the land, the rolling hills, dipping up and down, almost like a roller coaster, smoothly following every contour, sinking deep into the valleys and climbing through the mountains, gracefully disappearing into the clouds, fluffy white wisps drifting around the stone. And now, getting a sense of setting out on a journey along the wall, that wide path leading into the distance, feeling the comfort of the ground beneath your feet, and relaxing deeper with every stride. The crunch of the stones beneath your feet, getting a sense of movement, the fresh air up here, a sudden refreshing breeze caressing your skin, breathing in the clear air, relaxing deeper with every calming breath, picturing your destination, the immensity of the wall, so old and strong, magnificent and serene, knowing that once this was just a grand idea. Maybe many people laughed at the idea, the notion of a wall thousands of miles long, being built in days before cranes and technology and building equipment reached sophisticated levels. The notion of a wall comforting and protecting, the vision of those pioneers thousands of years ago, their will to succeed, the notion that anything is possible, the achievement of that far-off goal, the result of that willpower, the desire to reach the summit no matter what, noticing how those solid foundations have allowed the wall to endure, to survive the centuries, a legacy of ancient willpower, and noticing how relaxed you can be with that thought, that notion that anything is possible, getting a sense of that now, building within you. And now, thinking of those areas in your life, those projects and goals, where having this supreme willpower will allow you to put those endeavors into overdrive. Really think about what you want to achieve. All those areas where you just need that initial boost, that willpower boost to set you off on your journey. Just as a rocket needs that initial boost, setting a true course to those goals, allowing that willpower to naturally take over. Good. And now looking down from the wall, noticing a line of metal figures, ancient Chinese warriors made of iron, erect and proud, noticing their gaze, how incredibly focused that gaze is, feeling those stares, the intensity of their iron-willed force, constant and unrelenting, the incredible intensity of those warriors of old, unwavering and firm. That's it. And now notice those iron figures, those iron warriors, come to life. And turn those stares of pure will towards a chalice of magical liquid. Almost like a laser beam homing in, that combined will, the incredible intense stares of all those iron-willed warriors, focused and coming together on one chalice of magical liquid. That combined will, that irrepressible combined iron will floating into that chalice, filling it up with pure and utter willpower. Noticing how that liquid can change colour as the chalice fills, the colour of pure willpower a magical elixir glowing with energy and vitality. Excellent. And you can walk towards this chalice. That immense will drawing you in, like a magnet, drawing you closer, sensing its pure power. The colours intensifying with every step, glowing brighter and brighter, feeling the warmth of that power radiating outwards until you are right in front of it. Reaching out and grasping that chalice. That's it. Feel it in your hands, the contents of the combined will of all those iron warriors from days of old. And now bringing it to your mouth, touching your lips, anticipating that refreshing taste, drinking that magical elixir, and drink it now, feeling that wonderful power deep inside enter into you, digesting that willpower, the combined will of all those ancient iron warriors right now as you drink that back, filling up your mind and body, spreading to every cell right now. Good. And now, drifting forwards in time, taking that ancient iron will with you, that's now a part of you, it's now inside of you, that wonderful old power, that intense combined willpower, noticing yourself achieving those goals, setting those targets, using that willpower to keep going when others fade, easily and naturally, with energy and purpose, driving forwards, feeling that sense of self-empowerment and freedom right now, noticing doing those things in your future that you're going to do. Great. And now further into the future, knowing how well you've used this willpower, enjoying those achievements, that sense of a job well done, noticing that tasks that used to be daunting can be undertaken easily with real focus, intentional iron focus, using that powerful strength of will, just getting a real sense of that now, really exerting your iron willpower in future times. And then really getting a sense of almost like a button inside your mind. A button with iron will printed on it. Get a sense of what that feels like when you switch that on. Almost as if you can feel that in your mind being switched on, pressed down right now. Something that you can do at will. You can switch on your willpower at will, you're going to find. So just practice switching that on and off right now. And notice the buzz you get each time it's switched on. and now, drifting back to the here and now, bringing with you all that strength of will, that wonderful willpower, your unconscious mind knowing you've learnt well today, knowing you can access this power anytime you need to, naturally and easily, coming back to the room with a renewed sense of energy and vigour, becoming more aware and opening your eyes. Excellent. And remember, the more you relax to this download, the more benefits you're going to notice. Remember also to check out other useful and associated sessions from hypnosisdownloads.com, such as improve concentration and focus and achieve your potential. My name is Mark Tyrrell of Uncommon Knowledge.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. Until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind. superhero. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. All my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today, for a minute. I don't stay, I just visit, have no shame, I admit it. Looking to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it up, you got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a hand out, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're driven.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back. You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south. Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that.
Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back?
Yeah, straight out of the 949. OC. Yeah, you can't stop this show. It's fucking chronic, yo. It's fucking toxic like an alcoholic logic flow. It's catastrophic like a psychotic erotic code. Cause even though I wanna quit her, man, she kinda dope. I gotta go. I never slow down, everybody knows now. We the best to throw down, parties in the SoCal. We getting so loud, party with the whole crowd. Kick the haters all out, taking away all down. Never focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Stereo, I got a fucking plan and you know that I'ma make it ho. I'm the fucking man when I'm spitting in the studio. Feeling hella slammed cause I'm fucking down these fluids, yo. I'm about to throw down, I never slow down. From the bottom to the top, I fucking grow now. Chris Bryant in this bitch, I'm fucking pro now. Hitting home runs at every single show now. Let's go. I got a couple shots in my system of that whiskey. I'm the best in fucking town in this motherfucking city. Everybody knows me now cause I'm staying hella busy. Got the ladies all around thinking that I'm hella filthy cause I'm guilty, yo. You gon' hear me on the radio. I could give a fuck what you get tonight is audio. I'm honest, yo, the opposite of dropping dough. Saving up, I'm stopping, no. I rockin' on this domino and push it till they falling. Never focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Yeah, everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I never let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself, I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, She's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. But my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching. Finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, can I stop this? Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Knock, knock, bitch, watch it. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Pop it, spitting hot shit. I'm dropping, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, matter of fact, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the map, not an act, that's a fact. Re-attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off the jack. While I rap, not the step, throw it down, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than both brands. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't cry, I defy. Get the nod that I'm right, yeah.
Like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, living for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God, get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depth when it happens. Factions take action. Drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status. Facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction. Avoid the distractions. I'm snapping. No captions. Attracting reactions. Adapting. Attacking. Commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits. I don't fucking ask this. I just fucking grab it. I am never static. Massively active. Expanding. Backslid. Planning to have it. So I will go capture it. And I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it. Put them on blast it. They will never last it. Don't be so dramatic. Not my demographic. This shit is democratic. They won't affect, yeah, bitch.
tracking you down. So, right now, more than ever before in human history, we've found that people are feeling lonely. There's actually been studies on this, and the studies have shown that people are getting lonelier and lonelier, even with social media out there and everybody feeling like maybe they're more connected than ever on the internet. They're actually feeling more and more alone in the real world. And so you may be feeling lonely, you may be feeling disconnected, you may be feeling especially with what's going on right now in the world and all the turmoil and there's a lot of people who are scared and frightened and isolated. And so today I'm going to be talking about how to make yourself happy and enjoy your life and feel good about yourself and what you should be doing every single day, even if you're isolated and feeling lonely right now. Hi, my name's Matthew Coast, and welcome to Commitment Connection. So let's talk about the different things that you want to do. So if you're feeling isolated and you're feeling alone and you're at home, what's the best thing that you can do? The fastest way to change the way that you feel and what's going on in your body, let's say you're depressed or you're angry or you're just feeling down for whatever reason, the fastest way to change that is to interrupt the emotional pattern that's going on in your body at the moment. And the quickest way to do that is to change your environment. So what happens is we get into patterns, and we get into a pattern of how we're sitting. We get into a pattern of the place that we are, the place that we're in can trigger kind of different types of emotions. And then we get stuck in that. And so a really quick way to change that is to change your environment. So go for a walk. Go into a different room. Just go and spend some time in different types of environments and just change up how your mind is relating and associating to the things around you. That is the fastest way to change how you're feeling in the moment. The second thing you want to do is change your physical position. Change how you're standing. If you're sitting, stand up. Like I said, you can go for a walk or do something which will change your body position as well. You can start dancing and singing and doing things that are fun wherever it is that you are. You can do jumping jacks. Just change your actual physical position. Just get out there, stretch your body out, just open yourself up to the world and to your life and to everything. Dance around, move around, jump around, do whatever you can to kind of shake up that emotional pattern that you're stuck in. So that's the first thing that you want to do. The second thing that you want to do is you'll want to change your focus. So what most of the time, if you're feeling bad or something, it's because you're focusing on bad things. You're focusing on things that are wrong, that you don't want in your life. And so what you want to change is you want to start focusing on the things that you do want. Our minds are like a garden. And if you don't tend to this garden, weeds will end up growing. And if they grow for long enough, they'll end up taking over your garden and you'll just have a garden full of weeds. And so if you want flowers to grow, if you want plants to grow, you have to plant them and then tend to them every single day. Our minds are actually designed for a time when it was important that we learned about what was going on that was wrong and that was dangerous and all that kind of stuff. And now that we have all of this media and information flying into our faces at our fingertips all the time, what we do is we still kind of get stuck and tunneled into what's wrong instead of what it is that we want. And so what's good in your life? Just ask yourself that question. Think about what's actually good in my life right now. What can I celebrate? What am I happy about? What could I celebrate if I really wanted to celebrate something? And what I think you'll find is that there's always something that you can be happy about. You can be happy that you have a heart that's breathing without you even telling it to. You can be happy that you have different senses that allow you to experience the world around you. You have the sense of touch. You have you have hearing. You can hear what's going on right now with what I'm talking about. You can see things, you can see friends, you can see people, you can see the world around you. You can taste things, right? And all of these things can be great if you think about how they work and how great they are. You can think about the great environment that you live in, the great world that you live in, a world where you can get any kind of information that you could ever want at your fingertips just by searching for it. And you can find just about anything you want out there. And it's pretty absolutely amazing right now. The other thing that you want to think about is, what do you want in your life? What do you want to create in your life? What do you want to experience in your life? With most of the women that I work with, they usually tell me that they want some kind of relationship, or they want to make money, or they want a business, or they want whatever. And in reality, what they're really searching for is a feeling, an emotion. So if I ask them, why do you want that? Usually it'll come down to something like, I want to feel loved. I want to feel cherished. I want to feel like I'm important to somebody. I want to be proud of who I am and what I've created in my life. And you can actually create those experiences if you want to. We'll get to that in a second here, though. But first, you just want to focus on what it is. What do you want in your life? What do you want more of? What do you want to create? What do you want to be a part of? How do you want to help? How do you want to live your life? If you could choose how you lived your life and you could design your life from scratch, how would you design it? And so that's what you want to focus on first, is what it is that you want and what is good in your life right now. The next thing that you want to do is change the way that you think. Habitually change the way that you think. Like I said, if you don't specifically think about things that you want, your mind will go to the things that you don't want, or what's wrong, or the problems of the world. And so you can do a lot of different things to change the way that you think. One of the things you can do is listen to inspirational music. Listen to things that inspire you, that make you feel good, that make you think about good things. You can listen to inspirational programs, or read inspirational books, or however it is that you like to consume content. Do more of that and spend more time getting in a habit of doing that every single day, even if it's for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 30 minutes. Just spend a little bit of time every single day. Carve out a little bit of time to read and learn about something that inspires you, that makes you want to be bigger and better and greater in your life. Next, what you want to do is start putting pictures or images or symbols around you that lift you up and inspire you. So your environment that you're in actually determines a lot about how you feel. And if you put things around you that inspire you, that make you feel good, that are like your goals and the things that you're working on and the things that you want to create, you'll look at those even with your subconscious mind, and it'll make you feel more alive, more like you want to go after those things. It'll remind your subconscious mind what you're doing in your life and what you want to create. And so find different pictures and images that are symbols that make you feel alive and make you feel the things that you want to feel, that remind you of the things that you want to feel, and get rid of any kind of images or pictures or things that make you feel bad about yourself. Next thing that you want to do is shift your belief systems. And so I've talked a lot about this, especially in my program, The Forever Woman. And if you want to shift your belief systems, what you have to do is figure out, what do you want to believe, right? My suggestion is that you believe that you're somebody who's worthy, somebody who can have what it is that you want in your life, somebody who deserves what it is that you want in your life, somebody who's amazing, somebody who can create what it is that you want to create, who's worthy enough to receive the things in that you want to receive and you want to come to you in your life. And so these are really important things that you experience and that you do on a consistent basis. So you want to change the way that you think and your belief systems, and put things around you and inspirational music around you, and read and go through programs all the time, so that you can change the way that your mind works on a daily basis. And if you do that every single day, you'll start to get in a habit of it. And if you start to get into a habit of it, you'll start to build momentum. And it's amazing how you can shift your entire life if you're depressed, right? So the next thing that I want to talk about is changing the way that you feel. This is the last one. If you really want to change your life, change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. Depression is really it's just recognizing what's wrong in your life, recognizing what's wrong in the world, and focusing on the things that are bad all the time, and then getting into a habit of doing that over and over and over again. For most people that have depression, that's the reason for it, is because they're constantly focusing on what's wrong, what's missing, what they don't have, what they should have, how the world should be, how politics should be, how life should be, how things aren't fair, and how much they've lost. And if you do that, if you're constantly focusing on those things, no wonder you're going to be sad all the time. And if you're sad all the time and you keep stacking those negative emotions on top of each other, next thing you know, and you do that on a daily basis, next thing you know, you're depressed. And then you're wondering why you're depressed. And then you're taking medicine for that. And it doesn't work any, because you might be changing your physiology a little bit, but you're not actually changing your focus and changing what you think and feel on a consistent basis. And so you need to change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. And what's the fastest way to change the way that you feel? It's to change what you're focusing on. So your focus determines your emotions. And so if you're focusing on something, you're going to feel something based on that emotion. Let's say that you're trying to lose weight, and you focus on the fact that you're too heavy, and that you're too big, and that people don't like you, and that men aren't attracted to you, and all those things. Of course you're going to be depressed. But if you're focusing on the fact that you're making progress, and that you're working towards your goals, and that even though you messed up one time, you're still moving forward, and you're focusing on that body that you want to have, and the way that you're going to feel once you experience having the body that you want to have, all of a sudden you'll start to feel a completely different way. And if you do that over and over and over again, you'll eventually start to get into a habit of feeling a certain way, and then it'll be easy. Right? The way that we feel is actually, it's like imagine a field. And in this field, there's like different trails that go into different directions. Well, some trails are really beaten down and they've been walked on over and over and over again. And it kind of creates this path, right? Maybe you've seen this in the real world, and there's like a field and there's a path that goes through it, and it's really beaten down and it's really easy to walk through. Well, if that path goes somewhere that you don't want to go, but it's really easy to go down that way, you might end up finding yourself walking down that path, even though you want to go in a different direction. And so what you have to do is start creating a new path, start creating a path towards the emotional experiences that you want to have on a consistent basis. And if you do that over and over and over again, eventually the old path will start growing grass and weeds and stuff, and making it more and more difficult to go in that direction. And the new direction that you want to go into, the direction of feeling good and experiencing great emotions, will start getting more and more beaten down, so that it becomes easier and easier and easier to walk through, until eventually it becomes like a street, because it's so beaten down, it's so easy to walk through, and you can just take anything through there if you need to. And so you want to spend time putting yourself into positive emotional states on a daily basis. Every single day you want to do this, because the more that you do it, especially if you're feeling bad, like I said, go through all the things that we're talking about. Specifically, interrupt the pattern, right? First, you want to interrupt the pattern, break things up, change your environment, change your physical positioning, whatever it is that you're doing, change what you're doing, and then start putting yourself into positive emotional states. And so here are some positive emotional states that you might want to get into. The first one is getting excited about your life, getting excited for what's coming, getting excited for everything that you've experienced and that you want to experience in your life. Right? And just think about the things that you could get excited about. Even if you're not excited right now, what could you be excited about in your life? And just spend some time thinking about that. Spend some time visualizing yourself going through the process of getting to that point where you're experiencing the thing that you're excited about. And what you'll start to notice is that you don't need that thing that you thought that you needed in order to feel excited about yourself or excited about life. All you need is yourself, because those emotions, they don't come from the outside world. They don't come from the things that you think that are going to make you excited. They come from your heart. They come from inside. And you can make yourself feel that anytime you want to feel it. And all you have to do is think about the things that make you excited and just feel them and think about them and imagining yourself getting into them and having them and creating them. And that can make you excited in and of itself. Another thing that you want to feel is feeling your own love, right? Feeling the experience of love. And a really easy way to do this is to just think about a time when you felt loved. Just think about a time in your life where you felt loved and really get into that experience, that time when you were feeling so loved. And what you want to do is get a hold of that feeling that you had and remember that feeling and remember how you can make yourself feel that way anytime you want to feel that way. And then what you can do is you can say, you can start changing your questions up and start asking yourself things like, how can I experience more of the love that I already have for myself? And when you start thinking questions like that, all of a sudden what you'll do is you'll start coming up with answers. And your answers will start coming out. Oh, I can recognize the fact that I'm taking care of myself. I can recognize the fact that I'm focusing on programs or watching YouTube videos that really make me feel alive and inspired and better about myself. And that's really part of the love that I have for myself. And you can start connecting to that and start realizing that you have a lot of love inside of you already, and that you can experience that love anytime you want to. And the last thing that you really want to spend time feeling is the feeling of gratitude. So being grateful. And so a lot of times I'll talk to people and they'll be like, oh, well, I'm not, there's nothing to be grateful for. My life is horrible and everything sucks, right? And that's fine, right? What if you could be grateful? What's something that you could be grateful for? And we've already talked about some of the things, like the richness of life, right? The senses, all the different senses that you have, and whatever senses you do have, and your ability to connect with the world. It's what allows us to connect with the world and connect with each other and connect with food and with drink and with friends and with everything, right? Just the moment to moment basis that we have in our lives, connect to ourselves. And so what else can you be grateful for? You can be grateful for living in a time where you have all this amazing information at your fingertips. And a lot of times when I start talking about these things, sometimes women will start saying, oh yeah, but this is going on and but that's going on. And all that is your mind trying to hang on to what's wrong and what you don't want, because it's got that clear path, and you got to just stop yourself at that path and create the new path, right? Create a path that empowers you, that makes you feel alive, that makes you feel powerful, that makes you feel love, that makes you feel excitement, that makes you feel like you're happy on a daily basis. And you can do that. And I'm just, if you guys have any questions about this or situations or anything that's going on in your life, let me know in the chat and I will go over everything. I'll go over all the questions that you have here in a minute. So I want to go back over everything that we just talked about. So the first thing that you want to do, if you really want to be happy every day in your life, even when you're feeling isolated and lonely, what do? First thing you want to do is interrupt your pattern. So change your environment, go for a walk, get into a different room, just change things up, create something different around you. That way you're not kind of stuck in this static pattern. And then the second thing you want to do is change your physical position. So stretch, dance, do some jumping jacks, just get your body moving, get everything flowing and moving. You can work out or do something like that. That can completely change the way that you experience your life and change the pattern that you're in. And so the next thing you want to do is change your focus. Focus on what you want instead of what's wrong. Remember, our mind is like a garden. What is good in your life? What do you want in your life? Next is consistently change the way that you think. Listen to inspirational music, listen to or read inspirational programs. You can watch inspirational programs too, like I've got. Put pictures, images, and symbols all around you that inspire you and lift you up. Shift your belief systems. Change the way that you feel. Remember, depression is actually a habit for most people, and you don't have to fall into that habit. Start asking yourself questions that make you focus on positive things and the things that you want. Spend your time in positive emotional states. You can create those positive emotional states anytime you want to. And if you create a habit of it and you do it every single day, next thing you know, you'll have a ritual and you'll constantly feel good and happy and like you're excited and that you love your life and that you're grateful to be here and to be around all this world that you're in and all the things that are going on in our world. So think of the things that are right, not the things that are wrong. All right, let's see if anybody has any questions in here. Bunny Bunday says, hi, cutie pie. Hey. Sue says, hi, how are you doing? From Sue. Hey, I'm doing great. Yep. Joanna says, change your state, change your life. That's right. Tony Robbins. That's right. Joanna says, love it when you talk NLP. Yeah, NLP is really fascinating stuff, and it really is powerful stuff. So it's very, very useful stuff. Maria says, I always be happy in my life. Well, good. Should always be happy in your life. That's awesome. Laura says, dancing always lifts my spirit. That's right. Go dancing. If you're feeling bad, just go dancing. Go dance. Go dance in life. Go get connected to things, right? Connect to yourself, connect to the world, connect to your spirituality, connect to God or whatever it is that you call kind of the universe or whatever the infinite power is in the world. Odin, some people call it Odin, Thor. Joanna says the triad, focus, language, physiology equals meaning. Yep. That is some Tony Robbins stuff right there. Helena Hart says, great topic, Matt. Just wanted to throw Helena up there. Thanks for being here, Helena. So Jenny says, I want more of Christ. All right, we'll get more Christ then. So Aisha says, hi, Matt. I love your videos. I'm at a very complicated state with someone I like. He's sometimes very friendly, then suddenly he ignores me a lot. What does this mean? It could mean a whole bunch of different things. So it sounds like it depends on what's going on and how long you guys have been seeing each other. If you've been seeing each other for a while, it says, I'm a very with someone I like. Okay, so it sounds like you guys aren't even actually dating or anything like that. It sounds like he's a friend of yours and you like him a lot and you want something more, but he doesn't even necessarily know that you want something more. Well, I mean, most guys, if I were you, I'd assume that he's attracted to you. I mean, if he's, if he's very friendly and then ignores you, it's like he's not pursuing you. He's not moving forward with you. He's probably attracted to you, but he feels like there's something, he feels like there's something a little bit missing there, which is why he doesn't pursue you and go after you or try to get you on a date or something like that. And so you just want to be aware of that and realize that that's what's going on. And what you want is a guy who pursues you and chases you and asks you out on a date and values you enough that he's willing to do that and has enough confidence and self-worth in himself that he's willing to go and do that with you. And so here's my suggestion, though. My suggestion is that you make sure you're doing what I talk about in the Forever Woman program. If you don't have that, there should be a link above or below this video. You can go to theforeverwomanformula.com and pick up a free copy of that program there and go through that and start doing what I talk about in there. And then some guy that you like but isn't pursuing you and ignores you, that's not going to be one of your highest priorities if you're doing all the things that you should be doing in there. And it's very possible that he might start getting a lot more interested in you if you're connecting with him in a different way. So Right now, he may or may not be interested. You don't know. And he's not that interested enough that he's pursuing you. If you connect with him a different way, it's possible that he might start pursuing you more, right? If you start giving him clues, because it's also possible that he might not realize that you're really that interested in him. And so a lot of guys, they won't pursue something. They won't ask a girl out. They won't try to get you on a date or anything if you don't give him some kind of indication that you are interested in him, because he doesn't want to feel like an idiot. Here, I'm just going to throw her thing up on the screen here real quick so everybody saw what we're talking about. And yeah, so it's important that you use my system and do the things that you should be doing in that system, connecting with him in the right way, creating abundance of options and connection, and setting yourself up for success in the best way possible. So it could mean a bunch of different things, right? It could mean that he's not really that interested in you. It could mean that he's really interested in you, but he's not sure that you really like him. It might be that he's, just kind of walking around and trying to see what his options are, and he's trying to get some girl to chase him, but it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, what you need to be doing is using my system, and then it'll get a lot clearer after that. Julie Tree says, I think my depression stems from my childhood abuse growing up. And yes, I'm on medication. So does that make me bad, less of a person? No, it doesn't make you bad or less of a person if you're on medication. It just means that you're buying into the system, and the systems isn't designed to make you better. The system is designed to keep you hooked on the system. And so you're hooked on the system, and you're going to stay hooked on the system as long as you're on medication. And if I were you, I would change the way that I'm feeling so that I didn't need to be on medication. And you can do that, right? As long as there's not some kind of like actual chemical imbalance that's going on in your brain, right? I don't want to, I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to give you any kind of medical advice or anything like that. But what I would say is that unless you have some kind of like actual chemical imbalance going on in your brain, then what you're probably going to be doing is just setting yourself up to be hooked on this chemical dependence that you have and being stuck in that pattern over and over and over again. See, Julie Tree says, I'm happy most of the time, but I do have my down days. Yeah, I mean, and that's actually pretty normal. Most people experience stuff like that. So Lori says, Matt, I was sexually abused when I was 4 to the age of 7. Could that have anything to do with the fact that I try so hard to prove that I'm worthy of a man's love? Absolutely. And that's actually a really, really common thing is so depending on what happened to you early on in your life, depends on how you'll kind of interact with people and situations later on in your life. And so if you were abused sexually or physically or emotionally or something like that when you were younger, depending on what kind of meaning you created out of that depends on what ends up happening later on. So if you create meaning that says that you're only worth kind of these certain things because that's what somebody used you for, then what you might end up doing is trying to prove that you're worthy in other ways, and you just continue to try to prove. And you have to break that cycle. You have to break that pattern that you get into, and you have to change the way that you look at your life and change your story, change the way that you think about your story. And I'm not trying to say that any of that should be discounted or anything that you experienced should be discounted in any way. But what I am saying is that the way that you look at that event, because some people will look at that event and say, I'm broken, I'm destroyed, I'm not worthy, I'm, a victim to life. And other people will look at it and they'll say, you know what, this has given me a mission to create something bigger and better in the world. It's put me on a mission to make sure that this doesn't happen to other people, to create awareness around this problem that's happening in the world. It's created a challenge for me to get to a place where I'm not proving myself worthy anymore, and that I know that I love myself, and I know that I'm an awesome, amazing person, and that I'm going to create the life that I want. And so it really depends on the way that you look at it. And my suggestion is that you do whatever healing that you need to do around that, and you spend some time reshaping the way that you think about your life now. And you don't have to go back to that period. Some people will talk about healing work and they're like, oh, you have to go back and experience all the emotions and stuff at that time. You can do that. That is one way of doing it, but you don't have to. You absolutely never have to go back and revisit that again for the rest of your life if you don't want to. What you can do is change the way that you think about yourself, change your identity, change your story about who you are and what your life is about, and go and one of the things I talk about in the Forever Woman Gold Club program is this new program that I created. It's called the Gold Club. And if you join the Forever Woman, you can actually go and check that out. And the first video I have in there is something where I talk about this concept that I call identity hacking. And identity hacking is just looking at the way that you think about yourself right now. So if you think about yourself as, like I was saying before, if you think about yourself as broken, as not good enough, as disposable, as all these different things, right? That those things will define how you experience your life and how you interact with different people, especially men and relationships in general. And so what you want to do is figure out who you are at your best. Who are you when you're living your best life? Right? What characteristics do you have? How do you act? How do you behave? How are you being when you're being your best? And I guarantee it's not, being a victim or getting all woe is me and all that kind of stuff. Again, not to like discount anything that's ever happened to anybody. But at the same time, who you are when you're living your best is for most people, they're inspired, they're confident, they're strong, they're going after their life, they're creating the things around them, they're responsible for who they are and the results that they create in their life. They're filled with love and enjoyment and happiness and excitement and all these things, right? And what you can do is you can figure out, okay, when I'm being that way, when I'm that person, who am I? Like, and name it. Actually create a name around that person, create an identity for that person, and then take on that identity. And whenever you're feeling sad or you're feeling down or you're feeling lonely, what you can do is you can say, am I being this person, right? And some people will say the goddess, right? Or the queen, or, powerful, or, sometimes they'll give it like an actual name, like Susan. Am I being Susan right now? Or am I being this other person that I don't like being? And so what you want to do is you want to get into that person that you're being at your best as much as you possibly can, and really integrate that inside of who you are, and try to get into that person on a daily, habitual basis. And eventually, like I said, what you'll do is you'll start creating a new path. And that new path will make you feel inspired and powerful and strong more of the time. I think I answered your question. Yes, I did. Okay, so Jerry says, right on. Life is so beautiful. It starts with you. Love you, Matthew. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate you being here. So Emmy says, facts. Whoa. Facts. That's what I say too. Facts. Julie Tree says, I'm grateful, not hateful. That's what I'm talking about. Be grateful, not hateful. Facebook user says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. I'm excited to be able to relax and read and draw and get back to my creative side. I am grateful to be alive and healthy and being able to continue and learn and grow. Thank you, Matthew. Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Whoever you are, anonymous Facebook user. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There you go. Be grateful. Find the things that you're grateful for. And don't just talk about them. Really feel them. Think about the people that are in your life, the things that are in your life, and really try to get into the experience of feeling like your life is blessed, like you have all of this abundance of resources and things that you want in your life. That's what I'm talking about. That's awesome. So thank you for sharing that, whoever that was. Lale says, I am down. I'm so down now. I've been depressed for decades. Yeah, well, do exactly what I talked about. Try it out, physically take action and do something different and see what happens when you do that. Joanna says, are you familiar with the Dickens process? Great for making changes. Yeah, I think the Dickens process, I have to go back to look at what exactly the Dickens process was. I think it has to do with going to because the Dickens is from that Christmas movie, right? Where he like has the ghost of future past and the ghost of future present and the ghost of future. I don't whatever those three ghosts were, I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. And thinking about, I think it's about thinking about how your life would be or something if you, you know what, I'm just going to butcher it. So I'll just stop right there, Joanna. I've heard about it. I don't think I've actually used it before, but it's a good thing to think about. So Well Kept says, am loving this. So positive attitude. I love this. Awesome. Tiffany said 3 hand sanitization protocol when you leave the house. Okay, then you'll be fine. Yeah. When you leave the house, make sure you sanitize your hands. That's true. You definitely want to sanitize your hands. Denise said, I like to go for a hike or get into a house project. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you're on here right now and you have ways of breaking your own pattern and getting yourself into positive emotional states, share it in the chat and I can talk about it, and then we can share all the ideas with everybody that's here. So thank you for mentioning that, Denise. Linda says, do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? I'm bringing him to Canada, but he has become cranky and cold. I'm trying my best to be a goddess, just hurts. Do I tell him that? And then, so you're bringing him to Canada. I'm not sure what you mean by you're bringing him to Canada. Maybe you guys have plans to meet in Canada or something like that. That's a really interesting photo, by the way, that you have on there right there. So do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? Yeah, if he starts going cold, you want to lean back. That's exactly what you want to do, is you just want to give him some space. Because what happens sometimes is, so guys, a lot of times they'll work on goals, right? Guys tend to be goal oriented and they have this focus. And so you give them this thing and it's already happening and you're like, okay, you're coming to Canada, right? And he's like, oh, I'm going to Canada, and then he's like, okay. And then it's like slotted, like he's going to Canada now. And so he might start working on a bunch of other things while he's getting ready to go to Canada, because he wants to get these things taken care of before he gets over to Canada. And so it could be that he's doing that. I mean, I don't know what your travel plans are and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, absolutely. You want to lean back anytime, right? This works, whether it's a new relationship, an old relationship, committed, friend with benefits, casual, any of that kind of stuff, any kind of relationship that you might be in. I don't know where the relationship is in relation to me, but wherever it is, what you want to do is, if he goes cold, you want to lean back, right? So lean back. So anytime, and I call this mirroring, and you do it anytime and it'll keep you out of trouble. If he's leaning forward, you can lean forward and you can kind of do anything you want. If he's got forward momentum and he's doing things with you and he's connecting with you and all that kind of stuff, then you can lean forward and connect with him and do all that kind of stuff. If he starts leaning back and getting cold and stuff, you want to lean back as well and just mirror his interest level in whatever it is that he's doing. And that way, when he's leaning back and he starts getting cold, he'll start thinking about you and being like, man, I want to talk to and hang out with her and, have these conversations with her again. Whereas if he leans back and you start, moving forward and trying to get all over him, he's going to feel smothered and like he can't miss you, right? He can't miss you if you're always there. He can't miss you if you're always there. That's it, right? I'm trying to keep my hands in the video here. He can't miss you if you're always there, right? That looks a little weird, so I'm not going to do that again. All right. So Janet says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. Yeah, I think you already said that one. But yeah, awesome. Get your house cleared out of things you don't need. Pam says gratitude list. That's right. Gratitude list. That's what I'm talking about. So Denise said, this is a great topic for people to hear. I wish everyone was listening to you right now. Great job, Matthew. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It feels good to be doing a great job. So I appreciate you telling me that. I think everybody should be watching this too. Anonymous Facebook user says, thanks, Matthew. Your video is very inspiring. Well, I'm happy that this is inspiring to you. Tijana says, hello, Matt. I've been seeing this guy for about 2 years, and I feel like he want me. Then I feel like he is seeing others, and he doesn't make enough time for us. But he tells me I am all he wants. So there's a whole bunch of different things that could be going on here right now, Tijana. And you want to, one thing that I haven't heard is whether you guys are actually in a committed relationship. He might tell you that you're all that he wants, but if he's not pursuing a committed relationship, you guys have been seeing each other for 2 years, are you trying to get married one day? It doesn't sound like he's kind of moving in that direction. Are you guys living together? Are you guys, still hanging out and hooking up? Like what's the situation here? And it sounds like there's a lot of weird things going on there with him and what's actually going on. And it concerns me a little bit. This concerns me, Tijana. I'm concerned. This is my concerned look. This is my concerned face. So whenever I have this face, you know that I'm concerned, and I'm concerned about your situation. So think about that. All right. Adrian says, hi, Matt. Great topic. Good to see you. Well, it's good to see you too. I'm glad you're here, Adrian. It's good to see you. I don't think we've talked in a while. So thanks for being here. Constance says, I take a solitary walk every day and listen to music to get in touch with my design. This is what I'm talking about. Constance, you are exactly what I'm talking about here. Thank you so much for bringing this up. This is exactly what I'm saying. And she's doing it. She's already doing it. I mean, how much better can you get than that? So CJ says, what about someone wanting attention or demands attention all the time, every day, and then gets upset when I don't respond to his messages on time or constantly nagging a bit, LDR? Yeah, I mean, what that usually says is that he's insecure and that he might have an anxious attachment. And so it's one of those things where you're going to have to get used to this, right? If this is something that he's doing now, he's going to be doing this forever. And so you got to realize that that's what's going on. And you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with forever or not, right? That's what it is. That, like a lot of women come and they're like, okay, this guy's doing this, what should I do? And it's like, he's going to be doing that forever. There's no way to stop him from doing that, right? He has to decide that he has to do some healing or some, worthiness stuff in order for him to feel like he doesn't need to, constantly get all of your attention. And if he does that, then he can be in a healthier spot and you can have more of a regular relationship with him. But if he doesn't do that, which he probably won't if he hasn't already and hasn't started doing already, then you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with all the time. And there are other issues that might end up coming up because he does that. And it's only going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better, which it probably won't. It'll probably just keep getting worse, because what you're going to end up doing is you're going to start pulling back and leaning back and being like, whoa, I need some space and all that kind of stuff. And if he's getting angry about that, it's just he's going to get more. He's going to lose more and more power in the relationship, and you're just going to gain it and gain it and gain it. And he's going to think you're the most amazing woman in the world, and then he's going to start getting spiteful because he's insecure and he's not confident in himself. And then next thing you know, he's going to be blaming you for things and he's going to be angry and stuff. And so if I were you, I'd probably get out of that situation and get into a healthier situation with somebody who's got a better attachment style and who has more confidence and security in himself, because that's not going away anytime soon. So Denise said, yes, music is the best. Always helps to uplift my spirits. Music and cooking, or sometimes a fire and candles, or a good movie. Awesome. That's awesome. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear that kind of stuff. So Aisha says, thank you, Matt, so much for your great advice. It gives me a step to think that I'm worthy and not to overthink him. You're such an inspiration. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. So anonymous Facebook user says, exactly, whatever might have happened in your childhood, you do not have to continue living as a victim for the rest of your life. Exactly. That's exactly right. Irene says, if he is an introvert and loves his solitude, should I let him initiate the text all the time? Well, you should. So first off, what you should do is go get the Forever Woman program. I cover this topic in depth in there, as well as a lot of other topics. And it's not one of those things where he should be texting and initiating the text all the time. It's not all the time ever, right? You don't ever want to be in a situation where he's just doing everything and you're doing nothing. You want to be contributing to the situation as well. You always want to be contributing to the situation, and you want to make sure that he knows that you're interested in him continuing to contribute into the situation. And, for the most part, what you want to get to is somewhere where there's him initiating contact most of the time. And so sometimes it might be kind of an 80-20 thing. It might be a 70-30 thing. What you don't want to do is go past the 50% mark where you're initiating contact more than he is. Because once you start getting into that realm, what ends up happening is that you start feeling like you're doing everything. He starts leaning back and doing nothing. And then next thing you know, you're in a situation where where you don't even know if he's interested in you anymore, because he's just leaning back, letting it happen, and you're doing everything. And then you stop doing stuff, and you'll need to find out what's going on. So no, you don't need to not ever initiate contact. You can totally initiate contact as long as he's been pursuing you and he's been initiating contact some of the time, most of the time, a lot of the time. If he's been doing that, then yeah, you can reach out to him and say hi and what's up and how you doing, all that kind of stuff. Is he planning dates? You can reach out. It's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal as long as he is moving forward, he's chasing you, he's pursuing you, he's investing in you. If he's doing those things, it's totally okay if you reach out to him and say hi or whatever, right? It's not a big deal. He doesn't have to initiate all the time. Great question, Irene. Thanks for asking it. So Lori says, thanks, Matt. You helped me a lot. I'm going to work on what you told me. Good. That's what I like to hear. Facebook user says, true. Creating a path is the right way to move on with your life. That's right. Create a path. Make it strong. Make it a path that you always want to go down. Going down. Uh-oh, I'm singing now. I'm singing, guys. I'm singing. All right, what do we got? B. Randy says, I'm about to turn 42, and you're talking about changing about 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse. Yep. It's so daunting to change my thinking. I seem to always get triggered to the dark place. Yeah, and it's one of those things, like if you need help, you should get help, right? If it's really difficult for you, you can get help, and it doesn't have to be like therapy or psychiatrists and stuff like that. There's a lot of programs out there. I think Joanna was talking about Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins has some great programs out there that can help you kind of reshape the way that you look at yourself. I'm a big fan of Tony Robbins. I go to lots of his events all the time. I love his work. He's great guy. And so, yeah, absolutely. You can, it can be really difficult, especially when you have 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse behind you. It can be very, very difficult, and you might need some serious kind of work and some serious leverage to pull yourself out of that and get into a better spot. But you can do it. you can absolutely do it. Anytime they say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, you can absolutely teach an old dog new tricks if you get enough leverage. I'm not saying that you're an old dog. Not saying that at all, right? All I'm saying is that you can change. If an old dog can change, you can change, you know. Amazing, young, spry, you know, got a lot of pep in your step woman like you can definitely change if an old dog can change, right? Am I getting myself into hotter water here? Am I getting myself into hotter water? Okay, I'll just shut up now and move on. Okay, Yolanda says, hi, Matthew. How are you? I'm doing amazing. Thanks for asking. I am fantastic. Thanks. Denise says, I want to find a guy like you. You are awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So Irene says, what should I do to stop guilt trip him again? To stop guilt trip him again? I don't know. What do you what do you do? Are you guilt tripping him, Irene? Well, just stop doing that. Why are you guilt tripping him? You just replace it with better language and creating a better connection. Get my program, The Forever Woman, theforeverwomanformula.com. Go pick up the program and learn how to talk to a guy in a way that makes him want to connect with you more instead of feeling like he's being guilt tripped. Absolutely. Vivian says, hey, Matthew, Durban, South Africa, you are amazing. I'm loving this social isolation. It's a real gift, but thank you for all that you share, all that you share. Uh-oh, got me singing again. Got me singing, Vivian. Stop it. Stop doing that. Don't want me singing on camera here. Am I crazy? Does anybody think I'm crazy? All right. So Janine says past, present, and future. That's right. Tiffany said, girl, you can't bring him to Canada now. They just closed our border yesterday. Yep. Oh, sponsorship. Somebody's doing a sponsorship. Okay. So Janine says from San Francisco, has been working on her amazing home. Awesome. Marriage. Oh, you get married, Linda. That's awesome. So Pam says, found that my passion for riding motorcycles has made me extremely happy. Yeah, riding motorcycles is awesome. I love riding. It's one of my favorite things. What kind of bike do you have there, Pam? What kind of bike do you got? Yolanda says, hi, I want to know you more. He, 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 he. Well, watch my videos. You'll get to know all about me. Well, Kep says, I start by loving myself, being grateful. I feel good at giving as it gives me more gratitude. That's like a amazing G's in that sentence. So you're really good at putting G's in a sentence. I feel good giving as it gives me more gratitude. Wow, really, I don't know if I could put that many G's in one sentence. I go for yoga, horse riding, make my favorite meal, and other times I will put clean linen in my bed and cover myself and sleep and wake up feeling super relaxed and happy. That's awesome. Do that. Yeah, I mean, whatever works for you is really what you want to do. CJ says, like he's smothering me every day when I want to take a break. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Megan says, really enjoying the long distance make him miss you video, Matt. Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed that. And if anybody is in a long distance situation right now and they need to get some help, I have a program. It's called Long Distance Allure. You can get it at my website. I didn't put the link on here, but maybe I'll put it on later. But you can check it out. It's called Long Distance Allure. Go to my website and go to my programs, and you will see it as one of the first programs. Just came out with it recently. It's a great program. You can, if you're like, hey, I'm struggling with this long distance relationship thing, I give you exactly what you need to be doing in a long distance relationship to make sure that not only do things work, but that he craves you and that he misses you and that he can't wait to see you again. Molly says, are you single? The answer is no. I'm not. I'm taken. I'm in a relationship. I'm not available to anybody. I'm not available. All right. Okay, so Pam says, how do you tell your guy what you want and need without sounding needy? Well, there's a whole bunch of different ways to do that, actually. One is to have a real conversation about it. Have you ever heard of the love languages? I actually talk about this in my long distance relationship program. It's called Long Distance Allure, again, if you're interested. And basically, one of the conversations that you can have is a conversation. So one of the things that you want to do is do the love languages thing and find out what your love language is, find out what his love language is, all that kind of stuff. It's a great book, 5 Love Languages. Don't remember the guy's name at the moment, but it's a great book. Next thing you want to do is you want to find out exactly what makes him feel loved, right? What makes him feel like, he is feeling loved, or what he appreciates, what he likes. And you can just ask him that. And usually guys might be like, oh, and if he's like, oh, I'm not really sure, what you can do is you can tell him, you can go first and just talk about what it is that makes you feel loved. And then you will be telling him, and you'll let him know, right? But you can't rely on that. You can't rely on that. Unfortunately, you can't, right? Because guys, what happens when you tell them things that are important? They go in one ear and out the other, right? This is what happens with a lot of guys, because they're, I don't know why. It's just something that happens. I'm really bad with birthdays. So if you have a birthday coming up, you got to put it in my calendar if you want me to remember it. I'm sorry. It's just really difficult. I've been trying to remember my brother's birthday for years. Every year I call him like 2 days afterwards and I'm like, hey bro, was it your birthday already? He's just like, dude, I hate you right now. Just like, dude, I love you, man. I love you. So we have that strong bro love going on. But so what you want to do, the next thing that you want to do, sorry, I was getting off track there. The next thing that you want to do is you want to start framing it. And I talk all about this in my Love Frames Toolkit, if you're interested in that. And basically what you do is you start talking about what it is that you like in terms of it being attractive or unattractive, right? So if there's something that you like him doing and he does it, then you want to give him a positive association, right? So we associate with different things, right? It's called neurological emotional anchoring. And what you want to do is you want to anchor in to his mind things that you think that you want him to do as attractive and making him feel more attractive, because everybody wants to feel attractive. I want to feel attractive. I worked really hard on my hair before I did this video here, right? See my hair? It's great, right? This is long, hard work on this hair right here. So we all want to feel attractive. And if you want him, and so what you want to do is you just want to, if he does something that you like, you say that you find it attractive, right? You think it's hot, like, oh, it was so hot when you did that. It was so attractive when you did that. It was so sexy when you did that, right? Or what you can do is you can just talk about it in terms of different things that you like, I love it when you do this. I love it when you do that. I think it's, it's just, that other day when you did that one thing, like that was so hot. Like it just, I don't know. It just turned me on so much when you were doing that. It was such a man thing. It was so cool, and basically what you're doing is you're teaching him what it is that you want him to do. And so you just do that over and over and over again for different things. And eventually he'll start associating it, right? Because he'll be like, oh, she thinks that's hot. She's getting turned on. Oh, I love that, right? And I want her to be more turned on more often. And so he will start getting excited, right? That hits his emotions when you tell him that. You're like, oh, that was hot. And he's like, whoa, she thinks that was hot, right? And so next thing you know, he's thinking about it in that way. And so you just do that over and over and over again. Or you can have that conversation where you talk about those things. There are other ways to do it as well. I talk about it in some of my programs, but okay. So, we're in a world right now where there's this world of like the hookup culture, and most women who come to me, they want to attract a man who loves them and sees them and absolutely cherishes them into a committed, lasting relationship. But they have a big problem where guys just keep pulling away and disappearing. They, get cold. They, kind of pull away from them and stuff. And for a lot of women, this makes them feel confused and doubt themselves, doubt their own value, doubt their self-worth. Many of them feel like they just want to give up. If you're having a hard time with men and dating, it's really not your fault, right? Right now, we live in a culture that encourages superficial relationships and discourages anything meaningful. And I believe that there's a better way for men and women to get into and stay in relationships that last. And that's why I put together a proven path that will help you get into the relationship that you want to have. And if you're in a relationship and you want to change things around, this will help you do that as well. It's called the Forever Woman. And, there's a 3-step plan to it, really. There's 3 steps to it. The first one is, believe in your own value. Or maybe I should start with this one. The first one is that you believe in your own value. The second one is that you position yourself in value. And the third one is that you communicate your own value. And so if you're interested in getting my program, you can get it for free. It's helped a ton of women change their situations. Many of them have used it to get married, get into great relationships, to turn their relationships around, to turn their marriages around. And so there should be a link above or below this video where you can go and check that out. If not, go to theforeverwomanformula.com and watch the video on the next page and then sign up for the program for free. And if you get it, you'll attract a man who really loves you and cherishes you. He'll pursue you for a committed, lasting relationship. You'll do less work and feel more appreciated and valued by your man. If you don't do it, you'll just continue to get whatever results you've been getting. You'll end up staying stuck in your problems and whatever your challenges are with men. And you'll feel like you're doing everything in a relationship only to be taken for granted, have a guy pull away and eventually disappear on you. And you'll wonder if you'll ever get into the relationship that you want to get into. And I don't want that for you. I want you to feel valued. I want you to recognize the amazing woman that's inside of you, the goddess, the queen, the woman that deserves all the great things that she wants in her life. And you can have that. All you need to do is change the way that you think, position yourself in value, and start communicating in a way that makes sense with men. So thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate everyone being here. I'm so grateful that you would have me and allow me to be a part of your journey to attracting and getting into the relationship that you've always wanted to have. So thank you so much for all of your encouragement. Thank you, women who are in our community. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you being a part of these live streams. I appreciate everything that you're here with me right now and being a part of this. And I will speak with you again soon.
Yeah, so I was given 6 questions to answer, and that's a lot of, they're big questions, and I have 15 minutes. So I'm going to talk fast. So this is a little kind of summary of my path. Luxor is my most recent company, and it really draws upon all of the experiences that I've had, and I say 15 years in Silicon Valley, but the truth is that it's more like 20. For 5 years, I was an editor of a video games magazine, and while that's not web stuff, it does count as being in Silicon Valley. But it makes me feel younger to say 15 years. Adaptive Path is now 12 years old. It's internationally famous in its industry. It's one of the leading companies. And Netscape, at the time that I was there, it was the fastest growing startup in history. It was kind of like the Facebook of its time. When I started at Netscape, there were 2 buildings. I was employee 750. And when I left, 14 months later, there were 35 buildings. 35. So it was quite an adventure. I'm also currently an advisor to a number of startups, and these are some of the companies that I advise. Please feel free to follow me on Twitter. Clever Girl is my name pretty much everywhere on the web. I've been Clever Girl since 1997, so be careful. I'm going to be 85 years old with dangly arms, and I'm still going to be Clever Girl. So choose your usernames wisely. That's my advice to you. So one of the questions that I was asked to answer was, what do I do in my spare time? I'm an entrepreneur, and entrepreneurs do work, and we're kind of consumed by our work. And that's true, but the truth is that we also have lives. And this has been my life for the last 10 years. I got pregnant 3 months after starting Adaptive Path. My husband and I had just moved into a house, and there you go, and you start a company and then you have a family. So that was him a long time ago, and that's him last summer. He's now 10, and I would rather hang out with my kid than go to Paris. Like, I can't tell you like that. So for me, that's right now what my life is like. Before that, I did other things. I had a social life. I also had no idea that I was going to do this, but I started the PTA at his elementary school when he went into kindergarten. And I'll tell you, that was much harder than starting a company. Yeah. I'm also an artist, not a very good one, but it is how I keep my feet on the ground. I will lose myself in artwork. I paint and I do collage, and, so that's how I spend my time. I was asked to tell a little bit of the story of how I ended up in technology. I was an English major in college, but only for my senior year of college. Before that, I really, really wanted to be in biotechnology. I thought, DNA was it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. This was a very long time ago. I went to college in 1984, so probably before your parents were born. So in a very few slides, here is the story of my professional life. I went to college and I thought, hey, DNA is really cool and you can do stuff with it. You can break it apart and recombine it, and I can make a career out of that. And then, I had junior year, I got a great internship in a lab, and I absolutely hated the work. I hated it. I loved the science, I hated the work, so oops. So I finished my degree in English because I could. It didn't add a lot of time to leave the college that I was in and end up in the English department. So I finally graduated, whee! And you'd think, the well-planned career over here, or me. I took the only job that was offered to me. I got paid $19,000 a year, and I lived in rural Ohio at a small bank. And it turned out I was a really lousy banker. Yeah, not a good fit. So a year later, I followed my boyfriend to New Hampshire, because who doesn't want to go from Ohio to New Hampshire? So it turned out that was not necessarily a bad idea, because I got really, really lucky. And you want to know how I got lucky? My fiance's coworker was fired for sexual harassment, and I took his job. So it was it was actually a proofreader position. Like, I actually had to proofread computer code because it was a computer hobby magazine, because that's all you can get in New Hampshire. So I had to proofread the code that was going into the magazine that then some hobbyist would then type into their computer and run a program. It was mind-numbing work. I was actually not very good at that either, so they promoted me. But it turned out that being in publishing was a great fit. I had a fantastic career there. I got to start a new magazine. This was right about the time Wired was started, and we launched a competing magazine. And while that one didn't go, it was exciting to do something new. And that's where I can start to see the origins of my entrepreneurial zeal. But I found my passion. I found my drive completely accidentally. I want to emphasize that none of this was well planned. All of this was just being open to opportunity and saying yes. I found my way into high tech. Who knew that an English major would end up in high tech? I have no idea. Like, I would never have chosen that, but I was really, really lucky. I was very lucky because I was on a list to be laid off. My magazine was dying, and I was number 30 on a list of 30 people who were going to get laid off. And so there you go. But it turned out, you'd think it was a bad thing, but it turned out to be really, really lucky, because my husband got a job offer to go to San Francisco from New Hampshire, and we said yes. So we okay, literally he got a job offer December 2nd, and we were here with all of our possessions by Christmas Eve. So, and I had never been west of the Mississippi River, and it is a big freaking country. So I just said, you know, I don't have to live in New Hampshire. I can get in a car and go over there. We had no apartment. I didn't have a job. I just believed that I could figure it out because I'm that person. So he gets a job offer. That was luck plus plans. We were looking for opportunities in Boston and San Francisco. So there was a little bit of planning there. So I can start to feel like I'm taking a little more control over my life. I ended up getting a job offer from a magazine here in video games. And that's how I ended up starting my career in Silicon Valley. It was awesome. I doubled my salary instantly. Like, it was a fantastic opportunity. I got to start things. It was impressive. I did really well, and about 3 years into that opportunity, my boss got promoted away, my new boss came in, and he hated me, and he gave me a terrible evaluation. Like, just pulled the rug out from under me. I thought I was doing a great job. I had had all 5s on a scale of 1 to 5 every year until this guy came in, and then I was 2s. And if you ever had a 2, if you ever get a 2 on an evaluation, you're like, oh my God, I'm really awful. I should just die now. And it turned out that that is yet another negative that turned out to be a really good thing for me, because I had to figure out what to do. So it was over the Christmas holiday, I contacted some friends, some women actually, who were in my book club. And one of them was in HR, and I was like, well, what do? I got this terrible evaluation. And she's like, I don't know, what do you want your life to be? And I got really strong. And I wrote a rebuttal to my evaluation. I got myself made an assistant to the webmaster. The web was brand new then. So I turned this negative into this tremendous opportunity. I learned HTML, and I called a friend of mine who had gotten the job as editor-in-chief of the Netscape website. And I arranged for my own layoff. So I got hired at what was then the hottest startup in history. I started at Netscape in January of 1996. I already told you about the going from 2 buildings to 35 buildings. It was such a profound shift for me. I was finally working with people who wanted to reinvent the future. Now at this point, I'm 30 years old. So you guys are probably, I don't know, 15, 16, 17, I don't know, something. I was twice your age when I found myself in the situation you're in now. You're surrounded by people who are interested in changing the world by reinventing what is possible. And that's the hope of the future, right? You have in your hands the ability to reinvent the world through whatever startups you invent yourself. It took me a long time to find my way there, but I did, and I'm grateful. So again, woohoo, huge pay increase, awesome. I felt lucky, lucky, lucky. I was surrounded by brilliant people. I found my way to a new career. I shifted from magazine editing, which was fine, to the internet. And the internet was new and amazing, and I knew that I wanted to be part of it forever. So after a year and some at Netscape, I had to figure out, do I want to stay, get a different job? You know, it was kind of time to move on. So I took a big risk. I quit my job to become an independent consultant, which is actually done really frequently now. But at the time, I only knew 2 or 3 people who had ever been an independent consultant. And so for me, it felt like jumping off a cliff. And hey, look, this is me flying, not falling. I jumped off the cliff and I found out I can actually do this really well. So I took this big risk and it paid off. And one of my clients said, hey, let's start a company together. So I was like, sure, okay. And we got sort of acquired, and it was a terrible, terrible deal. And I got burned, and I called my attorney, but then I moved on, and awesome. The next thing I did was start Adaptive Path. So I have had this series of like crazy difficulties and shifts in strategy and shifts in career, and yet every time a new door opened. You know, they say, you know, close a door, a window opens. Well, it really was more like, you know, I'd close a window and, you know, some big, huge, grand door would open and invite me in and give me a tiara, right? So what I want to share with you, if there's one point, it's to follow your gut about who you are as a person and what makes you thrilled to be doing it. What gets your brain fired up, and pursue that. And that's how I ended up in technology. And this is what I believe in. What's most important is that you be yourself. I think that you should work at the edge of your ability. Really push yourself, and that's what you're here doing tonight, and I think that's fantastic. I love the work. I live in this world not because I'm making big fat bank, because I'll tell you, entrepreneurship is not the easy path to get rich. If you want an easy path to get rich, go work on Wall Street. This is an easy path to work really hard and make some money occasionally. So this is who I am. I really like it. And I hope that that gives you some framework for imagining what a future could be like for yourself. So that's the answer to some of my questions. So first, what's my personal story in starting Luxor? 2 of my investor friends asked me on the same day to make a design program for their startups. I went, okay, I can do that. I'm not doing anything else interesting right now. So I did that, and it's turned into a really, really successful company. We launched a new product a few weeks ago, and I've already sold $10,000 worth of units, which I had no idea would happen. So, like, it turns out, after 18 months, we're an overnight success. What do I like to do outside of work? I hang out with my kid. I start the PTA, which blows my mind still. What was my path to career in technology? You've just seen. Why do I think it is great to be a woman entrepreneur in the tech industry? Well, here's the thing. I think it's great to be an entrepreneur in the tech industry. The fact that you're a woman is incidental to that. It might sometimes feel uncomfortable to be the only girl in the room, but you know what? That really doesn't matter because you are up to the challenge, right? So I think being a woman in technology is exciting and fulfilling, and it allows you to kind of live out your values and make the world what you want it to be. So, you know, I think technology innovation is, there's no other career I could imagine having at this point. I can tell you quite honestly, I would do it even if I wasn't getting paid. And you know how I know that? Because I haven't gotten paid in 6 months. So, there you go. How big is the opportunity for mobile apps? Well, as big as the universe. Like, there is no limit, I think. It is burgeoning. It will continue to be huge. Mobile is, you know, like desktop computing is, you know, fine, all well and good. Billions of dollars will be made in companies doing desktop computing, but mobile is new. It's still evolving rapidly. We have no idea where it's going to end up, so it's a limitless opportunity space right now. So that's my answer to that. And finally, number 6, I have 1 minute left. How do you know that you have a product that your users will buy? Oh my God, this is such a good question. This is the good question for any early entrepreneur. And the answer lies in a method called customer development. And I don't know if this is something you go over, but you will go over. So you will learn the answer to that question. What customer development says is that you get to know the people you're making your application for. You find out what their life is like, what their needs are, what their goals are, and you begin to imagine how your product vision can help them to have that set of goals and needs met. So your value proposition, it's one of the things that you put in a pitch deck, your value proposition. So the value proposition is the intersection of a real person's real needs and goals and your vision for business. And finding that intersection is the core of customer development. So that's a lot of jargon, but basically what you need to do is understand a person who you want to make a product for by interviewing them with open-ended questions. You learn about them, and then you imagine the kind of thing that would help them solve whatever that problem is or take advantage of whatever opportunity is in front of them. So product market fit and pivots and all of that is just a bunch of startup jargon. What it just really means is understand people, make something they need and want, and then they will love to buy it. So I think I did it perfectly in time. Good? Thank you.
So why don't we take some questions for Dennis?
Any questions? Yes. What is Luxor? Oh, that's a great question. I forgot to answer that one because it wasn't on my list of 6 questions. So Luxor stands for the Lean User Experience Residency. It started as a 10-week program. I would have 5 companies come to my studio 1 day a week for coaching as they develop their product. The teams would pay $13,000 for this, and we'd have 5 teams together. So we start one on Friday. We have a residency beginning on Friday, and they just come and get a lot of coaching and a lot of methodology about how to do product development. What we've now launched is a series of lessons in a box. So we're taking everything we've learned from the residencies and making it available in a broadly distributable format so that anyone anywhere in the world at a much lower price can purchase a lesson or a set of lessons about how to make your startup. So that's what Luxor is. Yes? Was there ever a point in my career when I felt like giving up? I can't tell you how many days I felt like giving up. You know, yeah, it's a very, very hard thing that we're doing. Every honest entrepreneur will someday feel like, how do I keep going? Nothing I'm doing is working. I should just go get, like, it's always, I should just go get a job. That's always, like, I should just go get a job. Then I could pay my mortgage. It'd be fine. But I have a great husband, and I have great friends. I can't tell you, the network of people who are doing this are so kind and generous with their time and their love. And so, you know, I go have coffee with someone, or I meet a friend for a drink and I complain about whatever's going wrong. You know, and I once raised a lot of seed money for a company that I started in 2007. I raised $800,000 from some of the best people on the planet. Mitch Kapor being one of them. Somebody here I was talking about Mitch Kapor. And I lost all their money. Gone. I laid off everybody. I loved this product. These people meant so much to me, and I let them all down. And that's what it's like to be the CEO of a company. You bear that responsibility and that burden. And you know what? Everyone understood. Everyone, including my investors. They know the risk they're taking better than I did. And it felt horrible. But you get up and you're like, all right, well, that didn't work. Okay, let's try something else. And it was in the aftermath of that it was Mitch Kapor who approached me and one other investor to start a design program for their companies. So out of the bad things that happen, something wonderful happens in turn. So that was like the window closed. I was sad. You know, I licked my wounds, and then a wonderful opportunity opened up for me. So, yeah, it's not an easy life. So, yes, another question.
Yourself in a couple of years changing into a new career?
Will I ever change into a new career? No. There's just, I work 6 blocks from my home in this really kooky studio. I bring my dog to work with me. My partner is my husband. My other business partner is a dear, dear friend who I've known for 12 years, and like I feel incomplete when she's not working with me. I get to work with the most innovative people literally on the planet. Like, I can't imagine doing anything else at all. And I've considered getting a job, like, because the money would be a lot better. But the only reason I would consider getting a job is because the money's a lot better. I would rather be broke in a startup reinventing the world than anything else. So I'm a little idealistic, it turns out.
In this lecture, we're going to be talking about emotional intelligence, how to control and manage your emotions. A lot of you are familiar with the term IQ. What if I tell you that nowadays there's also something called EQ, your emotional IQ in a nutshell? This concept of emotional intelligence that back in the day wasn't that important is becoming one of the most crucial factors when it comes to our daily lives. In one of the best books written by Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, and you might be familiar with it, I was reading the book, and then there's something about emotions that really grabbed my attention. The author says emotions are disturbance. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say, if it's affected by emotions, it will be completely different. I gave an example in previous lectures where my marketing professor said, if you ever feel depressed or sad, of course, depression is not an emotion. When we talk about emotions, we talk about fear, anger, sadness, joy, disgust, surprise as well. So in this case, we're talking about sadness, for example, or anger. And what the professor said, don't work on anything related to marketing if you're feeling angry or sad. And the reason why is because when you're having these emotions, they block your creativity. When you're stressing out about something and you keep thinking about it over and over and over again, even if you're writing a test, even if you're trying to study, even if you're trying to write a book, you have days where there are things that whatever you do, you can't stop thinking about them. And the reason why is because they are triggering emotions inside of you, which is causing disturbance. It is disturbing whatever you're doing. It is disturbing your tasks, of course. It's disturbing your stream of thoughts, and it's disturbing your body chemistry. If you have feelings of joy, you're going to feel a dopamine rush inside your body. You're going to feel euphoria. When you feel surprised, you might have feelings of being overwhelmed. You might, if something surprised you in a scary way, your heart might be beating fast. Of course, when you have the emotions of fear, you might get sweaty, you might start trembling. All of that to make you understand that emotions are not just random feelings that you get. Emotions are powerful. They can change everything. If you wake up every day feeling emotions of joy, no matter what's happening in the world, you wake up and you're feeling joy, your life would be so much better. But if you wake up every single day and you have emotions of sadness, your life is not going to be as good. You're not going to have the same motivation, the same drive, the same work ethic that you would have if you were feeling happy, if you were feeling emotions of joy on a consistent basis. And the thing about emotions is that, to an extent, you can't always control them. But what you can do is that you can be intelligent about it. You can know how to use your emotions to your advantage and control them to an extent. Nobody will have emotions of joy when they break up with somebody they love. Of course, unless the relationship was toxic and they wanted to break up. But if the person was in love and they wanted to stay with the other person and then they break up, you can't avoid feeling a bit sad. Even if you have a lot of emotional control, it gets to a point where you're going to feel some emotions, but you need to know how to be smart about it, how to overcome it, how to not let it affect you. Now, adding to that as well, organizational behavior theories and research that basically deals with all the factors that can contribute into having a better organizational structure, keeping the employees happy and keeping them effective and efficient so they can finish the work really well, finish the work faster, and at the same time be happy and be comfortable where they are. And when I was going through different organizational behavior studies, I ran across something really important. In organizations, and of course, in life, there's a difference between emotions and mood that people usually mix up. Emotions are short-lived feelings that come from a known cause, while moods are feelings that are longer lasting than emotions, of course. And there's no real starting point for its formation. Emotions, as we said, can include sadness, joy, feeling happy, feeling sad, while moods are kind of different. You either have a positive mood or you have kind of a negative mood. And sometimes you can experience both of them at the same time. even when you have a bad mood and you feel like you don't want to do anything, you're being very negative about everything around you, and then your kid or your partner or your friend looks at you with a genuine smile, and you feel happy, you feel joy for a second, you feel this warmth in your heart. Even though you're in a bad mood, you still feel the emotions of happiness, even if it's for a brief moment, but you did. And of course, in contrast, when you're in a good mood and something bad happens, you find out that the exam that you wanted to get an A+ on, you got an A-. So you're kind of a little bit disappointed. And even though you're in a good mood, you might feel a little bit sad, but your good mood will help you boost it up. And usually, you can explain your emotions. You can explain why you're sad. You can explain why you're happy, because you know what's going on. When you feel emotions, there is always a source where these emotions came from. There's always something that happened that triggered these emotions. But moods, when somebody is in a bad mood and you ask them, why are you in a bad mood? Most of the times, the answer is, I don't know. Most people don't even know why they are experiencing this bad mood. They have absolutely no explanation and they can't seem to control it most of the times. And because moods cannot really be linked to any specific cause, at one point, a lot of people mix between being a moody person, which means a person whose mood fluctuates a lot, and somebody who suffers from bipolar disorder. People can't explain moods where it got to a point where they put them on the same equivalency as a mental health disorder. A lot of times, I know a lot of people who referred to people who have a lot of mood fluctuations as people who are bipolar, when in fact, it is not true. Mood fluctuates a lot. Of course, some people experience it more than others, and this, of course, is linked to different factors. That includes the environment where you're living, even lights. A lot of people during winter, they get these bad mood phases because there's no sun and they feel like everything around them is dead, especially when it's cold and there's nobody out in the streets. They feel bad moods and they can even experience a lot of emotions, like they might feel sad, they might feel lonely at one point. And to top it off, there's also a difference between emotions, moods, and feelings. There is a difference between being angry and feeling angry. There's a difference between saying, I feel cold, and I feel cold. One of them is physical, and the other one is emotional. Feelings are usually things that we feel. We feel on a physical level, not just on an emotional, psychological level. And another thing about feelings is that it can be influenced by your own personal experience, beliefs, cultural beliefs, and memories and recalls. And the worst part is, most of the times, it's subconscious. Your personal experience, your beliefs, and your memories are not things that you're consistently conscious of. They're things that are in your subconscious mind that you can't really control or see unless you do a lot of introspection. And what happens when you have some emotions that are triggered, then your subconscious mind spurs out all of these personal experiences, beliefs, and memories that are related to this emotions, I mean. Your brain will spur out all the memories, personal experiences that are related to the emotions you're feeling. And based upon that, you will start feeling. Your brain will interpret these emotions and turn them into a physical phase. And of course, this is where neuroplasticity steps in. We have our mood that is influenced by a lot of factors. And of course, the influence of all of these factors on your mood depends on past experiences, on how each and every one of these experiences is wired in your brain. If every single thing, every single experience that you went through in your life triggered feelings of joy and excitement, nothing can put you in a bad mood. Of course, We're not talking about body chemistry. When we talk about body chemistry, you might get to a point where we're talking about mental health problems, and that's a completely different issue. When it comes to people who are suffering from mental health issues, and we are not talking about some very rare examples or cases. Mental health, let's go according to statistics. We're going to go through the statistics of Canada only. The Canadian Mental Health Association states all these different things on their website. Mental illness indirectly affects all Canadians at some time through a family member, friend, or colleague. I'm going to include this article in the course for those of you who are interested in knowing more about it. Moreover, in any given year, 1 in 5 people in Canada will personally experience a mental health problem or illness. And approximately 8% of adults will experience major depression at some point in their lives. To top it up, about 1% of Canadians will also experience bipolar disorder or manic depression. The total number of 12 to 19-year-olds in Canada at risk for developing depression is at a staggering 3.2 million. And unfortunately, only 1 out of 5 children who need mental health services would actually receive them. And the problem is not the health system. In Canada, there's a lot of mental health awareness, and all the health services are free. You can get a psychiatrist, a psychotherapist, or psychologist for free. And I know that this is not the case for a lot of countries. There are a lot of countries who culturally disregard the concepts of mental health illnesses, who consider mental health illnesses just as any mood or emotion and feeling, and can't really differentiate between all these different factors that can have different experiences on the human brain and the human body. So for those of you who are experiencing some symptoms of mental health disorders, if you have feelings and you feel like you just can't control them, you feel depressed and you feel switching in mood that is abnormal, you need to see someone. It's for your own good. Otherwise, you will live with this problem for the rest of your life, not being able to change it. Sometimes, very rarely, a change might happen without any use of medication or without talking to a doctor. It just happens through experiences and, of course, wiring. There are a lot of experiences that can affect you that would get you out of where you were. But the safest and best way to deal with it is to see somebody who is a specialist. Mental health disorder can disturb your emotions, your mood, and of course, your feelings. Now, going back to our topic of emotional intelligence, question is, after 30 minutes of talking, what is emotional intelligence in big? What is the big picture behind emotional intelligence? Well, it's basically the capacity to be aware of, to control, and express one's emotions, and to handle interpersonal relationships in an emotionally intelligent way. So emotional intelligence is not just about your own personal emotions, it's about the emotions that are coming from external stimuli, which means the emotions that other people are emitting. When you walk by someone who is angry, you can feel the emotions of anger. You can see it in his eyes sometimes. But when you pass by somebody who's smiling, has his head up, listening to some joyful music, well, you know that this person is probably experiencing emotions of joy. And the thing is, we're not going to go through feelings and we're not going to go through moods, because both of them are mainly affected by emotions and experiences. By dealing with your emotions, you will deal with the experiences, and then automatically your feelings and your mood will work accordingly. So by now, you know that neuroplasticity is affected by emotions, big time. And we talked about this before. First-time experiences. What kind of emotions you felt during this first-time experience. This has a huge impact on what this first-time experience will do to your brain. This plastic brain that is vulnerable, especially when it comes to first-time experiences, if there's a huge load of emotions involved, there's going to be a strong wiring right there. And now the big question is, what kind of emotions did you feel? And we gave the example of going to the zoo before. When you went to the zoo and you got bit by a snake, you got emotions of anger, fear, maybe sadness. And what that did is it developed two fears. First, a fear of snakes. Every time you see a snake, you will have emotions of fear. And of course, emotions of doubt around zoos. You're not sure if it's a safe place for you anymore, and most probably, whenever you go back to a zoo, you'll feel uncomfortable. That's if the emotions were so strong, you might not even want to go to the zoo anymore. You might feel such a high level of discomfort that you just don't want to go at all. And the second idea is, it's not just about first-time experiences, and I know we already talked about this before, but for those of you who were not paying a lot of attention back then, this is crucial. And really, if you didn't listen to it before, go back and listen to it again and again until you really grasp the concept. Emotions are one of the most important concepts when it comes to neuroplasticity. So emotionally charged situations. I'm going to give a really far-fetched example that is, of course, it's reality. In case you have somebody who's really close to you who dies. This experience will have a lot of emotions involved. This is exactly what an emotionally charged situation will be like. There was a huge fight between Mike Tyson and Douglas. Douglas's mother died a few days before the fight, and she told everybody that he's going to win against Mike Tyson. When his mom died, and there is, of course, a lot of articles and YouTube videos that talk about this experience because it's absolutely inspirational. After his mother died, he was so emotionally charged in a positive way. He didn't dwell and get sad. He felt a lot of motivation. He felt like he needed to make his mom proud. And in fact, he beat Mike Tyson. And afterwards, when reporters asked him how did he do it, he said, before my mother died, she told everybody that I'm going to win. And when I was in that ring, I had one of two choices. I either die with my mom or I live on to make her proud. Even though it was just a few days before his mother died, in these 3 days, a situation that is highly emotionally charged can start wiring your brain. And now, one of the obstacles that might stand between emotions and neuroplasticity is emotional instability and failing to keep up a consistency. And of course, we talked about this. Not being consistent will fail to ensure the linking between the different neurons and ensuring proper neural networks forming because of it. But emotional instability, which is exactly the opposite of emotional intelligence, is also one of the biggest problems, and it causes problems with consistency. When you have a lot of different emotions and you're unstable emotionally, you will experience a lot of different behaviors from yourself that can stand in the way of consistency. Now, emotional stability can be caused by current situations, by stress and anxiety and thoughts that you're having in your mind, so problems that you have to deal with. And of course, it can be caused by mental health issues, and we already talked about this. You need to find a professional that can help in case you feel that the problem is bigger than just controlling your emotions and it's something deeper, it's something on a mental health awareness level. But if it's something random, something that's causing you stress and anxiety, something that you're experiencing because there's a certain problem that you want to solve, don't focus on working and breaking your head over finishing work when you're feeling emotional instability. Deal with the problem first, finish the problem, and then move on to work. And in case you can't really find a solution for the problem, maybe you're waiting for something and you're anxious, you don't know what the result is, I would highly recommend a book called How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. The biggest enemy of emotional intelligence is worrying, and which of course brings us to emotional instability. And this 352 pages book cannot be summed up in a few simple words. If you also feel like worrying is one of your biggest problems, getting this book would be a good idea, or looking at some articles to help you cope with this problem can be also a really good idea. I'm going to include an article that also talks about worrying and how you can overcome it. But I read the book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living by Dale Carnegie, and that's why I'm recommending it. One of the best practices in the book that I always use is to ask yourself the following question. How bad can it get? Or what's the worst case scenario? Now, once you know what the worst case scenario is, you can't overthink it anymore because it can't get any worse than that. This is how bad it can get. And you need to know and understand that it can get to this point. And of course, you need to accept and understand, especially if it's something that you can't do anything about it. If you already wrote an exam and you're waiting for your grades, you can't do anything at this point. So look at the worst case scenario and accept it. This, of course, works when there's something that you're not very, very worried about. But as I said, the article will give you way more information and will help you way more if you want to cope with worrying. Now, once you really understand the concepts, the techniques, and the exercises of emotional intelligence, you can use emotions to your advantage and ensure emotional neuroplasticity enhancement. If you want to try to make working out a lifestyle, and every single time you go to the gym, you have emotions of sadness and irritability, you're most likely going to drop it and not go there because your emotions are not helping you. They're wiring bad ideas, bad experiences, bad emotions to the idea of going to the gym. But if every single time you go to the gym, you have these positive thoughts in your mind, how you want to look, what's your goal, where you want to get, and you keep this image in your head. When you have a certain body and you have a certain aspiration, a certain future body that you want to attain, keeping that in your head, thinking about it, thinking about how you would feel about it, having these emotions of joy and a lot of motivation linked to it, then you'll be linking neurons in a different way. Your neural structure and network will actually start to encourage you to go to the gym more. That's exactly why, before the gym becoming a lifestyle that you don't even have to think about, you're going to experience days where you just say, you know what? I don't feel like going to the gym anymore. But because you have a lot of emotions of joy involved with it, one of two scenarios would happen. One scenario would be that because the wiring is already starting, you will not stop going to the gym. You will just say, you know what? I don't have to skip. I can't skip. I have goals and I need to attain them. I need to achieve them. That's why I'm not going to skip and I'm going to go to the gym. And this is mostly willpower. Neuroplasticity is more automatic. When you're thinking about it and you have different ideas in your head, should I go or not? You did not reach a point where neuroplasticity has been perfected and working out became a lifestyle. Now, the other scenario, and this is also not linked to neuroplasticity, we're talking about the phase before neuroplasticity, you trying to reach the point where you're using your plastic, flexible brain to make out of exercising a lifestyle or a consistent automatic behavior or habit. So in the second example, you feel emotions of sadness, you feel down. And when people feel down, you're not being lazy. That was the first case scenario. You were feeling lazy, you didn't want to go to the gym, but you used your willpower to go there. Now, in this scenario, you're feeling emotions. You're feeling emotions of sadness, emotions of fear, anger, whatever it is. And you just say, I don't want to go to the gym. These emotions will give you feelings, and the feelings might put you in a certain mood. And then you don't have the motivation and the willpower to go to the gym. And when that happens, this is exactly where emotional intelligence would step in. You have two solutions. One, you say, okay, I am sad. I don't want to go to the gym. I want to sit at home, watch Netflix, and eat ice cream. And the second scenario would be closing your eyes and thinking about why you started going to the gym, thinking about your why. Nietzsche says, he who has a why can bear almost any how. There was an entire book and an entire field of science based on the question why. There's a book written by Dr. Viktor Frankl. The book is called Man's Search for Meaning. It's one of the most fascinating books you can ever read. It sold millions of copies, and it talks about prisoners' experiences in concentration camps and how the people who survived are the people who had a why. In concentration camps, usually you can't have positive emotions. You're always feeling anger and sadness. You're always having these bad emotions that would affect you in a negative way. What's the only thing that can give you good positive emotions at a concentration camp? Your why. What is your why? And just like worrying, figuring out your why is not that simple, especially when we're talking about the big image, the big question of why. Why do we exist? And of course, this gets us into existentialism, and it's an entirely different field of study as well. It is one of the most common problems nowadays. People are thinking about their existence and they're asking themselves a lot of questions. Back in the days, religion was way more reinforced, and the why was always explained through religion. But now that a lot of people are switching towards atheism and other stream of thoughts that don't follow religion, they started asking themselves the question, why? Why do I exist? What am I doing in this world? And when they don't find an answer, of course, they will feel empty. They'll feel like there's nothing to do in this world and they're just gonna live and die. And then a lot of people would suffer from depression. Some of them would even get to suicide. When in fact, it's not that complicated. From my experience and from what I've read, and I can assure you, I read a lot about a lot of books and a lot of articles, and I watched a lot of videos that talk about the question of why in life. Putting the concepts of religion aside, having a why in life, not just to know where you're going, but to know what you need to do every single day. But on a smaller scale, you can always figure out what your why is. Why do you have problems in relationships? Well, maybe because you're not ready to be in a committed relationship. Maybe you had past bad experiences that are still affecting you. You can figure out what your why is. Why are you going to the gym? Maybe you want to have a better body. Maybe you want to prove somebody wrong. Maybe you want to just improve your health and take care of your health more. Whatever your why is, when you go to the gym, you have a why. There's a reason why you're going to the gym. People do not just wake up and say, oh, I should go to the gym for no reason. So when you feel these emotions of sadness, close your eyes and think about your why. Letting go of the scenario where you would just sit at home and avoid going to the gym. And this is where most people, when they do this, they say, I don't feel like going today because I feel sad. Their brain gets adapted to it. The thing about neuroplasticity is that it's happening every single second. So when you drop the gym, when you say, I'm not going to go because I'm feeling sad, this is wiring your brain in a way that affects your willpower in a negative way. This will not give you a better mental state for you to be able to go to the gym tomorrow and be way better. In some cases, in some very rare cases, it is when there's highly emotional charged situations that you encounter that day and you just couldn't focus and just couldn't go to the gym, it's fine. But I'm talking about people who just do it as an excuse. When you close your eyes and you think about your why, you will start having feelings of, and emotions of course, of joy, of hope. And what you do is you just go to the gym. There's a lot of exercises that we're going to talk about in the section where we talk about habits to be able to push yourself and go to the gym. One of them, and of course we're going to go more through details later, the bracelet technique, where you have an elastic band on your wrists. And every single time you feel like you're trying to establish a habit of going to the gym and making it a lifestyle. And every single time you have a feeling that you don't want to go to the gym for any reason, you just close your eyes, you think about your why, and then you snap the bracelet on your wrist in a way that it hurts a bit. Of course, you don't want to cut yourself, but in a way that hurts a little bit, and then you just go to the gym. You stop everything, whatever you're doing, whatever you're thinking, you just stop everything and you go to the gym. And I can assure you, if you do this, if you have a goal of going to the gym and you have a why behind it, and you had feelings of sadness, you didn't want to go to the gym, and you were thinking about skipping, close your eyes Forget about the bracelet for now. Just close your eyes. Think about your why. Think about it and feel it. Try to generate emotions from it and then go to the gym. And if, when you finish the gym, if you don't feel at least 1% better than how you were before, keep it in mind that you did not skip and you're ensuring the plasticity to be working effectively. If you did not feel any positive emotions or you did not feel any better out of it, then you need to look at your why again. Sometimes your why is not strong enough. If the answer to your why is, I want to go to the gym, it's probably not a strong why. But when you have a reason, a why, and the answer is, I need to go to the gym. You don't just want, but you need to go to the gym. Then your why is on a whole new level. And when you have a why that you answer it with, I need to go to the gym, and you go to the gym, I can assure you, you are going to feel better. So what's happening right there is you experienced bad emotions, then you closed your eyes and you thought about positive thoughts that brings you good, positive emotions. A big part of it is being optimistic, of course. Looking at things from positive perspective can sometimes be hard. Most people tend to be negative when it comes to a lot of different things in their lives. There is a blog that has a lot of useful information on how to become more optimistic, and I'm also going to include it in the course. So in case you feel like you're not really optimistic, you can always go look at it. But the big picture is, regardless of what you are, if you're optimistic or you're pessimistic, whenever you feel bad emotions, one of the best things to do as emotional intelligence is to close your eyes and block everything. Block your phone, block your computer, block everything. Sit down in your room, close your eyes, maybe add some music. If you have any music that would encourage you, that would give you some positive emotions, any music that is linked to positive experiences that you love listening to, you might want to put this music, put the song, and close your eyes and think about why. Think about your why, think about positive emotions, think about where you want to be and where this particular thing that you're trying to avoid would take you. See, the thing about the brain is, the brain cannot tell the difference between reality and imagination. When you close your eyes and you imagine yourself at the gym lifting weights, your brain can't really tell the difference between, are you actually there or are you just imagining lifting weight? Of course, your body knows because you're not lifting any weight, but your brain doesn't really tell the difference between reality and imagination. So just imagining yourself at the gym is a start. Imagining yourself going to the gym and reaching the body that you want to reach, reaching the goal that you want to reach. I'm giving a gym as a general example. You can apply this on every single aspect of your life. But these emotions would reinforce the links. These emotions would ensure neuroplasticity. Even though you're not at the gym, but your mind is still getting the connection of going to the gym, and there's a reinforcement. There's a link happening between neurons, and the link is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. Now, of course, I'm not saying you should just sit in bed and imagine yourself working out every single day and then out of nowhere is going to become a lifestyle. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is bad emotions can be met with positive, reinforcing emotions, and then these would give you a little push, some motivation, some willpower that you need to use to go to the gym. And when you go and you actually do the experience, not just mentally, but also physically, because as we said, imagination is one thing, but your cortical map is linked to different motor skills, from the fine motor skills to the gross motor skills. When you go to the gym and you bench press, this is a gross motor skill. When you go to the gym and you do some exercises for the forearms, usually this is a fine motor skill. Your perception, hearing the weights drop, hearing yourself pushing the weights and then dropping them on the floor, smelling, maybe the dumbbells smell a certain way, your visual perception of everything that's going on, your touch on the bar, all of these things would reinforce the neuroplasticity. And to top it off, the emotions. And that's why imagination can be really different than reality for your neuroplasticity. Even though it can help a bit, but it's nothing compared to what you will get in terms of actually going to the gym, So having emotional intelligence, having a high EQ, having a high emotional IQ will ensure better social skills, better focus and concentration, better mental wellness, and better life overall. When you know how to use your emotions, when you know how to control them, every single aspect of your life will change, and you know it. The example that we gave before, where if a person wakes up every single day feeling joy, his life will be completely different than a person who wakes up every day feeling sad, or from a person who feels sad twice a week. It's just common sense, right? So using emotional intelligence to work on your social skills. If you have social anxiety or you feel like you don't want to go out because you're being lazy, then you close your eyes and you think about your why. Why do you want to improve your social skills? You want to have maybe a bigger connection, a bigger network so you can reach more people. You have a business and you want to reach more people. Maybe you just want to make more friends. Maybe you want to become the cool kid. What is your why? And when you feel lazy and you want to have better social skills, you close your eyes, you think about your why, you reinforce it with positive emotions, and you just go and do it. And then when you're there, you're using your emotions, you're using your sensory and motor skills, and you're ensuring proper integration in your mind. Eventually, the goal is to ensure neuroplasticity and you're walking on the right track. Same thing goes for focus and concentration. When you're having bad emotions, you will not be able to focus and concentrate a lot. But then when you have reinforcing emotions, when you close your eyes and think about why you need to concentrate and focus on a certain task you're working on, then it's a different story. You might regroup your focus and concentration. And this, you can apply this to, as I said, every single aspect of your life, whether it's social skills, focus and concentration, going to school, going to class, writing a book, public speaking, anything. To be able to eventually ensure better mental and physical wellness. And once that happens, you are working on an effective and efficient neuroplasticity method. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about a few techniques that you can also use to ensure emotional intelligence. And the first thing is, plan A is not guaranteed. Having plan B or and C can prevent negative emotions in case of disappointment and failure. I usually listen to motivational speeches that always say, don't put a plan B and don't put a plan C, put a plan A and put all your work into it to ensure that it works. And I admire these speakers and I admire every single word they say. But if we pause for a second and we think about it, isn't there a 0.1 chance that for any reason plan A might not work? This has nothing to do with being optimistic or being a pessimist. This has everything to do with being realistic. Now, the biggest achievements in the world were made when people weren't realistic, when they thought about what's impossible and they made it possible. So I'm not saying you should be realistic in that way where you shouldn't have high expectations and aim high. What I'm saying is, being realistic, we might know, and we know, that plan A is not guaranteed. Even though there's a very small risk, it might not work. But having a plan A where you're aiming for something impossible and you think that you can reach it, you think that you have what it takes to get there, do it. You need to do it. It's people like you who are going to change the world. People who believe that the impossible is possible. These are the people who will change the world. But if you don't have a plan B or a plan C, in case of failure, you will experience a lot of negative emotions. And not just from you, but for everybody around you. Nowadays, we live in a world where social media controls everything, where people celebrate their success on social media. People go out of their houses looking like absolute shit. Sorry for the word, but it's true. And then when they want to post something on Instagram or Facebook, they make sure that they look top notch, that they're wearing their best clothing, they look happy and joyful, even though they're feeling miserable. So having to deal with your own emotions of disappointment and sadness after failing, you also have to deal with your social image, how people will look at you, how you've been talking about your dreams and you're saying that you're gonna make it. and then everybody's gonna look at you and say, here's the guy who worked for 5 years and didn't make anything. Here's the guy who worked for 5 years. When we were in college studying, he was working on his business and now he failed. He doesn't have a degree and he doesn't have a business. When we have a degree and now we're going to find a job and we're going to start making money and life is good. This will make you feel bad. We compare ourselves to our peers and our friends without even noticing it because we live in a social media, Instagram, Facebook world where it's all about comparison. You see a new post, somebody posted something, it's your friend and you liked it, you would like the post, and somebody else would post something where they make you feel like they're kind of better than you and you won't like the post. It will make you feel bad. But if you have a plan B, then it's an entirely different situation. Plan A is almost there, but having a plan B and working on risk diversion is always good, especially when we're talking about emotional intelligence. Sticking with a plan A and not figuring out any plan B or plan C is you taking an emotional risk. You diving into a puddle, not knowing how this might affect your emotions in case of failure. And I'll give you a very quick example, a very personal example actually. I started working on my business, on my social media and marketing agency about a year ago. And I was still in school. And I met a mentor that gave me an advice that changed my life. She was the one who explained to me how having a plan A and plan B is always a good choice for your emotional intelligence. I was talking to her. My business was growing and it needed a lot more work. And she knew it. And I said, I'm thinking about dropping out of college. I'm thinking about just dropping out of my program and focusing on my business. And then she asked me a question. She said, how positive are you that your business is going to work and make you a lot of money? I said, I'm very positive. And then she said, what if something happens that you cannot control and your business stopped working? Maybe you can't find any reason why your business might not work. But keep in mind, people who died never planned on dying. People who drove their cars at 120 miles an hour were not planning on having an accident and dying. They always thought that they have everything under control and that nothing bad can happen, nothing can make them die. But it's the things that you don't expect. It's the 0.1% risk that you don't look at that can actually destroy you. And then she said, carry on with your business and keep working on it, but don't drop out of college. Because if in 3 years your business fails for any reason, not saying that it might fail, but there is a 0.01 risk that it might. And if it does, you can have your degree and you can find a job to save some money so you can get back up and work again on your plan A. But if your business fails, you don't have a degree to get a decent job and get good money to be able to save. You maybe lost some money and now you don't have a degree. You need to find a job that's probably paying minimum wage so you can barely afford your living expenses. And you will find it very hard to stand back up and work on your plan A. Especially because when this happens, you will have emotions of anger, disappointment, and sadness. And usually, these are emotionally charged experiences. But when you have a plan B, the disappointment, the sadness, and the anger will not be as hard because you always know that you're working on your plan B to get to your plan A. I would never advise anybody to drop their plan A because usually plan A is what you want the most and you shouldn't stop working on it until you die. Every single person has a moral obligation to work on their dreams and their goals. These are the people who live life to its fullest. These are the people who, once they're on their deathbed, will not look back and say, I wish I had done this or I wish I had done that. So even though you're feeling down, even though you're feeling sad and you're feeling disappointed because you failed, you have a plan B that's supporting you. You go to plan B and you keep in mind your plan A. You're not going to stop. You know that you're not going to stop until you get and achieve plan A. So when you have a plan B, you will get back up, you will work again, and you'll be more likely to jump back into plan A and make it work. When I have a degree and my business fails, I can get a job that pays well, and I can invest money again in my company to make it grow, to fix the problems that I couldn't fix before, and then I can achieve plan A. And once that happens, once plan A is done, I have my business and it's working well. I always have my plan B in my pocket, which is my degree, which is the situation where for any case in the future my business failed again, I always have my degree to go back at it. And here's the beauty of it. Most people in college, they want to drop out of school because they want to focus on their business. But let's put it this way. Focusing on your business and going to college, and of course, this is just an example of plan A and plan B. Your plan A and B can be applicable on any aspect of your life, of course, just like emotions and experiences. So after following her advice, I was always in school and I was still working on my social media and digital marketing agency. And in fact, she was right. I got to a point where my business wasn't working the way I wanted to work. Things were not working according to plan. And I had to put some money into the business, but I couldn't because I was going to school, I was not working, and I was working on my business, and I had no source of income. But my plan B, the fact that I was pursuing my degree, plus all the experience that I got from building my business, got me an internship right away with one of the biggest marketing firms in Ottawa. And it all happened because I had a plan B. And once I got back into plan B, I was able to go back into plan A and grow it bit by bit. And now it's working well. It's not where I want it to be, but if I didn't have a plan B, maybe I wouldn't have the agency anymore. I couldn't get any money into the company and I couldn't grow it anymore, and then it would fail. So whatever goal you have, whatever you're trying to work on, whatever plan you have, sit down and figure out a plan B or a plan C if you can. Now, second thing is accepting the inevitable. Sometimes we can't control the situation. No matter how many plans we have, we can't fully control the situation. And then we need to adapt, we need to overcome and accept the inevitable. Because when something happens and you have no control over it, you have one of two options. You either dwell or you accept. And when you dwell, you're going to be stuck. You're not going to move forward when the rest of the world is moving forward. But if you accept and you move forward and you move on, you adapt and you overcome it, you will be wiring your brain in an emotionally intelligent way. You are learning to accept failure, overcome it, learn from it, move on, and grow from it. But if you dwell on it, you're going to learn that failure is bad, failure will make me feel sad, I want to avoid failure at any cost, and you just want to avoid failure because it doesn't make you feel good, and that's just our human nature. We want to avoid the things that makes us feel bad. And that's where most people would drop their dreams, where most people would not have such high aspirations anymore. They accept so little because they don't want to encounter failure anymore. And unfortunately, it becomes wired in their brain. The concept of not failing and the concept of security, it becomes hardwired in their brain. If your dad ever worked on a business and it failed and he dwelled on it for years and eventually started working full time, and you grow up and you say to your father that you want to start a business, he's not going to say, yes, go for it, it's going to be awesome. He's going to say, no, starting a business can be risky. You might fail, you might get disappointed. It's better to work on a degree and get a safe job. And did you ever pause for a second and ask yourself, why would he say this? He would say this because of the neuroplasticity process. His experience and the emotions that came with this experience, all the different motor and sensory skills that were involved and everything wired his brain in a way that he wants to avoid risk, aka he wants to avoid business because, well, business is risky. So even though you have a plan A or a plan B or a plan C, even though it's a very small percentage when you have a lot of different plans, but it might get to a point where all the plans didn't work and you don't have any more plans. And you need to accept your reality and look at your options. Look at what you can do to get yourself out of where you are and just start going back at it to go again to your plan A or to your plan B or to your plan C, or just change the plan entirely if you think that it's not working right. Moving on to the next exercise. Count to 10. A lot of you heard people say count to 10 before you say anything, or just take a deep breath. Nowadays it became just a slang that people would just say randomly. When they want to tell somebody to just chill down, they're like, dude, take a deep breath, or count to 10, you know? But there is a lot of wisdom behind this technique. When you react based upon impulses, you are reacting based on your current emotions. And when you react towards your current emotions, you are reinforcing them. When you're mad at someone and they try to talk to you and then they start arguing with you, you know that the most probable result is that you guys are going to have a fight. If you start arguing back and you start screaming at him and shouting and having hand gestures, you're just going to get yourself more angry. The other person in front of you is going to feel also emotions of anger, maybe fear, or you might feel threatened. And you will also get affected by external stimulation. And before you know it, you find yourself having a huge argument, a fight, feeling even more angry at the person, and you guys had a fight and now you're not talking to each other anymore. But if when the argument starts and you know that you're getting angrier, you're getting more upset, and you know that most probably an argument is going to happen and eventually a fight. You guys are going to stop talking to each other or whatever. But instead of arguing back, if you count to 10, you just stare, not at the person, just stare elsewhere, count to 10, take a deep breath, and be aware of the emotions you're feeling. It's a very simple yet effective technique that you can use on a daily basis to ensure emotional intelligence. I promise you, this is one of the techniques that help me personally the most. This also applies to different examples. The example that we gave about the gym. If, let's say, we put the scenario in a way where you're having a conversation with the gym. The gym is saying, hey, come here, work out. And you're saying, no, I feel sad, I don't want to go. But then you stare somewhere and you count to 10 and you take a deep breath and you really become aware of your emotions. You're going to see that you're feeling sad. Most people never get aware of their emotions. They get sad, but they're not aware of their emotions. But when you get aware of your emotions and you know that you're feeling sad, you have the chance to change this. So when you're arguing with someone and you get upset, you're mad, you're angry, and you count to 10, you take a deep breath and you realize that you're angry, and you know that if you're angry, you're having these emotions of anger. If you're going to talk to the person more, it's going to result in a fight. And once you know the consequences, you need to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth it just because you're having some emotions? And as we said, emotions are usually short term. You have a fight with your best friend, 2 hours later, you guys text back and everything's working and everything's back to normal. So when you ask yourself, is it worth it? Are these emotions worth getting me to have a fight with my friend or getting the consequences that might happen? And most probably, most of the times, the answer is no. And once you figure out that the answer is no, think about something else. Think about something positive. Think about all the good things that the person did and not all the bad things that the person did. Think about why going to the gym would help. Why going to the gym would make you get closer to your goals, and not why going to the gym might take a lot of effort and a lot of energy and I just don't feel like it. It's easy and it's quick. You're not feeling okay, you're not feeling comfortable. Usually when you have bad emotions, you don't feel comfortable at all. You feel uncomfortable. And then you pause for 10 seconds. You ask yourself very quickly, what am I feeling? And usually when you ask yourself this question, you're going to find the answer right away. Once you find the answer, you ask yourself, what's going to happen if I keep having these emotions? What's going to happen if I keep being angry at the person? And also, the answer is going to be like a light bulb that lights up. You guys are going to have a fight. And is it worth it? The answer is no. And now you know that you need to switch up your emotions to avoid the consequences. And instead of screaming at the person, you would look at them, you would smile, and you would say, "Can I tell you something? I was really upset about 1, 2, 3 things that you did, but I love you a lot and you're my best friend, and I don't want to have a fight and I don't want to argue, but I just want to talk about these things because I got upset and I don't want to have these feelings again, and I'm pretty sure that as a friend you would understand this." Boom. Completely different scenario that can change everything. Maybe the first scenario could have led to a moment where you lost your friendship, and just because you counted to 10, you took 10 seconds, you changed the entire stream of actions, controlling your bad emotions. And guess what that does? You guessed right, it works better towards your neuroplasticity. You are reinforcing positive emotions and therefore positive habits. The goal behind neuroplasticity is to wire everything that is positive in your mind. Positive emotions, positive thoughts, positive actions, and through everything we're going through in this course, this is where you're heading. Now, the next exercise is to learn to say no. A lot of people don't know how to say no. You can trace this back to failed parenting strategies. You can trace that back to past experiences. You can track that back to guilt trips that you went through for saying no. When your friend asked you to help him with his essay and you didn't have the time to do it and you said no, and then he failed the class and he says, "If you only helped me, like I could have at least passed." This guilt trip that you went through, eventually, as we said before, our human nature wants to avoid all these bad feelings and bad emotions. So when you get wired, your brain gets wired at one point that whenever you say to somebody, when somebody asks you for something and you say no, a guilt trip will follow. Even if he doesn't say anything, just when you say no, you are going to feel guilty for saying no. There's even a book that I ran across at the library at the university, and the title is "When I Say No, I Feel Guilty." And of course, as we said, the way it happens is that it becomes wired in your brain. But you need to learn how to say no, and most importantly, learn how not to feel shame when you say no. And how do you do that? You control your emotions. You can use the count to 10 strategy, take a deep breath strategy, do some introspection, and understand that you're feeling shame, and simply switch back to positive emotions. Think about all the good things that you were able to do because you did not spend 6-7 hours working with your friends on an essay. And of course, you shouldn't always say no. If your friend needs your help and you have the time, you have nothing to do, you might as well just help them. But the problem is when you have some things to do and you don't know how to say no because you feel ashamed, and then you say yes at work when your boss asks you to do something and you just can't say no because otherwise you'll feel shame and you'll feel that you're not working hard enough and you're too hard on yourself, and then you got a lot of workload, and before you know it, you find yourself staying at the office till 9 at night. Why? Well, simply because you didn't know how to say no. I will also include an article about this, how to say no without feeling guilty, so you guys can take a look at it if this is one of your problems. But one of the strategies that I use is kind of different. The way I look at it is trying to help other people because eventually they will help you back. When you take 6 hours to work with somebody on his essay, if you ever needed something from them, they'll be there for you. Most of the people, of course. Some people are just full of BS and they just won't help you, even if you help them over and over again. But what happens when you want to help someone, but you're running short on time? He needs you to help him for 6-7 hours when you only have 1 hour to spare. This is where emotional intelligence would step in. Instead of going through the roller coaster of saying yes or no and feeling guilty or feeling shame or feeling pressure because you said yes, you can simply say this. Let's imagine 2 scenarios. Your friend says, hey, can you help me with my essay? I have it due tomorrow and I had to write 3-4 pages. I'm not sure how long it would take, maybe 5-6 hours, but I mean, I just really don't know what to do. And you might say, look, man, honestly, I have a lot of things to do and I can't really help right now. If you're working on your emotions, you might say this and not feel bad about yourself. You'll feel okay. You'll just think that, well, this is my right. I have other things that I need to do and I did the right thing. People who feel shame about saying no need to work on their emotions and look at the article that I included. But the scenario that I would follow is the following. He would ask me the question and I would say, of course I can help you. There's no doubt about it. Just let me know. What's the essay about? And then he would say what the essay is about. And then you showed genuine interest that you really, really want to help. And then you say, okay, no problem. I got your back. Let me check my schedule. I'm not sure what I have to do later on today or tomorrow, but I'll let you know. Just give me a couple minutes. And then just think about what you have to do today and tomorrow. Think about if you have the time to help him or not. And if not, if you have some time to help him, maybe you have 1 hour or 2 hours. But the fact that first, you didn't show emotions of negativity. We said before how powerful the word no is. When you say no to somebody, most probably they're going to feel a little bit sad, because if they didn't have a 0.1% possibility in their head that you will say yes, they would have never asked you to begin with. After checking your schedule, you might say, look, I only have 1 hour because I have this, and that to do. So how about I help you with the curriculum so you can know what you're going to write about, and then you do your research and you go from there. Now, he's not just going to appreciate that you're helping, and he's not just going to owe you and he's going to help you in the future, of course, if he's a good person, but he will feel that you went over this to check your schedule and squeeze in your schedule, and you sacrificed an hour to be with him. And of course, to help him with his essay. In this case, you feel good, you're not pressured, you had an hour to spare and you spent it with him. Next time you might need something from him, he will be there, hopefully. He didn't feel bad, he didn't feel any negative emotions. In the contrary, he felt really good. He felt like you're a loyal person. He felt like you're somebody he can trust. He felt like you're a true friend, and everybody is a winner. And even if you don't have the time to spare, you have a lot of stuff to do. After you say, yeah, for sure, man, just let me know what's going on. What's the topic about? Okay, for sure. Let me check my schedule. And you check your schedule and you say, look, I have this, and that I need to finish today. And you precise what the things are. You say, I have to write my assignment. I need to get the groceries, and I need to help my dad with something. Instead of saying, I have a lot of stuff to do. Being precise is always better. It gives you more authenticity and you seem more genuine and more trustworthy. It basically just shows that you're not just saying no because you just don't feel like it. And even when you don't feel like it, you can also use this strategy because it's really helpful. And you carry on to say, I don't think I can help today, but I will try to finish things as fast as possible. And if I do, on the right time, I'll let you know, and then we can work on the essay. Of course, he's not going to feel as good as when you said, I have an hour and let me help you with the curriculum or with the outline of the essay. But he's not going to feel as bad as just saying, no, sorry, man, I can't. I have a lot of stuff to do today. And just try it. Next time somebody asks you to do something, try the first scenario, just say no bluntly and that you have a lot of stuff to do, and see how you feel and see how they feel. You feel negative emotions, just switch back, close your eyes, think about positive emotions, what you're going to do in this time, and move away from these sad and bad emotions. And try also the other scenario. Get excited, ask him questions, let him talk, let him see that you're interested, and then if you really have the time to spare, do it. If you have 6 hours, do it. If you have 1 hour, do it. Or if you don't have time, say, look, I have this, and that to do. I'm going to try to finish them as soon as possible and then I'll help you, then the person knows that even though you're not helping right now, but you have him on your mind and you're going to try to finish things fast so you can help him. And even if you don't, he will consider it as not a person who said no, not a person who just refused to help, but as a person who tried his best, but he just had a lot of stuff and you just couldn't help. You can add to it saying at the end, if you didn't find any time, you can call him or see him and say, look, I still have this to get it over with. If I don't find the time, I'm sorry, but next time you need anything, just let me know and I'll see what we can do about it. This is exactly what emotional intelligence would look like. You are taking care of your proper emotions. You're taking care of the other person's emotions in a way that, of course, the other person's emotions, if they're bad emotions, they will affect your own emotions. And we already talked about this. So you're being emotionally intelligent with your own emotions and with the other person's emotions as well. Now, going further more into emotional intelligence, some concepts that we already talked about and some concepts that are kind of new that we need to discuss real fast and that you need to keep in mind because they're also a part of raising your emotional IQ. And first things first, stop blaming others. When something happens and you blame others, you will feel helpless. You will feel that the other person had the control over the situation and you had no control over it. The reason why this happened is because of what other people did and not what you did. And you can never change what other people did, but you can always change what you are going to do. So if you got a bad grade and you just say, the professor just doesn't like me, or the professor is just too hard on the students, even when you're studying for the next exam, you're going to have these emotions where you're just going to think that even though you're going to study hard, and no matter how hard you study, the professor is not going to give you good grades. And this, of course, will affect the quality of your studying. But if you used your emotional intelligence and said, no, I don't want to blame the professor, I want to blame myself. Maybe I didn't study hard enough. Now, in this case, when you want to study, you're going to have emotions and a mentality that's saying you need to work harder, you need to study harder for you to get a better grade because it's all up to you. And this will affect the quality of your studying in an absolutely positive way, and you know it. You can control situations way better than other people. So stop blaming others, take responsibility yourself. Even when there is some blame to put on other people, try to work it out yourself because as we said, you have more control over yourself than over other people. And with control comes stability, and with stability comes stable emotions. Now, working in an emotionally intelligent way will help you get these positive and good emotions and wire your brain in the way that you wanted it to be wired. Second thing is avoid making excuses. And this is interrelated with stop blaming others. When you blame others, you are usually giving excuses. But it's not just about blaming others. Making excuses can be you saying, I can't go to the gym because I can't afford supplements. This excuse right there, you are committing emotional suicide. Because first, you're not going to the gym, and this will hurt the process of wiring and making out of exercising a habit or a lifestyle. And then you're getting more bad emotions in by saying, I don't have money. And all of this just because you wanted to make an excuse. But if you did not think about excuses, you want to go to the gym and you want to make it a habit, you don't look at excuses, you just look at executing. You just look at going to the gym and you make a habit out of it, even though results are not going to be the same, for example, without supplements. But in 3 months, when you save up some money and you buy supplements, you're not going to start from scratch. You're going to start from 3 months into the gym. You have good power, your body's getting better, you can lift more, and the supplements will help you even more. Third is learn how to communicate. And one of the most important techniques to learn how to communicate is, of course, to count to 10 when you're having bad emotions that might cause bad consequences that we already talked about before. And another way to deal with it, if you find that you have a lot of problems communicating with people, you might want to get Dale Carnegie's other book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's one of the best books I've ever read when it comes to influencing others, communicating, and building trustworthy, authentic connections on a daily basis. It would also help you avoid these arguments and all these situations that would actually hurt the relationships and affect the way you communicate in a negative way. And because this is also a very important topic and we communicate every single day, if we don't know how to communicate properly, it can cause us a lot of problems on an emotional intelligence level and furthermore on a plastic brain level. So there's going to be also an article regarding this problem. Now, the next technique is to embrace change. Most people are afraid of change. Sometimes people are excited to change, but most of the times when a sudden change happens in your life, you will not feel comfortable at all. And these bad emotions that comes with this unexpected change, you need to be aware of them, and to be emotionally intelligent, you need to switch them into positive emotions as we talked about before. Once you become aware of them, and this will bring us to the last technique that we have, which is focus on introspection. Focusing on introspection is basically you becoming aware of your emotions. Every single time you're feeling uncomfortable or you have some feelings that are making you feel bad, look into your mind and ask yourself what's going on, what kind of emotions am I feeling, and then deal with it. Switch up these bad emotions into positive emotions that would actually help you. Look at change as an opportunity to increase your neuroplasticity. You have more experiences. That's one way to look at it. If you just look at change as an opportunity for you to enhance your neuroplasticity, to enhance your brain and build more connections and more neural networks, this by itself will make you embrace change instead of dwelling on it. And lastly, being optimistic. As we said, there's going to be an article about it to know more information about it, but it's one of the most important aspects when it comes to emotional intelligence and just kicking away the bad emotions. Being optimistic is just looking at the positive, and the positive would always give you good emotions. And this would bring us to the end of this lecture. Mastering these techniques. You need to make out of emotional intelligence a lifestyle that supports you, not drag you down. You need to use these techniques in neuroplasticity, reinforce desired actions with emotional charge and protection, and avoid network disruption by using prevention and adaptation methods. All the techniques, methods that we discussed in this lecture, if you use them and you understand them and you look into them in an emotionally intelligent way, it will not just help you on a day-to-day basis. It will not just help you with your mental and physical health, but if you are putting in the right actions that you want to wire in your brain, it can change your life when it comes to neuroplasticity. You will find yourself wiring all these actions way easier than you would if you were having bad emotions. The goal is to understand how important emotions are, and of course that reflects in all the different examples that we gave, and to understand how to use it to your own advantage, which basically means how to be emotionally intelligent and how to focus on the good emotions to reinforce the desired actions. And a huge part of it is to also use bad emotions to prevent undesired actions. So when you want to stop something and every single time you do it, you enjoy it and you love it and you think about every single thing that you love about it and not the things that are actually hurting you, you're not being emotionally intelligent. When you want to stop smoking and every time you smoke, you have emotions of joy and that seems that you can't really control when in fact you can, you are not being emotionally intelligent. But if when you smoke, you feel shame of yourself, wanting to stop and you just can't, you feel shame about what you're doing to your body, when you're smoking and you imagine the smoke getting in your lungs and ruining them, when you imagine yourself getting a chronic disease that will hurt your health a lot, and you do all of these things while you're smoking, instead of having these emotions of joy, you'll have emotions of anger, sadness, disappointment. And the more you do it, if every single time you smoke, you think about these things, as we said, the human nature wants to avoid bad feelings. Bit by bit, you will start to wire this in, and every single time you want to smoke, you will have these bad emotions and bad feelings. And because the human nature wants to avoid it, this will help you if you're trying to quit smoking. Now, physical dependence on the nicotine is a different story. And it can be hard, especially when you're suffering from withdrawal symptoms. You'll feel a lot of discomfort. And you're going to learn way more about this in the habits section. How, when you have a physical dependency on something, how your body on purpose would make you feel discomfort and would make you feel like the only way to feel comfortable is to go back to the thing that you're withdrawing from, the thing that you have physical dependency on. And that's where most people would give in, and they would just go back to smoking or whatever habit they're trying to stop. But for now, this is more than enough for you to understand and be emotionally intelligent. Work on these techniques and be consistent, and you will start seeing results in no time.
we could also have you on video, and so we will be spotlighting you all as you all speak. And we begin.
All right, welcome everyone to our Mental Health Matters, the era of empathetic entrepreneurship. I'm really looking forward to hosting you with my co-facilitators today, Salima and Dylan, who you'll learn more about very soon. But we have an hour together, feel comfortable. This is about well-being, so we want to make sure that you feel able to be yourselves in today's meeting. And if there's anything, please feel free to reach out to us through the chat. But I'll get right into it. If I could have the first slide go up, or second slide, as I speak through firstly an introduction and then take you through what the agenda will look like for today. All right, so my name is Safia Abji. I am a trauma-informed coach and a well-being consultant based in Nairobi, Kenya. And my organization focuses on a human-centered approach to creating systems of work and how our values align with the work that we do. I founded my business almost 3 years ago, but have been based in Kenya for about 8 years. And although I was trained as a coach almost a decade ago, most of my coaching work was pro bono until I started my full-time practice. So during my time in Kenya, I worked for international NGOs, and after many years within the management consulting industry in Canada. While in the development sector, and some of you may resonate with this, I worked with many youth in the economic inclusion space, and I'm actually a longtime friend and advocate for the Sandkelp Summit, as I've worked very closely with a number of entrepreneurs across East Africa. What I recognized during this time was that there's a gap between creating jobs and opportunities for young people and their diverse realities at home. In development work, there's often little consideration of the impacts of cultural and personal challenges that can create barriers to employment. From gender inequities to financial challenges, to access to technology and mentorship opportunities, to stigma towards the geography that they live in, and little understanding or investment on issues of mental health and needs in general, I was often getting asked for support as a coach first by my beneficiaries rather than for vocational training and employment support. The truth is that no matter where you come from, when you don't have the appropriate systems to support you as a whole human being, you only bring part of you to the job. This is an unsustainable and potentially destructive approach to economic inclusion interventions, as we are often supporting those who are looking for work to strengthen their sense of confidence and see it as a pathway to meaningful work. Sorry, guys. And so to meaningful work and growth. So as a result, I started my coaching practice and consulting business to focus on the systems we have in place already and how to be more inclusive in the solutions we create, not only focus on the bottom line, but actually those who contribute to it. I wanted to facilitate this session to put a spotlight on the topic of well-being in the workplace, because as much as this is being spoken about on the outside, especially since the impact of the pandemic, we are still not having important conversations within the spaces where transformation is possible and very required. Today, we'll provide a small taste of why we need to start scaling these conversations and create cultural shifts rather than a bandaged solution to rising issues of mental and emotional well-being. Now, thank you so much for listening to that. Before I move forward, I wanted to take you through slide 2, which is the agenda, so you know kind of what the flow of today will look like. Now, our flow will be very fluid. We have opportunities for Q&A at the end. So if you are, if we have a lot of questions and we're having a great conversation, we are happy to continue that moving forward. But also to let you know, we have a bit of a brainstorming exercise at the end to start thinking about workplace well-being. So once we're done with introductions today, we'll go into an icebreaker. We'll talk more about why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. We'll talk a little bit about your own personal well-being and assess that. And then we'll hear from Salima and Dylan on their own entrepreneurial journeys and why well-being has become important for them, as well as do some speaker Q&A. And at which point we'll do a bit of brainstorming around how to improve the culture of well-being in your workplace. All right, let me hand it over to Salima for introductions, and thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. Thanks, Safia, for the lovely introduction. My name is Salima Balani, and I'm a 9-time founder. Some failed, some exited. Lots of my story we're going to share soon. A TEDx speaker and the best-selling award-winning author of this book, Innovation Starts With I, recently launched in November 2021. I'm also the founder and CEO of Ripple Impact, which is a business accelerator that helps entrepreneurs grow their businesses and scale their platforms. So essentially, we're the team behind the scenes to many entrepreneurs, helping them grow and scale their businesses. I also teach design thinking and entrepreneurship at Johns Hopkins University at the Graduate School for International Studies, and I often guest lecture at business schools. I'm also currently a student myself in the lead executive education program at Stanford University's Graduate School of Business. I contribute to Forbes. I talk a lot about innovation, entrepreneurship, remote team building, and I've been published in 15 different research publications between the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. I have a previous career in international development, which is very much aligned with what I'm doing today, since we do work with entrepreneurs all over the world, especially in emerging markets. And I've done a lot of work on how to promote a circular economy and improve refugee livelihoods using hydroponics and water-saving climate-smart technologies. And I've done a lot with that in the MENA region, including insect farming, which is a new thing I've been up to. And why this session is important to me. So mental health has been a really important part of my own entrepreneurship journey, and it actually helped with the unleashing process, since a lot of us have to go through some sort of unleashing and coming out of the closet when it comes to, finding ourselves or becoming ourselves as entrepreneurs, these new versions of ourselves. And I really resonate with the James Clear quote, which is, entrepreneurship is a personal growth engine disguised as a business pursuit. There's a lot there. And I love the title of the session with empathetic entrepreneurship, since I have a quote in my book, and it says that empathy is the undervalued stock that enables those who have it to be more successful in many areas than those who lack it. So very relevant in today's times, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic, and very excited to be here. Thank you.
All right, Dylan, over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Dylan Giri. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, and I founded a business in 2007 that does work in the live event space, predominantly with working with a lot of technicians, high staff turnover, and since then have evolved myself into furthering my studies in strategy, coaching, and really helping people understand emotional intelligence better. I am what I call a distracted entrepreneur, which means I like to get things going and then move on to the next thing. I felt that I needed to become an entrepreneur because school was challenging for me. I got 5% for maths in my final year and wasn't able to go to university. But in 2018, I was fortunate enough to finally make it to Harvard Business School, where I studied entrepreneurial strategy, and the following year became an accredited strategy summit facilitator. And I've been working with people all around the world since then, helping them set strategy in their business and helping them become leaders who empower the people in their business to become the best versions of themselves, which then allows business owners to step out of their businesses and work on it from a top-down approach rather than getting stuck in the operational side of business. So I'm very happy to be with you guys here today. Why am I here? And why is this session important to me? Well, I myself have struggled with many mental health challenges. And I think that sounds so shocking, you know, but mental health is very broad. I particularly struggled a lot with anxiety. I had my DNA sequenced in 2019, and I have the IL-1RN gene, which makes you more susceptible to depression. And through a lot of self-work, I have learned to realize that being positive and having an upbeat mindset takes a lot of daily work and daily habits. And although my friends are always shocked when I tell them that, you know, I have to do all this work to sort of make sure that I'm mentally in the right gear to face the world, they're like, that's so strange because you're always so positive and you always have such an upbeat mindset. And so I'm really hoping to share some of that and why it's important to you. I also am on a mission to live a life without fear. And that has really changed my life considerably, knowing that everything is going to be okay, no matter which direction it goes. So thank you for having me today. I look forward to engaging with all of you.
Thank you so much, Salima and Dylan. So many questions I already have for you and your friends of mine. So thanks for that great intro. Dylan, I thought we could get started with the icebreaker. Are we ready to go?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much for allowing me this opportunity to do our icebreaker. For me, there's a couple of reasons to do this. I think we should all continue to develop our virtual events or virtual capabilities, everyone, whether it's become part of our daily lives. And even though in-person events are back in place, I think that virtual is here to stay. I think also that with a topic as deep as empathetic entrepreneurship, it's important for us to also get to know everyone in the room. So I want us to do an exercise together. And I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on right now. So don't worry, no one's going to have to say anything. No one's going to have to speak, but I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on. We can have everyone turn their cameras on. Hopefully we have some people turning their cameras on. There we go. Thank you, Elsie. And what we're going to do is I really just want us, we're a group of people that have never met each other. And I really want us to see if we can, in 2 or 3 minutes, get to have a more empathetic understanding and get to know people a little bit better through just a series of questions that I'm going to ask and we're going to answer via our cameras. So I want you guys to pick up a piece of paper. It's always better if it's a colored piece of paper because it makes the screen look really beautiful. And again, if you've just joined, I'm going to invite everyone to turn their cameras on and then block your camera with a piece of paper that is that you have on your desk. All right. If you want to leave your video off, that's fine. There is another option. You can use the raise hand functionality if it applies to you. I always like to do this seeing people's faces because it gets us to have a better connection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a couple of questions and I want you to, if that question is relevant to you, so if I ask you, do you prefer cats over dogs? If it's a yes for you, all I want you to do is click the raise hand button or remove the colored piece of paper. And over a series of questions, we will all get to know each other a little bit better. So for those people that don't want to turn on their cameras, if you can all just click your raise hand emoji or any of the emojis, you can click the heart emoji, any of those, just so that I know that you can hear us and that you can see us. Otherwise, we can start now. So let's cover up our screens. All right, everyone, cover up your screen with a colored piece of paper. And we're going to start with a couple of really easy questions. So the first one is, Do you have a tattoo? Do you have a tattoo? If you have any tattoos, click the raise your hand functionality or take away the piece of paper. All right, thank you very much. All right, let's reset and go to the next question. Were you born before the 1980s? Were you born before the 1980s? Okay. Thank you. Let's reset again. Were you born after the 1980s? Born after the 1980s. Okay. Lots more action there. All right, let's reset again. Another easy one, and then we'll take it one level deeper. Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Okay, we're seeing our travelers here. Thank you very much for sharing so far. Let's take it one level deeper. Have you ever been, so everyone just cover up again. Those that have raised their hands, drop your hands, cover up. Have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been arrested? All right. Thank you very much for sharing. All right, next one. Are you COVID vaccinated? Are you COVID vaccinated? All right. Thank you for the participation. I really appreciate everyone sharing. We're slowly starting to build a safe space, and we're slowly starting to get to know each other a little bit better. Okay, here comes the next one. Let's reset, cover up our cameras again. Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? All right, some smiles there, and I hope some great memories coming back there. All right, fantastic. All right, we're almost halfway through. I want to ask a couple more questions. Let's reset and cover up our cameras again. Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, let's reset again and go one level deeper. This is the last round of questions. Are you currently experiencing grief? Are you currently experiencing grief? All right. Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, let's reset and lower our hands. Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Thank you so much for sharing. All right, let's lower our hands again. Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Thank you. All right. And last question. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's reset. Are you curious to become a more aware person? Are you curious to become a more aware person? All right, well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. And I hope that you've gotten to meet a couple of people, even though we haven't seen everyone's faces. I definitely have a better idea, and I feel slightly more connected with everyone on this call. Safia, back to you.
Wow. I need a second to inhale and exhale. So if everybody wants to just take in what we experienced and just kind of enjoy what a beautiful intimacy that created in such a short time frame. And just exhale out so that you can come back present to the room. Thank you so much, Dylan. That was very powerful. Okay.
My pleasure.
Getting back into statistics and information to support the self-awareness piece, which it sounds like everybody wants to be a part of. If I could ask Parita to please put up slide 3 for us. We're moving on to why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. So Here we go. Let me just minimize my screen. So the Great Resignation, quiet quitting, anti-hustle, what do they all have in common? A recognition that behind the work that we do, there is still a person who requires more than just treating their work as a reward. When your work feels like a transaction that doesn't connect to your deeper sense of self, so this would be your freedom of curiosity, exploration, connection, values, and purpose, employees will burn out from being treated like a means to an end. I'm sure you felt this way in your own career. And so this is a reminder in this session that we are all human first, and that is the thesis actually of empathetic leadership. So the slide on here is for you to take a snapshot of. You can read it while I'm going through it. I will touch upon this, but you'll see why they become relevant. And I've really highlighted for you there, though, what the kind of key message is from each of them. We have issues of climate change, issues of war, oppression, the global pandemic. So beyond their obvious effects, these situations have taken a brutal toll on well-being. And for the younger generation, the impact is particularly stark. And that's something that we should all care about because we are living in a majority youthful world at this point in time. A recent survey reported that 52%, that's the majority of young adults, are experiencing feelings of depression or hopelessness. How do we achieve well-being in a world so overrun with crisis? One of the answers across generation has been quit your day job. Over the past 2 years, almost every industry has been impacted by the Great Resignation. Younger workers in lower paying industries such as retail, food services, and healthcare started the trend, and they were eventually joined by long tenured, higher paid employees from industries such as finance and technology. This phenomenon has prompted many companies to take a second look at burnout and well-being. According to the University of California, Berkeley, a psychologist there who did some of the earliest research on the topic, burnout occurs when emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and a reduced sense of personal accomplishment are all present simultaneously. In the words of your average worker, it's the result of being overworked and undervalued, as well as disconnected from a feeling that your job is actually important. While companies have turned to mindfulness rooms and unlimited time off as a way to combat the issue, which in my point of view, are just tactics to calm employees instead of addressing the key issues that are actually require the calming in the first place, neither is shaping up to be a long-term solution. The Great Place to Work Institute recently partnered with Johns Hopkins to study the well-being of more than 14,000 employees from 37 countries. What they found is that across people, places, and cultures, factors like personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connections made the biggest difference to employees' health and happiness. If we could move to slide 4, I just wanted you to take a look at this because there's actually 5 dimensions. I'll just wait for that slide to shift, but there's actually 5 dimensions of employee well-being. And what the findings found is that personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connection made a bigger difference. Marita, are we able to move to the next slide by any chance? Thank you so much. And so what's interesting about this, if you actually look at the slide, we spend a lot more time often on the mental and emotional support piece and financial health. So a lot of bandage solutions. And what we're hearing now is that if we actually deal with the root issues that create a sense of connection in the workplace, we may not actually have to spend so much other time on the other 2 dimensions. So that might be one of the biggest gifts of the Great Resignation, the conversation it has sparked around purpose, engagement, and organizational values. Surprised that so many workers were willing to sacrifice financial stability for more fulfilling work, many firms have been forced to ask, what can I do better? This is especially true as we learn that the majority of those who left their jobs don't regret doing so. A Harris Poll survey from March indicated that only 1 in 5 workers who quit a job in the past 2 years would make a different choice today. A better quality of life has left most with absolutely no desire to turn back the clock on their decision. The Washington Post followed up by interviewing some resignees late last year. While they were concerned with the current state of the economy, the vast majority are thrilled, quote, with the changes they've made to their work lives. The testimonials speak volumes to the importance of well-being. Quote, I may make half as much, but I feel like twice the person, said a former New York City chef who went on to get certified as a substance abuse counselor. Another quote, sorry, my screen keeps getting bigger. So in another quote, the stock market wiped out the equivalent of 1 year of my pension and I still have no regrets. The improvement in my personal happiness is priceless. This is from a former teacher in Florida who lost 10% of her pension by not waiting longer to retire. These testimonials illustrate something very important. Money doesn't drive retention. So according to the Great Place to Work, employees who experience high levels of well-being in the workplace are 3 times more likely to stick around. Being happy and healthy matters immensely. And for companies that understand this, purpose remains the vital lever. After all, people who say they are living their purpose report levels of well-being 5 times higher. That's huge, 5 times higher than those who say that they aren't. Connect employees to the value of their work, and the challenges they face might not seem so daunting. So personally, being a coach who supports emotional freedom and purpose in my own practice over the past 10 years, whether I am coaching a C-level executive or someone climbing in the professional chain, 100% of the time, and that is no joke or exaggeration, there is a recognition that when your work is not connected to a deeper sense of self, the rewards of superficial success create more temporary feelings of fulfillment and begin encouraging questions of whether we are living in ways that make us truly alive. And when we start thinking about whether we're truly alive and awake in what we're doing, that starts to create a transition and transformation most of the time. Often, our work is actually a coping mechanism to hide from hard emotions we haven't fully recognized and dealt with. So from a trauma-informed approach, and if anybody has any questions on what trauma-informed work means, it will become much more popular, I think, in our daily jargon as we move forward. But a little bit of insight into some of the things that I deal with. So we have something we call high-level and low-level coping mechanisms. Your low-level coping mechanisms look like your traditional struggles, not that they should be traditional, but struggles like escaping from our realities through addiction to alcohol, to drugs. But high-level coping can look like addiction to work. It can look like addiction to accolades, to getting degrees, to going to the gym. These are things that our society still rewards, but they're still coping. So the pandemic has forced us to take a deeper look at our lives and how we are living them in ways that weren't sustainable to our long-term fulfillment, and with more recognition of how current employment systems aren't set up to address the emotional and personal freedoms we desire. The systems are now being forced to change. We need to start approaching ourselves, our teams, and our clients from a perspective of how they best contribute to the systems of our organization and reward them in ways that are meaningful. This includes viewing whole organizations built by whole humans and not just the roles that they play, especially when they spend the majority of their time thinking about completing and being at work. Okay, there was a lot in there. And there is a slide up right now. Those are the 3 dimensions that were the most significant to employee well-being. But what we're going to do now is move on to prioritizing our personal well-being. And we will be using the slide to help us with one of the polling questions. So hopefully we can keep it up there. But Parita, I would like us to launch our first polling question. So I hope everybody knows firstly that this is an anonymous, the answers are anonymous. But they are about you, so get comfortable. And your first question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate your overall satisfaction with your mental and emotional health, so your personal well-being? 1 equals extremely unsatisfied and 5 equals extremely satisfied. Please answer now. Really interesting. So there's 22 of us in the room. If hopefully all 22 of us can vote, we can get a real good feel of who's in the room and how everyone's feeling. How do you feel about your mental and emotional health at this moment in time? Okay, we've got about half the room who's answered. Give it another 30 seconds. All right. Should we end the poll? We'll give it one more, maybe wait about 10 more seconds if anybody else wants to vote. Otherwise, we'll end the poll. Get your answers in there. Remember, they're anonymous. Okay, let's end it. So if we can see the findings, all right. So the majority was at 4, interesting. And then the next was at 3. This is very, very parallel to what I usually see in most rooms. So it just goes to show you that we're never quite at a 5 and quite at a 1, but we're usually somewhere in between. And there are various factors that will fluctuate this depending on what's happening on a daily basis. And so actually, it's a perfect segue to our next polling question. But if anybody wants to take a snapshot of this, by the way, this is not proprietary. Feel free to use this. You can take a snapshot. Otherwise, we can stop sharing that one and move on to the second polling question. All right, polling question number 2. On a scale of 1 to 5, how much of an impact does your work have on your personal well-being? So now this is, how does your work impact your personal well-being? If there's no impact, use a 1. If there's high impact, vote 5. Okay, I'm seeing these results coming in a lot faster. Feels like it might be really relevant to our audience. We have about 60% have voted. All right, so how is your work taking a toll on your personal well-being? High impact is a 5. About 10 more seconds to get the rest of the votes in. If we can have those remaining 7 people, please vote and get a good view of how we're feeling. Okay, let's end the poll there. All right, and the results are in. The majority are on the higher end of the spectrum, which is interesting. So we have many people who are feeling like their work life is contributing to how they're feeling on a daily basis. And one of the parallels that I wanted to draw here is that often, and this is what we were talking about through just why mental health is becoming more of a priority, or your well-being is, because quite literally, you know, we're hearing about burnout, we're hearing about resignation, we're hearing about quitting, but people aren't having these conversations. And a lot of the ways that we're now addressing these issues in the workplace are very much bandage solutions, right? We have, you know, mental health awareness weeks, we have events, we have, you know, a day off to be able to deal with the things that matter to you. But, you know, if we can actually shift the way that the environment is supporting your mental health, and that means any environment, not just your workplace, but any environment, we can actually start mitigating the risk to actually feeling some of the ways that we are. And so this just goes to show that for many of you, whether you're entrepreneurs, whether you're investors, whether you're accelerators, you still work within an organization and your work still impacts how you're feeling on a daily basis. And if this is relevant to you, it's definitely relevant to the many communities that you are connected to. All right, our last polling question. So this is associated to the slide that is up, and it's based on the 3 dimensions that were mentioned in the research around, you know, the top 3 that contribute to employee well-being. So of the top 3 dimensions contributing to employee well-being, which factor makes the biggest difference to your health and happiness at work? So is it personal support? Is it a sense of purpose? Or is it meaningful connection? Personal support, a sense of purpose, or meaningful connections. Which one is the most relevant to your health and happiness at work? And think about your most recent experience. You know, what's really been weighing on you. It can it can be parallel to the last question. We're always moving in time. So how you're feeling at the moment, what's relevant to you at the moment. Okay. We have about 50 votes in. We can get a couple of more. We can get a really great view of how everyone is feeling. So what's relevant to you? Meaningful connection, personal support, sense of purpose. I'll give about 10 more seconds. Might be thinking through. Okay, we can end the poll there. All right, and so not surprising, I assumed this is what the answers would look like, a sense of purpose. We are in an entrepreneurship forum. Most of you are likely doing something you truly care about or are passionate about, so sense of purpose definitely aligns with that. Feeling every day that your work is meaningful and fulfilling. because it actually aligns with your values. And so great to hear that many of you care about that and want to continue to support that factor of well-being in your workplace. All right, we can stop sharing the polls. Thank you for sharing the results and so much for your help, Parita. I so appreciate it. And now, without further ado, my favorite part of today is we are going to move on to our speaker stories. And this is what I call well-being wisdom, because for me, knowledge and wisdom, different things. We can learn things in school, we can hear about how experiences have affected people, but when we truly have experienced it and have had to learn how to deal with something, that is where all the wisdom comes in. So what greater way than to share from a personal perspective from two of my friends, but also really accomplished entrepreneurs, both Salima and Dylan. And so I'm going to hand it over to Salima to share. And our speakers are really going to go in today to talk about, the topic of well-being from their personal perspective as entrepreneurs and share their journey and lessons. And for those of you who have questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. We will address them. There'll be an opportunity for Q&A. And I'm looking forward to hearing that. All right, over to you, Salima.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Safia. So my story actually goes back to, let's say 2009, when I graduated from college and from McGill University, and I couldn't find a job in the economic crisis. I stayed in an attic in the Bronx, in New York City. I tried looking everywhere and couldn't find a job. And so I ended up deciding to figure out how can I provide more value? How can I do something good for the world if I couldn't find a job? So I decided to volunteer, and that took me to Brazil to volunteer at an orphanage. However, I didn't end up at the orphanage immediately. What happened was the nonprofit director was like, well, Salima, I want you to be in Rio de Janeiro and start a language school to help support the orphanage because we're struggling here. Our infrastructure is falling apart. We don't have long-term volunteers. We need more money. If you can start this language school, we'll give you the resources, have a donor, and just get it up and running. And so that way the proceeds from the school can support the orphanage. And so in Rio de Janeiro, I didn't speak much Portuguese. I was speaking Portuñol, and got this school started, got a bunch of volunteers from around the world together. Didn't know what I was doing at age 21, but managed to make it happen. And we were teaching all these different languages, as volunteers, and realized that our business model was failing because that wasn't the best strategy. We would have classes that sometimes only had one person or people weren't showing up. Then we pivoted, which is such an important process, and mental health is really, really key in that pivoting process as an entrepreneur. It's tough to accept that we were failing, but that also means that that challenge is an opportunity for reinvention. We ended up focusing on what we were good at, where we did have traction was, Portuguese for foreigners. We had the foreign students that were really, really interested in learning Portuguese and also supporting the orphanage. And that's when our business model shifted and took off. And we were able to start academic credit programs, homestays, extracurricular activities, all kinds of partnerships with Lonely Planet, et cetera. And the school became the top rated school in Rio de Janeiro, still exists today, became a for-profit actually from a nonprofit, and has a whole community. And that was a defining experience that really set the foundation for entrepreneurship in the very early stages of my career. I then ended up moving to Italy from Brazil. Love story there, it's in my book, but I ended up living in the south of Italy in a town called Reggio di Calabria, which is right across from Sicily. There was the mafia, there were bombs. It was a kind of crazy place to live, but no jobs. Again, 2009, I was now, turning 22 and just couldn't find a job. I tried cooking Italian food, but they didn't eat Caesar salad and fettuccine Alfredo there. I tried teaching English, but I didn't have a British accent. And after tons of rejection, I ended up fueling that into what can I do? And I went to the internet. My brother gave me some advice. Why don't you set up a profile on elance.com and start using your skills like languages, since I spoke some languages and could do translation work. I couldn't use my degree in international development. And I ended up starting it, turned into from a freelance translator translation, small gigs here and there turned into a six-figure translation business within just a few months to help businesses go global and help them translate their websites. We could work in HTML. We couldn't even afford translation software. So what we did instead was, and this was my partner and I were doing this together, we actually had human translators because the gig economy was just starting up. And so there were a lot of people that were sitting around the world also without a job and available to do translation work. And so that business really took off and did well, and was able to exit and sell the business a few years later. I wanted to it wasn't trying to be an entrepreneur. My dream was to work at the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank and pursue a career in international development. So I went to grad school at Johns Hopkins in Bologna, Italy, moved back to Brazil to do some work at the China-Brazil Business Council, ended up in Washington, D.C. to finish graduate school here at Johns Hopkins. And after graduating, I had gotten this dream job, or what I thought was a dream job, at the Inter-American Development Bank, working in economic development. It studied economics and was traveling around Latin America, advising governments and monitoring and evaluating projects and visiting different sites and fields. And it was a whole different experience. And I learned a lot and it was exciting, but I also didn't feel that I was able to have the flexibility and creativity. I felt I was put into a box and often said no to, and I couldn't really be my true self, and I missed that life as an entrepreneur, which I didn't have the perspective prior, but after having those different experiences, I really started to appreciate the entrepreneurial lifestyle and being able to wake up excited and do something I love. I ended up exiting that job 3 years later and going back into entrepreneurship. And through actually storytelling and telling, I was very embarrassed about my translation business because it wasn't really anything that my colleagues or my classmates really understood or did. And I was embarrassed. It was really just myself telling a story in my head, which I also learned about through my therapist, that, sometimes we tell stories in our heads that aren't really true. And as an entrepreneur, it's so important to be vulnerable and share. And it was actually when I started sharing my story that a lot of opportunities started coming to me. And that's when I landed a job, a side hustle with Elance. After telling my story and success with the translation business, they hired me. Now they're called Upwork, if many of you probably know this freelancing platform. And they were like, we want you to tell your story to entrepreneurs and go around and launch different WeWorks, WeWork, the co-working space, and teach entrepreneurs how to hire remote teams. Of course, in 2013, 2014, and even 2015, remote teams wasn't a huge thing. And so our startup education program failed. It was also a time when, after making that exit, I had co-founded a marketing agency. And that was also a failed experience when I got laid off from both those jobs. And so I now had made this big career transition out of international development into entrepreneurship, but I couldn't figure out, how do I unleash that entrepreneur within myself? How do I actually do that and be successful again? I no longer was in the crisis I was in back in 2009, but I was struggling to figure out, how do I start again? And if I'm so good at helping other entrepreneurs get started, how come I can't do that to myself? And it was interesting. A lot of other things happened that year. This very home that I'd recently got at the time had a bad fire. The building burnt down and I was displaced for almost 9 months. Got laid off from those 2 jobs. I had gotten divorced. There were so many traumatic experiences that happened to me within that period of time. I ended up booking a one-way trip to India. I spent a month there doing a lot of meditation, yoga, Ayurveda. Ended up later in Thailand and Bali, trying to really heal myself and understand, what is my purpose? Who am I going to become? It's not Salima in international development, but Salima as an entrepreneur is failing. What am I going to do? Came back to Washington, D.C. Actually got rejected at Toronto Pearson Airport. I couldn't get back into the States. I'm actually Canadian, and had struggles trying to get the visa to come back here. They let me in for 2 weeks as a tourist. And this is, I had my home here, couldn't access it. But I ended up, going on this, what I call 100 coffee challenge, and literally had 2 weeks to find a job with a visa. And so I was strategic and had coffee all over Washington, D.C., asking people for help. And it was really hard being vulnerable and asking people for help. But I realized that people were actually willing to help. And I landed 2 opportunities. One, which I ended up taking, was to help, figure out how to solve this food insecurity problem in Africa and the Middle East using hydroponics and different ways of growing food without using soil and very little water, which I ended up taking, which led to so many other opportunities. But yeah, that was a really, really hard time of my life when I realized the importance of mental health and being able to take care of ourselves, but also having the right support system, or what I call solidarity squad, in place. Having therapy, having a coach, having a circle of friends, having support groups where I could share, even before that life quake happened, was so important, because I never really had that mental health support throughout my life. My family never really had I'd experienced trauma earlier in my life. When my mother passed away at the age of 16, I never had a therapist until the age of 28 or 29. And so all of that healing that had to happen actually led me to unleash so much. When I came back and was able to do that work in hydroponics, I ended up, going into design thinking and innovation and starting another company. And a few years later was able to really identify, well, my dream is to help entrepreneurs. I want to help 10 million entrepreneurs succeed and grow their businesses. For a while, I was in that healing journey of 3 to 4 years, and personal development it takes a while. It's not something you can just hire a coach, a therapist, and then get healed within a couple months. It really takes a lot of self-awareness and deep work and a lot of really deep healing. And it's not just fixing or patching. It's a lot of rewiring or revisiting our lives and telling our stories in a different way. And I ended up, realizing during the pandemic, another crisis happened. I was able to navigate this one a lot better, and went back to, well, if I did this in 2009, I can also do this in 2020, and accepted that my previous business was failing, which can be really hard knowing when to let go. Seth Godin has a great book on that called The Dip. And I realized it was time to let go of my previous business and start my current business, Ripple Impact, where I was like, well, there must be a way to help entrepreneurs and monetize it and be successful. And it was really through helping entrepreneurs, not just with coaching and advising them, but realizing that they don't need to necessarily hire their own teams, and they might not have all the strategy to do that. But also just helping them with coaching wasn't enough. They needed designers, they needed marketing, they needed a lot of talent, and they didn't know where to start. And it was the chicken and egg problem most of us entrepreneurs deal with at the early stages. And it was then that I started Ripple Impact, where we were able to bring together designers, marketers, strategists, and a really awesome team. We were very small. We were 2 people 2 years ago, and we're now a team of almost 50 people, it's great to see some of our team members here in the audience as well. And yeah, that's what happened. It blew up, and now we're supporting several entrepreneurs, and we're the team behind the scenes supporting them and helping them grow their businesses. And in that process, I also launched my book, as I mentioned earlier, Innovation Starts With I, which has the story. It has a lot of great tools and frameworks on really how to reinvent not just your business, but starting with yourself, because business reinvention is really all about personal reinvention. And that's my story.
All right, Safia, you happy for me to go? Fantastic. So I think, just thinking back on my life now, I think there were 2 main inflection points that I think really started the process to me becoming and falling in love with empathy and emotional intelligence. And the one was very young, at age 4, where I got a very rare skin disease called impetigo. And it would start on my skin like a mosquito bite, and it would open and open and open till it was like a festering welt. And some nights my mom would have to change my sheets because it was just so bad, and there was so much fluid coming from these welts. And that caused, because no one knew a lot about the illness, mothers wouldn't want their kids to play with me. So I started feeling this loneliness, and I started to feel like there was maybe something wrong with me. And then later on in life, I decided to make a decision to go from a Afrikaans primary school to an English high school. And I think as a teenager, that was quite a big decision, because all my friends carried on to another school and I went to this new school. And again, I felt this loneliness, having to reflect a lot inwardly, not knowing my space in the world. And I was very lucky to have an extremely supportive family, but I constantly wanted to understand more about these feelings. And I then moved, like, fast forward many experiences, but ultimately in 2007, I started a business with very little cash flow and very big ambitions, and also a high court lawsuit from my previous employer. And it was at this point where I was working 100-hour weeks. I already had some staff, so I felt responsible for them. In our country, there are up to 6 dependents of each salary. And so this started building more and more anxiety. And I really was reflecting again, but trying to understand where was all this going, because the only thing I could do to solve the court case was make more sales and work harder. And so that led to a lot of anxiety. It led to definitely pre-burnout scenarios. And then I joined the Entrepreneurs Organization in 2012, and that really changed my life, because for the first time, it brought together the sense that you are not a work person, you are not a social person, you are not a family person, you're all of these people in one. And how do you take care of this person as one? And how do you also see how you impact others through what you do? And sort of through this process of sharing experiences with other entrepreneurs, I started to realize that people are not inherently bad. People are inherently looking after themselves first, and sometimes we become collateral damage because of that. And so my curiosity around understanding people more and more became bigger and bigger and bigger. And I then started to realize in my business, if I really wanted to make it work, I really needed to empower people. And I needed to empower them not just to realize their growth potential in the business, but to realize their growth potential in their entire life. And in an industry where we have massively high staff turnover, we were able to build a culture that really sort of cared for each other and cared for the person within the company, and try to understand how that person thinks, feels, and acts and shows up in the world, and what is their route to success. You know, we were all bound by a great vision and mission and values, but each of us, I started realizing, had a different way to getting there. And so my studies continued as well. I started studying the Enneagram. I became a team dynamics expert through my own healing process. I started to learn a lot about breath work, about mindfulness, about journaling, and I started passing that on to my staff and seeing how much growth they would get from that. And that really helped define my purpose in many of the other businesses that I've since started up, to live my purpose, which is I'm the breath that connects humans to leap into their highest self. And when I get that right in the companies that I create or that I work with, then operationally the business starts operating on such a high level that I can then focus on culture and strategy, which have become my passions. And so it's just, you know, Sadhguru has this amazing bit of wisdom where he says, you've got 2 choices in life. You can either be wounded, or you can learn from those wounds and become wise. And so my number one value in life is curiosity, and just to keep meeting people and keep impacting people's lives in a way where I can help them transition from their wounds to wisdom and then unlocking their potential in life. That's a quick summary of my story.
Wow. I feel like in 1 hour we've covered so much, but it's just such valuable information. Firstly, Salima, thank you so much for taking me on a journey of your exploration into where you started to where you are now. I haven't gone on the journey with you before, so that was really insightful. And Dylan, you know, firstly, I love Sadhguru, so I love that we definitely resonate on the same philosophies. But also, you know, the both of you were so vulnerable. And what I really heard come out of your stories is the fact that so much of your personal experience as a human being, the things that you go through, the things that you don't have control over, are also the parts that made you the successful entrepreneurs that you are today. If it wasn't without those trials and tribulations as a being, not just an entrepreneur, you actually wouldn't be the successful, like the high impact entrepreneurs that you are. So Thank you for bringing all of yourself to the conversation today. Now, we have about 7 minutes left, and I think the best use of our time would really be get to the Q&A. So, Purita, how would you best like to support?
I can read out the questions for you all. Extremely sorry for that. I can read out the questions for y'all, and I think we have questions I slightly directed to a few of y'all, so we can also get through that. I think very firstly we had something for Salima coming in. Salima, how have you brought empathy into your company and made it a foundational value, considering it's both global and remote? And you have to deal with so many different cultures. But you've still managed to support every individual in a unique way. And Cheyenne speaks from personal experience, so would love some anecdotes here.
Thank you so much for that question. So I actually have a whole chapter on empathy in my book, and there's lots of tools on like what empathy is, what it's not, and there's a lot of great stuff in there. But what I can say from our experience is that really trying to connect with our team members on a human level. At the end of the day, we're humans. And when I interviewed Ariana Huffington for my book, we talked a lot about work-life integration. I think work-life balance is a thing of the past, but she really emphasized the importance of work-life integration. Since as entrepreneurs, it's hard to have boundaries because we really love what we do. For me, my mission is to help entrepreneurs as a personal mission, and that comes out in my work, that's executed through my work. And so when our life purpose is integrated into our business, it can be really tough to set those boundaries. And so I think that in the past, we said we had to have these really strict boundaries, but today that everything is sort of melded, we're working from home. Sure, it is important to have certain boundaries, but I also think that we can really learn how to invite our team members to bring their whole selves to work, because at the end of the day, you want people to feel that they're connected to the mission, that they're co-creating the vision with you. And it's not just the founder with the vision and people just below them executing, but rather we're all together very horizontally, very flat. I like to say our team's very, very, very flat. And we generally are working together towards the same mission. And there's a way to really connect your team members to feel intrinsically motivated by helping them, kind of like we kind of run like a bunch of small startups within Ripple Impact, since we're now a medium-sized business almost. And we're no longer a startup, but we do have different departments, which we give them the autonomy and the creativity and flexibility to create their own mini culture and their own, have their budget, have the ability to organize their own events and things. And we're also trying to move from an entirely remote team to a hybrid team. We've done some trips, we've done some retreats and regional retreats. We're hopefully going to have a global retreat very soon to bring everyone together. We've had, book tours. I've had even Cheyenne here has come, and I've met her in Dubai on a book tour. And it's been amazing to meet people in person, but I think we want to figure out how can we make that more of a practice where we can bring people together. We may not have physical offices, but how can we use that extra budget towards bringing everyone together, even if it's just once or twice a year? And I think that goes a very long way. It changes the connection we have with each other when we get to know each other in person. And if that's not possible, there's ways to do team building virtually. Just having some people dedicate time towards, whether it's fun Fridays, doing things as a team, exercising, yoga, meditation, cooking workshops, whatever it is, but really trying to connect with people on a human level is so key, so that they all feel included and that we're part of something bigger.
Yeah, Salima, thank you so much. I just wanted to really bring home the idea of work-life integration and what that means. We all belong to various communities in our lives. And I think that when we take the approach with our organizations and we treat people as if we're doing events or we're putting things in place to create a work-life balance, or making people feel like they're included, when it comes from a feeling of I have to do this, it doesn't really work. The community that you build at work is the community. It's like a community of friends. Even with my clients, as much as I'm a coach, there's certain, I call them the community I'm meant to serve. They become a part of my community. And so if I don't treat them with the approach of like, you matter, and what matters to you matters to me as well. And how do we create a system where all of us feel like we are a part of something that matters? Then all we're really doing is kind of creating these systems to try to check something off a box, and that never really works. So I love this idea of integration as opposed to balance, because your work is pretty much so much of your life now. We don't have boundaries at work after the pandemic. People have really not thought about that. So we have to integrate. So thanks for sharing that.
That's great to hear. I think Salima and Safia, and we have a lot of more questions coming in, but in the interest of time, I'm going to take one more, and we'll redirect these questions that you weren't able to answer later. We have a question from Julius. He says that I work with an organization in Uganda called Nakida Network Foundation with teenage mothers. Some of these teenage mothers have mental health problems. How can they get help?
I think let's take that one offline. That would require a little bit more digging. But I think you had one more question, Parita, at the beginning around anxiety, right?
Yes.
Could we direct that to Dylan?
Sure. Dylan, we have a question of how from Kevin of how can he overcome anxiety as a young entrepreneur who runs a startup company?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for asking the question. And I think that it's important to understand that anxiety is in all of us, and it's not necessarily always a bad thing. You know, I think back to being a kid and the night before Christmas, and you have that anxiety of tomorrow's Christmas. I wonder what presents I'm going to get. And our bodies struggle to differentiate between good anxiety and bad anxiety. And it took me many years to learn actually about polarity and how polarity is a universal law of nature. And, you know, if I constantly am building something with loads and loads of excitement, then I fail to see what the cost is of that. And so let me explain that a little bit better. So let's say I just landed a massive contract and I'm an exuberant person. I'm super excited. I'm happy. I'm like, got all this good energy in me. What I try to do now and what I didn't do in the past is I try and balance it out by saying, what is the cost of this? Okay, so I've got this great contract. It's amazing for all the reasons that a good contract could be amazing. But now I'm going to have to work more hours. I'm going to have to travel more. I'm not going to see my family as much. I'm not going to see my friends as much. And so slowly that starts bringing everything back into perspective. And that's really helped me to deal with anxiety. The other thing that's also helped me is Alan Watts has a philosophy that says, as humans, we have no real understanding that whether a decision we make today is going to be good or bad for us in the future, and whether a result is going to be good or bad for us in the future. So once I started learning that, and I learned to remove fear from decisions, you can really actually almost roll a dice. And if you are open enough to learning and open enough to healing, you can, off every decision, have the opportunity to learn and grow, whether that outcome is perceived by you to be good or bad, or it's perceived by the world to be good or bad. And along with that, I think in the early days, the things that really helped me was breath work. I struggled to do meditations. It was really hard for me to do meditations. Breath work really helped me a lot. I learned that as humans, we breathe way too shallow nowadays. So working on my breath work helped a lot. Journaling helped me a lot. And doing positive journaling every day. Gratitude journaling. What are 3 things that I'm grateful for? What is one big thing that I'm going to set out to achieve today? Getting all of that stuff on paper declutters your mind. And that also helped me to deal with anxiety.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Parita, if I can have 2 minutes, I just wanted to close off, but also respond to what Dylan said. You know, it's funny, when I was looking at that question, the first thing I said is attachment to expectations, right? If we're always thinking about the future and trying, and as an entrepreneur, and I work with many, you know, of course, you know, there's fears about, will I make payroll this month, right? Are we going to make our growth objectives? Like, you know, you have so many stresses on you, but if you're so focused focused and attached to the outcome in the future and you can't be present, you're not even able to take the next possible step that could get you towards that future goal. And so often what I say to clients is the only thing you have control over is the next step that you take in the direction of that. And if you can find a way to be present in that, and you will always flow forward in the way that you're meant to. And honestly, every single entrepreneur you ever speak to, there is always going to be a story where things felt like they were falling apart. But often it's in things falling apart that we actually rebuilt and actually found a way that was better than we even thought. We think we're geniuses sometimes and we have all the solutions, and often solutions find us in the hardest of times. So thank you for sharing that. I also want people to be aware there's a lot of science around how your emotions are stuck in your body. And so the idea behind breath work, right? We are constantly moving energy, and either that energy gets released or it gets stored in you. And so if you are feeling, issues in your gut, right? If you're noticing you're breathing heavily, if your heart's beating very fast, if your palms are getting sweaty, these are all emotions that are not getting expressed. So whether it's journaling, whether it's having a mentor at work, whether it's doing breath work, make sure that you have an outlet to literally the sponge of who you are, whether it's what you're taking in experiences, you're taking in what the food you're ingesting, whatever it is, your body must release that. So find avenues to do that. And so thank you both so much. I can't wait to hear the feedback from today's session. I'm so grateful for all of you who attended and spent the time with us. We didn't get to the brainstorm, but I wanted you to walk away with one exercise. In the polling, we identified a sense of purpose as being the most important dimension to this group who attended today. I would love for all of you to be able to take home with you just thinking about that dimension, why it's important to you. The why is really important. And what is one thing that you think you could start implementing today within your organization that could start really shifting the culture to really be more of a place of meaning, progress, and fulfillment for not only you, but the community you belong to. Remember, when we're thinking about cultural shifts, we support quality of life. It's not just about a bandaged solution, it's about actually walking the way that we're talking. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you, Salima. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you to the whole SAMCALP team. This has been such a pleasure. And I look forward to meeting you all again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Safia, Dylan, and Salima. It was lovely listening to all of y'all, and I'm sure the audiences that had the chance to listen to some lovely personal stories, and we'll give them the opportunity to reflect and think about the ways that they'd like to create mental well-being for themselves. Really, Sankalp is happy to have all of y'all onboarded and would love for all of you all to join the next sessions and keep sharing the impact that we tend to create constantly. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Ashish Kaushal, CEO of diversity staffing firm Higher Talent and the founder of Consciously Unbiased, a movement to build belonging in the workplace. Consciously Unbiased is all about amplifying the voices of impact makers and tapping into the power of the community to make real change happen. Today's topic is very special to me. Today's topic is about men as allies. We have a majority of the male panel today because I believe we have to stop talking about how to fix women. They don't need to be fixed. The systems do, and we have to talk about how many men show up in the workplace. After all, the majority of leadership positions are still held by men, so engaging more men is essential for advancing equality. We have some amazing leaders here to share the topics, to share what they've learned and how they can support women in the workplace. We have special guest Henry Rowling. He's the founder of Flying Cars Innovation. Welcome, Henry.
Hi there, welcome.
Brad Johnson, professor of psychology for the U.S. Naval Academy and co-author of Good Guys: How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we have David Smith, associate professor of Carey Business School at Johns Hopkins University and also author of co-author of Good Guys, How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace.
Thanks for including me.
Absolutely. And then Purvis Taylor, mental health advocate, life coach, wellness practitioner, author, and also a previous host in our Breaking the Bias podcast, if you guys are interested in checking that out later. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
And then Hira Ali, CEO of Advancing Your Potential and author of Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men lead through advocacy, as well as author of Her Way to the Top, a guide to smashing the glass ceiling. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'd love to start off with asking each of you how to tell us who you are in more detail and what you do and why the issue of men as allies is personally important to you. Hira, do you want to start?
Right, yes. Right, so first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm privileged to be the only woman on the table, in this table right now, but I think it's a welcoming change to have more men talk about gender equality than women. So as already introduced, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Advancing Your Potential. I'm also author of 2 books, Her Way to the Top and Her Allies. And I'm very passionate about gender equality, racial equality, and all forms of equality. And I talk a lot about and write a lot about allyship and women in leadership and racially diverse leadership. And I'm also recently started proudly owning the title of an activist because I talk and speak about things that I care about.
I love that. Me. And we'll go back to that later because I want to know the difference between an ally and an advocate or an activist. And so we'll definitely talk about that later on. Purvis, you're next.
Well, I think to add on to what you already shared, I am the co-founder of Alchemic Solutions, which is a program that's based here in New York City that teaches young men of color how to develop and cultivate emotional intelligence. And I think as it relates to gender equality, I think awareness is the beginning of everything. If we can teach ourselves to be aware of ourselves, then we can progress to being aware of other issues that are plaguing others. So I think that's my contribution.
Absolutely. Welcome. And Henry?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm co-founder of Flying Cars Innovation. So we develop new marketing campaigns for startups and NGOs and brands that do good in the world. I'm someone, essentially, the reason I'm interested in this as a topic is I'm someone that's come from a privileged background. So I'm a white man from a middle-class family. And I see lots of other people who are facing kind of far greater barriers than I've had to face in my life, and just want to use my platform to do something about that. So in my sort of career, I've worked at charities that support disabled people, homeless people, refugees, and in general, I don't see men doing enough to further the cause of women's equality. So I want to use the platform that I've built from the privilege I've had to do something about that.
I love it. And David, welcome as well.
Hello, thanks, and great to be here with everybody. So I guess in addition, it would be helpful, I'm a sociologist, and I do all of my research in the area of gender, work, and family. So thinking about gender perspectives on careers in the workplace and how family intersects with that. And, you know, I think one of the things that, as Brad and I started collaborating together and doing this work, we noticed very early on were that these are often framed, these gender inequities are framed as women's issues, and women, the solutions are often, from organizational perspectives, are often focused on women and fixing women, and not about the broader culture, the broader structure, and men, and how we can be part of the solution. So we love to reframe this as a leadership issue where we as men and women have a role and a function, a responsibility to be engaged in creating the kind of workplaces where we all want to work and thrive there. But I think also the personal connection I think is really important too, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about some maybe why these are things that are personally important to us as well.
Absolutely. And Brad, I'd love to hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, my why. You know, I am somebody, I'm a clinical psychologist who has spent his entire career researching mentoring relationships. And I, in all of that time, have seen the data. So part of it is scientific for me. I've seen the data showing that women just don't get the same level of mentoring. And even when they do, they often don't get sponsored. They don't get advocacy as part of their relationship the way that majority men do very naturally. So there's that kind of nerdly scientific part of me that got me into this work. But then there's the personal, like Dave, you know, there are women that I care about, maybe most notably my sister, who's a Navy captain, very senior officer in the Navy. I talk to her frequently about things that happened to her in the workplace because she's a woman that have never happened to me, even though we're very similar in our leadership style. And so I attribute some of my awareness and empathy, honestly, to my sister's willingness to share some of her experience.
Yeah, and I think that's important. It's a lot of times change happens because you connect the mind and the heart, and it affects you or somebody you love. And if you focus on that, then you really make it resonate. You know, make it personal. What does allyship mean to you? So can we start off with you, Brad?
Yeah. So, you know, I'm going to just put it in three big buckets, maybe in 1 minute here. And you know, this just comes from all the research Dave and I have done. That, you know, for me, it is the interpersonal. It's how I show up in my relationships and hold myself accountable. You know, and if we're talking about gender, how about just starting with learning how to listen more effectively? Apparently, we men struggle with that. Then there's the public side, right? Really putting myself out there, more skin in the game now. It's not just holding myself accountable. I have to hold others accountable, and especially other men. Got to be willing to call things out. How about loudly advocating, you know, for women? So there's that public piece. And the last bucket is really the systemic. This is harder even yet. Now I get to hold my own organization accountable and society accountable. I need to advocate. Someone mentioned advocacy here already, and boy, I got to become an advocate and ask questions about how my organization is missing it or getting it wrong, and how we need to improve so that this is a workplace that everyone can really show up and be authentic. So those are, for me, those are kind of the big three areas I like to focus on.
I love that, and those are manageable. Like if you break it into that, then it's more manageable than vague. So I love that. And David?
Yeah, just to build on, I think what Brad brought us there is, I think the language is important too, and remembering that, you know, allyship is not about rescuing. This is not doing things for somebody. This is doing things with, right? So we need to learn to come alongside and think about, how do we do this collaboratively? How do we show up as partners in the workplace and do this together? And again, because I think we have as much to gain and to learn as men as do women in the workplace, and we can do that for all of us together. The other thing, I think the really important aspect to remember just from a societal perspective, is that if we're ever going to get to gender equity in the workplace, and being a great ally in the workplace is one place to start, but we also have to remember we have to do this at home. And that, again, for those of us who are partnered with women, we know that women have historically done, you know, up to 2 to 3 times as much of the domestic labor and unpaid labor in the work at home. The pandemic has certainly exacerbated that. And if, you know, most of us tend to be in dual career couples. And if we're going to survive, we've got to be supportive of our partner's career and do our fair share as allies at home and doing the caregiving and all of that. So I think, again, showing up as allies means being good collaborators, good partners, and that partnership can start at home.
I love that. And, you know, one of the things that really resonated there was allyship isn't a favor, it's a strategic advantage. Right?
Correct.
Henry?
So some really good points already made. I think for me, allyship is around using the kind of power and network, using your brain, your influence, essentially to advance women's equality in practical ways whenever you can. So for me, the practicality of what you do is really, really important. So theory is very important as well. But for me, it's kind of how you show up when you're caught off guard or there's a situation that arises really quickly. So thinking about my own personal experiences of working in offices, you know, from time to time, people say things and I haven't always been able to react in that moment in the way that I would have liked to, looking back retrospectively. So for me, what's really important is, as being an ally, is to think about when you haven't done as you would have liked to have done and try to do better each time. So when you've fallen down or not kind of represented yourself as well as you can do, then trying to sort of be better each time. But I'm all about those kind of practical ways that you can sort of support.
Yeah, and then you brought up a really good point about self-reflection, because a lot of times we'll be embarrassed that we did something that wasn't kosher, and then kind of sweep it under the rug rather than actually reflecting and fixing it in the future. You know, Purvis.
Wow, you guys have provided some great answers. I don't know what to say. No, but you guys have really provided some great, insightful answers. I think if I can add anything, I would say, like, you know, allyship for me is being intentional and active. You know, being an ally on purpose, right? And really being utilizing my voice. So, like in those instances, those moments where, say, for instance, a women counterpart of mine, organization wanted to hire me, but I wasn't available, and I said I recommended my friend. And I said, pay her what you're going to pay me, or if her quote is higher than mine, pay her that. You know, so like being active and utilizing my voice when necessary, and doing it on purpose because she deserves that. And so, like, it's for me, it's just, you know, the intentionality behind it all.
I love that, and it has results as well, right? So you have to make sure that it's having an impact. It's not just spoken about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So I realized I didn't add my personal whys. The reason why I'm going to begin with that, the reason why I decided to write this book was because having worked in different countries and with different people in different cultures, I'd seen a specific trend holding women back, and not just in women, also in men. I would see that many of them were well-intentioned and they wanted to do something good in the space, but they often didn't know what to do or how to do it. And I decided that, you know, this is it. I'm going to write a toolkit for men. I don't know what I was thinking, telling men what to do. But yeah, that's what I decided to do. And that's the reason why I wanted to write a book in which men, despite whatever level they're at, they can actually take small steps, small actions. They don't have to be major influencers. They can just take, you know, tiny steps in order to support women in their circle. And for me, allyship is people who can choose to challenge themselves first, because it all begins with them, with you, right? Change begins with you. And then they can move on to challenge others, because that's really, really important, specifically when we're talking about male allies. Calling out others is, I think, the most important part for me. And then challenging the organization culture, and finally challenging the organization institution. So I think these were the 4 parts, which I see, that's how my book is also being divided into 4 parts. Allies who can challenge themselves, challenge others, challenge organization culture, and then finally challenge the institution. But yes, as David said, they're not to be saviors. We don't want to be saved. We don't want to be rescued. We need people who are, you know, working collaboratively with us, alongside us, who are mentors, sponsors, advocates, but not saviors.
I love that you wrote a book on it, because I do think change can be overwhelming, and by breaking it down to small steps, sometimes that really helps us. Right, the intention might be there, but then we're not sure where to start. And so I think that's amazing. I'm going to give you another question. So achieving gender equality will only be successful when we all realize it's all of our fight. It's not just a women's issue. How can we bring more men together to tap into the power of the collective? So what's one step from your book, basically?
Having these conversations, inviting men to take part in these conversations, and I think also making them comfortable, telling them that it's all right to make mistakes. It's not all right to not acknowledge responsibility. Of course, you will make mistakes. I think you can't really escape that. But if you do make mistakes, know when to acknowledge your responsibility, apologize, and show genuine intention. And then I think that is my whole focus, is to get people and find out what is it that's holding them back, because I usually start my talks by asking men what is holding them back. So finding their viewpoint and then trying to address it. As a woman, I think we both need to come halfway in order to achieve gender equality. So I think that's important, having more and more conversations.
Love it. Anyone else like to add to that?
I would add that I think one big hurdle sometimes for men, us men, it can be zero-sum thinking too, especially if this is new for me, that, hey, if we men lose or include more women, somehow we're losing opportunity that belong to us, or we're losing positions that belong to us, so there can be this kind of erroneous thinking that for women to share more equally in the workplace, men have got to sacrifice and lose. And I think what those men miss is all of the research data showing that actually when you include more women, and especially include more women in genuine leadership positions, your company does better, your organization thrives, and actually there's more opportunity for everybody, right? The bottom line increases, there are more positions, more opportunity. So the growth mindset versus the zero-sum thinking, I think we can lose sight of that, and we can feel defensive in a way that can undermine the ally behavior.
Absolutely. I was actually going to say that. I was going to say more akin to like, dominance is akin to lack as opposed to abundance. And I think for a lot of men in those positions, they think that there's not enough room for everyone. And so like that scarcity mindset,
Yes.
as he so eloquently stated, that has contributed to why we can't expand beyond that. And so when she really, it's really a mindset. It's really teaching them that dominance is not the way. And so like it's really about mindset.
Absolutely. And diversity of thought, honestly, is a strategic advantage, and groupthink is a way to sort of make your business less relevant. So I think that's something that we always have to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, I think one of the other aspects, Purvis, you were touching on this, that we don't always understand, to shift that mindset, understand the benefits, right? That there's actually something in this for everybody. Everybody wins when we do this really well. And so we see, one of the ways to overcome some of the reluctance to engage or to be the kind of allies that we're looking for, active and really in doing the work, is we don't have the kinds of relationships with people who are different from us, right? So that we become better allies through understanding people's experiences. We develop empathy and really have our eyes open to what's going on around us. And often that's part of what gets in touch with that, back to that sense of personal motivation to do the work, right? To be a better ally is understanding, again, people who have been around you that are important to you, how they've experienced things in a way that is not just, it's not fair. And then again, most of us have that sense of fairness or justice to get involved and to do the work. And, but I think it's also as we begin to understand the benefits for not only our organization, but for ourselves as men, that we become better leaders. And it's through the kinds of relationships that we're having and the work that we're doing there that begins to expand this pie. And that's how we get past that zero-sum thinking.
Absolutely. Henry, you wrote an article or a post on LinkedIn on how to be a better ally to women, and it got thousands of reactions. Any advice on how male leaders can find their real voice around allyship and social media and inspire other men to do the same thing?
Yeah, it was a really interesting process to go through. So I just wrote the LinkedIn post and wasn't really expecting it. I own a business, so I write content quite regularly, and it normally just does okay, but it doesn't go sort of viral. And this really did kind of go viral. It seemed to really resonate with people, and I think one of the reasons for that was the sort of scarcity of men talking about this kind of stuff online and social media. So I think kind of in the digital space, there's a kind of blurring between work, politics, personal brand building. It all gets quite messy for people, and they don't really kind of know how to react to that, other than sometimes hiding behind sort of corporate statements around diversity. And if people actually use their authentic voice to talk about these issues, it really resonates and cuts through. So I think thinking about the sort of digital space and finding your authentic voice and what you can say about a particular issue, there is a kind of fear that men have around saying the wrong thing and kind of getting a pile on, and people kind of, cancelling them and feeling really kind of scared about saying what they really feel around this. So I think the way that, I don't see a lot of CEOs making particularly interesting statements around racial issues or disability issues or women's issues, they're very much kind of hiding behind a corporate cloak, and I feel like that's kind of one of the problems that stops an honest conversation about lots of things. So I think thinking about what your authentic voice is that you can add to a conversation is you really kind of need to think about when you learn the most about a particular issue. So you might revert to when something went well, but actually I think the best time to reflect on when you learn the most is when something's failed or when you've fallen down in a particular scenario, and being honest with yourself. So I think for digital spaces, if you've got something to say, you need to say it with that authenticity. So in the US, the gender pay gap is like 80%. So I think women get paid 80% of what men get paid, and it's something pretty similar for the UK. And if that angers you, which it should do, and I think most people, it would anger most people, then you really need to say that. Don't hide behind sort of corporate statements that you wheel out once a year for International Women's Day, which I think a lot of CEOs do. You need to say practically what you're going to do to fight against that 20% of free work, essentially, that you're expecting all of your female employees to do. And that's really important. And that is how you can kind of find your voice online, is to speak with passion and honesty, and talk about when you failed and how you can get better. So in my sort of working career, when I worked at businesses and organizations, I did quite a lot of hiring, and I didn't get all of those decisions right. And sometimes I made decisions that were based on my bias, and sometimes it was because of conflict avoidance or trying to get out of the situation that was difficult in terms of structural issues. I didn't get everything right. I try harder each day to be better, and that's my authentic position. It's not to kind of go online and say, hey, I'm great, I've done everything great all the time, because that's not realistic. Yeah. But then social media encourages us to put our best foot, the best things. You put your best picture on Instagram, you put your best memories on Facebook. That's not a true reflection of who we are.
Yeah, and I think we also need to sort of reward, and what you did was basically authentic. You combined authenticity with strength and vulnerability, right? And putting yourself out there. And I think that was really what resonated and helped. And I think that's something that we normally haven't rewarded men for, is being vulnerable. And that's been shown as a weakness. And I think that's not a weakness. It's actually a strength. And it gets people to go to war for you,
Yeah.
Here, what is the most important first step men can take to advocate for women that you learned when you wrote Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men through advocacy? And to add to that, can you tell us the difference between advocacy and allyship?
Gosh, where do I start? There's so many steps, but of course, the first step would be to challenge yourself. And I think the very first thing when you're challenging yourself is to educate yourself, because you can't change what you're not aware of. So I think it's important to not only do your research and read about it, but also go and expand your social circle and meet with people who are not like you. Because I can't believe the number of times I've had to tell men that just because women in your circle haven't vented out to you, haven't shared a grievance, or it hasn't happened to them, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It still exists. It exists with other groups of women, which you probably are not aware of. So I think expand your social circle. And also when you're educating yourself, I think it's important to look at challenges impacting women through an intersectional lens, because sometimes women can experience marginalization because of the multiple identities they own. So not stereotyping, not generalizing or assuming that just because she's a woman of color, so her experience is going to be very similar to another woman of color, which is not true. Because as an Asian, brown, Muslim woman, my experience might be very different from a Black woman. So every experience is valid. Every experience is unique. You can't cluster, you can't generalize, you can't dilute the challenges of one group and say that, this is what all women are experiencing. So I think it's important to look at it from an intersectional lens, be it gender identity, be it sexuality, sexual orientation, disability, socioeconomic background, ethnicity, race, faith. So that's important. Um, and allyship and advocacy. Well, you got me there because I'm just thinking, what is the difference between allyship and advocacy? But I think allyship is, from what I can see, allyship, you can be like a silent ally. You don't have to. I mean, in your own capacity, you can be an ally, and you can whether it's at home, whether it's with your friends, whether it's in your organization, you can be an ally in your own little area. But when you start advocating for it, when you start speaking out, when you start championing it, and you start talking about it, tweeting about it, sharing articles, writing, like Henry's written this post about it. So I think that's when allies become advocates, because they're not only silently being allies to women in their circle, but they're also actively advocating about it. So I think that's how I feel what the difference is. But I think over to the rest of the people.
Yeah, Dr. Johnson, do you have any thoughts around that? I know you talked about this in the past too.
I love the way Hero's talking about this, and it's funny. I haven't heard so much about advocacy separate. I realize you can do that, though. Hearing Hero say that has been helpful for me. I could be an advocate without doing any other ally stuff, and I think there's some real truth there.
Yeah.
I think when Dave and I are having conversations with men, we sort of put this all on a continuum, right? And we want to be so inclusive. We want to invite men in, recognizing that there's somewhere on the continuum. There are men, let's be honest, who are apathetic. And we don't encounter that many of those guys, right? I just don't really even care about gender equity or diversity. It doesn't even register as significant. I find very few men are apathetic about this. But there are men who are, maybe just sticking their big toe in the water. And yeah, I realize there are some inequities. I'm trying to understand this. I have some awareness, but I'm really not sure what to. And then you move a little farther on that continuum, and there are men who are a lot more active, right? These guys may call some things out in meetings when there's bias or sexism. These are men who are more deliberately and publicly mentoring and sponsoring women. So there are men on that kind of active phase of the continuum. And then you move to the far end, opposite of apathetic. And I think you start getting to advocacy, again, under this big umbrella, maybe of allyship. And those are the gentlemen who tend to really be leading on this. They lend their voice. You heard Henry is writing about this, online. So he's being more of an advocate. He's putting himself out there, I think, and also willing to put skin in the game when it comes to joining causes or lending my political capital and privilege to causes that I really value and that are important, that promote this. But I think to Hero's point, I'm convinced that you could do the advocacy piece without, necessarily being an ally in other ways. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyone else have thoughts around that?
I think one of the challenges here also, just to kind of call out maybe one of the elephants in the room, is that I think around allyship, we've seen the faux, fake, or performative allyship is one of the challenges that, when we see people being true advocates and co-conspirators, they're really living it, right? They're doing it, 24/7 every day, and we know that. Whereas performative allyship can be done by choice, right? When you want to do it, or when it's advantageous for you to do it, when it makes you look good, and it's really often very, it's just very cursory, and it can sound like a lot of nice talk, and there's really not a lot of action, and you're really probably not putting any skin in the game. And I think that was one of the things that, when Brad and I were doing some of the interviews with men for our book, Good Guys, that a lot of men talked about how they really felt like, when they were really being that advocate, that's when they were really putting some skin in the game. They felt a sense of maybe personal risk or professional risk. They felt vulnerable in those situations. And it's really interesting to see when we when we can kind of sense that and feel that
Mm.
I am really uncomfortable, I'm in a place where I'm uncomfortable, and then just getting okay, it's okay to be in this space, right? This is something I've got to learn to become more comfortable with, and doing that work and overcoming some of the things, the signals and the perceptions around us that we're worried about.
No, absolutely. And speaking of that, do you think we need to value and reward men for non-traditional behavior, such as being collaborative, and how this might help advance equality for all? Should we change the word masculinity to maybe leveraging your strengths for progress to get more men aboard?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because, one of the challenges here is that we don't want to reinforce, what we call the pedestal effect of, so when men do something right, and they get put up on a pedestal for doing what they should be doing, and
Yeah.
and I completely agree with that. The challenge is that just calling out negative behavior right all the time, it doesn't always lead to the kind of results that we're looking for. So sometimes having some positive reinforcement we know works really well. And so finding ways that, because sometimes I think as leaders, we're often doing things that we go, well, that's just who I am as a leader. It's the right thing to do for my people. And we don't necessarily understand the impact of it. We do it because it is the right thing. It's just who I am and who I am as a leader. But sometimes having one of our close colleagues or maybe one of our subordinates tell us that, hey, today when you did that, it really meant a lot to me, and here's why.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh wow, I had no idea the impact I was having. And so sometimes sharing some of that person, that reinforcing aspect, I think is really helpful. But to your point about should we change, right? Should we change how we talk about masculinity or more traditional masculine behaviors? And I think absolutely. I think a lot of things as leaders, if we just keep it in a leadership perspective, a lot of things as leaders that we did or maybe were trained or socialized to do from a 20th century perspective are just not working in this 21st century, and they're not valued, and we know the research shows us that that's the case, and that we're losing, right? We're losing, as leaders, we're not as effective as we can be. You're not encouraging the right kind of performance. We're not attracting the right kind of talent in our organization. So it's just suboptimal. And I think the sooner we can get to more men understanding that what's really valued and what's really making a difference, then that's what's going to change the workplace.
Absolutely.
And if I can add a woman's perspective to this, when you're talking about appreciating men for being allies, I know there are a lot of controversial opinions on this, but I personally believe that because there's such few men doing it, I think you do need to recognize. I mean, I do. I always make them, I make videos. I put David and Brad in videos. I celebrate them. I celebrate the men in my life, my husband, my father, my brother, like who I think it's important to recognize these efforts. Yes, do not, I mean, this should be normalized. But because I think not many people are doing it, I think if we acknowledge it and recognize it and appreciate it, encourage it, we'll have more role models and we'll have more people doing it. So I personally believe that, yes, you should recognize those who are standing up as allies.
Great points. Dr. Johnson, what role do men play in gender equality in that movement? And then what's your response to be a man who argues this is versus sexism? Why do we sometimes see defensiveness around this topic?
Wow. Well, I can probably streamline my answer because my main thought about that, Ashish, is back to zero sum thinking. When I hear the reverse sexism comment, I have to equate that in my own mind with defensiveness. That hey, this is not fair to me. I'm going to lose. It can reflect a fundamental sense of defensiveness. And, beyond the zero sum thinking, just missing all of the information about how we all thrive when we're more inclusive and we have more diversity and creativity on our teams. There's also an issue of privilege here. And I think you got to have Dave and I have taken to calling this the P word because men find privilege so aversive, when you bring that up. But you got to talk about the P word, right? And the irony here is that when I, as a majority cisgender white male, call things out, advocate for fairness and inclusion, on average, I take a bump up right, in my annual evaluations because I'm a gender champion. Wow, look at that guy. Look how terrific he is. When a woman does exactly the same thing, or any other minoritized group, on aggregate, they're going to take a hit, right? Because they're just pursuing their own best interests, or they're abrasive, or you name it. It's only when I really understand what Dave and I have taken to calling this, invisible backpack of privilege that I've been carrying around my whole life as a white male. I have not been aware, honestly, of the tailwinds I've had my whole life. Once I recognize I have this backpack and all this opportunity, then I get to actually use it. I get to start sharing it. I get to actually start changing the workplace. It can be a really powerful thing to become aware of my privilege. And especially when I'm aware that, hey, I'm not losing when I use this because my backpack constantly refills. As a white man, it never gets depleted.
Yep.
Once I have that kind of, epiphany taken to heart, I think I become really empowered to begin sharing that. And I think that's what can change men's attitudes and their behavior. But that getting to that awareness, I think, is a challenge.
No, absolutely. So do you think maybe if our assumptions are wrong? Like we're assuming that power is finite, and so for me to get something, you have to lose it. And then the second thing is, there's probably a factor of guilt if I acknowledge that I had some sort of advantage, then you're taking away from my progress or whatever I've earned.
I think that's a big part of the defensiveness around privilege. Yes, whenever you bring up privilege, and it doesn't matter whether it's around gender or race or any other group, there's this immediate defensiveness that, hey, I worked hard, to get where I am. And I think, message back about that is, of course, you worked hard, but so did everybody else. And you just haven't had these constant headwinds. You haven't been aware of it because you've had the backpack and the tailwinds. It's only when I really grasp that. We are not diminishing you or your hard work. We're just pointing out your experience has been quite different and you just haven't been aware of that. So I think it's having, that kind of humble authenticity and maybe flash of insight that really begins to change hearts and behavior.
Yeah. And I don't think it takes away from your capability. Like reality is I may have an old boys network and I got somewhere because that gave me a little bit of advantage, but if I wasn't capable, I still couldn't get there, but it did give me an advantage. And so we have to recognize that. Purvis, you wrote an article. As a Black man, I understand Will Smith's reaction, but that wasn't the way. Can you share your thoughts on men's roles as a protector of women and what you think is a better way forward?
Yes. So firstly, I was so grateful that the Griot reached out to me to write that piece. They wanted to get my opinion because I'd worked with them before and they knew that I was probably going to offer a completely different perspective than the other op-ed pieces that were out there. And, in writing it, I was thinking about, because, Will Smith kept saying that he wanted to protect Black women. And I was thinking around the word protection. And when we think about it, at the core of it, we're talking safety, right? Protecting someone from harm. And in one respect, physical harm, there is a need for protection in that sense. But when you expand it, there's also, safety of one's dignity, of one's pride, of one's humanity. And I think about that in terms of protecting women. Like it's not necessarily this rescuing, right, which we've already covered, because no one's a savior, but I think it's about making sure that someone's dignity is still intact. And the way that we affirm one's dignity is to make sure that they get the same rights and privileges that we get, right? And so when I think about it, I teach men emotional intelligence, and at the core of it is the foundation of it is self-awareness. And then we get to self-management, then we get to social awareness, then we get to relationship management. Even within, Brad, to your point, even within your privilege, you've experienced some injustice, right? And if you can tap into that injustice and recognize that there are people who experience that injustice you've experienced all the time, right? We can cultivate that empathy, right? And then once we get to the social awareness aspect, that's where we develop compassion. Compassion is action. That's how we manage the relationship, is through compassion. And one of the things I always say is that a person who is committed to their healing journey, so to be emotionally intelligent means that you have to be introspective and reflect over your life and think about your choices and how you've shown up to now, right? And think about your fragilities, your frailties, your traumas, all those things, right? So when you're thinking about your healing journey, any person who is committed to being on a healing journey, it would hurt them to see someone else in pain or in flux, right? So healed people heal people, right? And so we have to teach men. One of the things I try to teach men is to be committed to your healing journey. That's why I wrote the book Heal Forward. Heal with the future in mind, but you can only heal if you're helping others to heal as well. So we have to get men to be committed and intentional on their healing journeys.
I love that perspective.
Yep.
Anyone else add to that?
I think Purvis said it all. Oh, go ahead, Hira.
Sorry, Brad, you go ahead.
No. Yeah.
No, I think, as a person belonging to a racially diverse group and who ticks many boxes, I think what Purvis said, it really hit the nail. You really do need to heal yourself, because a lot of us are carrying past trauma of injustices and, the way we've been treated, and discrimination and interpersonal prejudice, and all these things has affected us. And there's a thing known as acculturative stress, which I've recently been talking about, which a lot of people don't know, but people from racially diverse groups, marginalized groups, even women, because they have been diminished and trivialized and debased in such a long time, they have an acculturative stress where they have to adapt to the values of a dominant group. For example, if I'm the only woman in the room or the only woman of color. And that is a lot of stress. That's a lot of anxiety. And if you put in actual lived experiences in that, then that can really create havoc in a person's life. So I think what Purvis says is, I completely relate to that. It's important for you to heal, because if you're not healing, then you will be reacting at everything. But when you are healed, then you'll be able to, and you heal by helping others and reaching out to others. So I think, yes, that definitely resonated.
Yeah. I was also thinking, like, if you guys, do you guys see the Oprah interview with him prior to the event? Right. It's almost like he was trying to fix his trauma of not being able to protect his mom by instilling more trauma, and that doesn't really justify like the response, because then we never get out of this cycle.
Yeah. And that's why it's so important for us to heal and be committed and intentional about it. Men in particular, is because that's my, what I specialize in. We don't have a lot of times we're not introspective. We don't have the language, and we also don't have the accountability. And to your point earlier, we don't understand, vulnerability is truly a strength, and vulnerability, it's a risk as well, because it's an invitation for feedback, right? That's really what vulnerability is. It's an invitation to feedback. And I think if we're honest, I'll be honest, I've been afraid of feedback.
Oh, absolutely. Because then if you don't like the response, then it makes you feel really bad.
Absolutely. And I think, and then that becomes shameful, and then that becomes, and then we tuck and hide, and then we just put on the, the masculine face, or whatever that is,
Yeah.
And one follow on to that, Purvis, Dave and I find it so interesting that the men who tend to get really good feedback, to your feedback point, tend to be those men who respond to it really effectively.
Absolutely.
They welcome it. And even if they've really gotten it wrong, they show gratitude for that and say, thank you. Wow, I had no idea. They might even be authentic enough to say, that's really painful for me to hear. I had no idea that I was blowing it like that. And this is a little hard for me. Could I come back to you, maybe in a day or so, and continue this conversation? Because I know I need to get better. And let me just also thank you for trusting me enough to share that, because I know that wasn't easy. Men who tend to do that are those guys who really have this cluster of confidants around them who trust them enough to continue giving them the feedback.
Absolutely. And they're also on their healing journeys as well.
So you're kind of saying our strengths are like, or what we perceive strengths are sort of routed in insecurity on some level? Like me being machismo or whatever, I'm just like, it's a way to sort of mask something else that I'm not really sure about.
Yeah, it can, because I think, this kind of goes full circle, right? To make myself vulnerable and to really be humble and to accept that, be open to this kind of feedback, you're acknowledging that. I think one of the challenges there is that people feel like they're accepting that risk and the risk of what they're seeing happen around them, especially for more senior people, CEOs, for example, back to the cancel culture, right? Of that I'm going to get canceled if I'm that vulnerable, I'm that open and that honest and humble about this. But I think what we find is that the reality is that it's something different, right? That when men are putting themselves out there, and this is part of who they are as leaders, as people, that we are on that journey, that healing journey, as Purvis was talking about, that people will meet us there. They'll meet us where we are, and they really, I think, appreciate that authenticity.
Absolutely.
So going back to the cancel culture issue, in this environment, leaders really are afraid to make mistakes and saying things wrong. They don't have permission to be honest, even if the intent is there. And that really does affect allyship. And so how do we give them the space to learn and not be perfect, but actually just push the movement forward?
I think as a woman, I would say that if a man has made a mistake or said something accidentally which was sexist or racist or, transphobic, homophobic, whatever it is, but that person did it because of lack of awareness and is genuinely apologetic and is acknowledging responsibility, saying sorry and ready to move on and not repeat the mistake. I think that genuineness does come across, and it's going to really help the person. Of course, if you are resorting to half-hearted cover-ups and making excuses and defending yourself and being dismissive, then that might backfire. That might go in a very wrong direction. But if you are genuine, if you're authentic, if you're vulnerable, people most of the time are able to recognize that, and hopefully you will not be cancelled. But yes, I think given the environment that we are in, it's difficult to say what can get you into trouble. But again, I would say authenticity, vulnerability, acknowledging responsibility. These are the keys. If you can do that, then hopefully everything is going to be okay, and you will be accepted even for your mistakes, and you will be forgiven.
Absolutely. We all have biases. It's part of being human. Our collective biases can show up in systems that contribute to gender inequalities. How can we become more self-aware and start to interrupt our own biases? Like, what's one action step you guys do to sort of shortcut that decision-making or stop the decision-making shortcut process?
I think in terms of biases, it's important that you kind of speak to people outside of your echo chamber is really important. So social media allows you to build really kind of unhealthy echo chambers of people who just agree with you. And I think, Twitter and even LinkedIn allows you to just kind of connect with people who think the same way as you, and that's really unhealthy in some ways, because you're not being you can avoid people whose opinions you don't like. So I think we all hold biases, and sometimes they're overt, and people are not capable of kind of moving beyond them. Speak to people, listen to what they say. So you can speak to people and kind of switch off, but really kind of listen to what they say, get content from outside of your echo chamber, and understand. I think one of the issues with sort of men's fear of cancelling and that kind of thing is men are not used to being uncomfortable. They're not used to white men are not used to walking into a room and it being full of people who are not the same as them. And even talking about allyship and women's issues online, not everyone's going to agree with you and they're going to come back at you, but you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you're going to change anything, because
absolutely,
If you don't do that, then nothing will change at all, and you can build these kind of walls around yourself. So getting comfortable with being uncomfortable is incredibly important, and that's one of the things that I put on this LinkedIn post was, get into spaces where you are the only person of a certain type. So last year, I mentored through a network called Like-Minded Females, a really brilliant mentoring network. And it was mostly women mentoring women. I can't even remember how I came across this network, but they asked me to mentor, and I was a bit like, am I allowed to? Can I do it? Like, is this okay? Anyway, it was okay. And it was a really kind of great experience. So you have to get outside of your echo chamber and read deeply, read different perspectives. And then when you're faced with stuff you're uncertain about, lean into it and not run away. But I think most of the time men run away from those situations. So if I put a post online around intersectional issues, around women's issues, I know that 90% of the people that interact with that are going to be either women or people of color. There'll be no white men that interact with that post because they'll be like, oh, that's not for me. I'm not really interested in that. So yeah. That's how I think you can confront your own biases.
I love that. Anyone else want to add to that?
I think that if we're talking about gender, just one add-on, I was nodding my head to everything Henry said, but I one subtle thing that I've had to learn slowly, and I've had to kind of work at this, are some of the more subtle forms of sexism that I think we can miss, and especially as men, because we don't receive it as much. So, how about benevolent sexism, right? All of that stuff that sounds chivalrous, it sounds positive, it sounds protective on the surface. Like, hey, we shouldn't consider Hira for that promotion because, she has kids. Well, that sounds positive, right? But no, it's not. I'm making all kinds of assumptions about her. I don't know what she wants, but I should take the time to check with her. Hey, can I put you forward for this? Are you even interested? But too often we default to the benevolent sexism. And I think when people hear it, they don't pick up on the fact that this is one of those death by 1,000 cuts women experience every day. It undermines them, right? It takes away their autonomy. And so it's not just the egregious sexism and bias I need to look for. I need to educate myself, to Henry's point, about some of the more subtle kinds of things. And I see that as being maybe the next step and the next challenge.
Absolutely.
I think one other thing we can do, and I think one of the ways I think about this is how do I put it into action every day, and certainly from my background as a sociologist, I think about the language aspect of it, and certainly we find biased language, right, in lots of different ways. And as you learn that something is biased, is then the hard part there is, it's like, well, how am I going to change that for myself? Because that sounds like a lot of work, and it is, and it's really, I mean, just try to, for example, if you always go into a meeting and you refer to large groups of people as just generically guys, which has become so culturally common in lots of different settings, and everybody's like, well, yeah, I didn't mean to privilege the men in the room. I wasn't really I was referring to the women, everybody in the room in that way. It's like, well, but it's not really all that inclusive of language. Could you use a different term, a different way to address people so that everybody felt included? And you're in the way that you did that, you'll find yourself, as you begin to work on that, catching yourself, and you probably will make the mistake of continuing to use the word over and over again, but you'll start to catch yourself, and it almost becomes frustrating in some ways, until you get to the point where it's like, now I'm actually thinking far enough in advance where I'm actually changing it. I'm thinking about it. All right, so I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say this instead. And now I change it. And now that's the first practice, right, in terms of changing behavior in a direction that we're looking for. And it takes time, especially, I think, the older we are, the more time we've spent in one particular culture, around one set of workplace experiences. It's hard to change these behaviors that we've used for a long time.
No, absolutely. I love that. And it's almost kind of where we were going to end this with too. So I think you kind of rolled us right into that. So consciously unbiased, we talk about microprogressions, and they're basically small action steps that you can do to change the culture or an environment within an organization. And so I'd love to hear one small action step that can lead to a big impact over time that men can take to support women at work. And I'll give you an example of a microprogression that I learned early on in when COVID started, was that we were doing these Zoom calls, and I'd always want to get my idea across, so I'd cut people off and talk over them, right? And what does that do? So if you're a minority, it went and sends a subconscious signal that you're not important to me and your ideas aren't, because I was so busy trying to barf my ideas onto you. And so one small action step I do is now I listen, digest what you're asking for, and then respond to the question you're asking for, rather than pushing something that you don't really care about. So that's an example of microprogression.
Thank you.
I like that. That's very good. Active listening, which is what that is, right? Active listening on purpose, and listening to what is said and what is not said. And I think, I try to cultivate that in my CEO clients often, is to listen to what's not being said, listen to the body language, listen to the tone of voice, right? Just being intentional about your leadership, being intentional about listening, because people, believe it or not, people can tell how you're listening to them. So that is a great micro progression.
Love that.
I would add to that and say that I'm a huge fan of surveys and polls. I love to do surveys and polls every now and then to capture experiences of people and find out what exactly it is that they want. So I would say go and talk to women, either through surveys, polls, or have actual conversations rather than assuming what women want and what they don't want. Find out from them what is it that want, what is it that they want. And once they do share their grievances, or once they do vent out, don't dismiss them, and don't treat bias as a dirty word. Accept that we are all biased, because if we are dismissing that, we're dismissing science. The brain functionality is designed in such a way that we all develop. We all have a biases. As a woman, I have biases against other women too. But what we do need to do, there's no button that you can consciously press and stop the bias. You have to actually question yourself all the time and take a step back, because we've grown up with deeply entrenched biases. So I think if we can consciously take a step back and see what is it that we're doing wrong, and question ourselves, what assumptions am I making on the basis of a person's gender, race, ethnicity, faith, or any other protected characteristic? I think that would really help.
I love the way you put that. I've never heard it said that way before, especially about the bias piece and questioning science. I'm going to use that if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll keep mine really short. I'm going to hit the sponsorship piece. My micro progression, if you happen to be a male and you happen to be a male with any seniority, it's not enough to be nice to women and to mentor them that way. You need to talk about talented women when they're not even in the room. Tell other people why they're rock stars, why they should be considered. Tell them about their great performance. This requires more skin in the game and risk on your part, but you need to step up and do that.
Love that.
Right.
And on the note of gender equity starts at home. If you're not sure if you're partnered with a woman, you're not sure if you're doing your fair share and being a great ally at home, go home tonight and do your domestic audit and ask. And when she tells you, here's places you could be stepping up your game, time to go take a macro progression and step it up big time, and then do the same thing at work, right? And when it's your turn to take the kids to the doctor or stay home with sick kids or something like that, don't slink out the back door quietly. Leave loudly. Leave so it normalizes it for everybody, junior men, and for the women, so it's not so stigmatizing for them.
Absolutely.
And I will say something different. So buy from female-owned businesses. So women don't want more mentoring. They don't want more kind of unsolicited advice. They want you to buy from their business if they're a business owner. So buy from female-owned businesses.
Love it. But thank you all so much. This is so enlightening, and we're honored to have you today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fun conversation.
In the next module in Creating Educational Technologies, we're going to be exploring artificial intelligence. Now, during this module, we're going to be examining the various aspects of artificial intelligence as it relates to education and exploring it as an educational technology, a tool for use in teaching and learning. This week, we're going to examine the concept of artificial intelligence, the fundamental theories behind that, how artificial intelligence is being applied to education, and some of the opportunities that are arising from that. And then we're going to narrow in and look at a particular application of artificial intelligence, and that is around chatbots. And the particular tool that you're going to be using in your portfolio assessment in creating a chatbot using the tool BotLibra. So first off, there is a document in the course material that explores the concept of artificial intelligence and how it can relate to AI in education. So I'd like you to read through that document. It's not incredibly long, and there's sort of small snippets within there, but it's about 30 or 40 pages. So skim through that, but look at some of the fundamental concepts that are behind artificial intelligence. Now, you don't need to understand them in great depth, but you do need to have a general overview of what we mean by artificial intelligence in education. So look at the text Intelligence Unleashed, and through your examination of this document, it explains how the general model for the use of artificial intelligence in education is that we have not just one model, but three. Over time, we've found that trying to address all of artificial intelligence as it relates to learning and the teaching processes can't really be encompassed in a single model. So the general philosophy currently is that there are three fundamental models that make up educational artificial intelligence applications. The first is a domain model, and this is a model that relates to the content of what is being taught. So often this is in a rule-based model, a whole lot of key words that relate to particular topics and explanations about what those terms mean. Or it may relate to a body of knowledge that's been trained in various artificial intelligence applications to be able to interpret what the content is about and provide learning context around that content that students can engage with. Now with that, we then have a pedagogy model, which interacts with the domain model, and it engages in various ways of teaching. So it may be presenting information in small chunks and quizzing students on their understanding of that content. Or it may be interpreting students' questions and interpreting how best to provide answers to that. And more commonly now, it may be adaptive in that it will adjust the responses based upon the perceived understanding of the learner. And this is where we bring in the third model, which is the learner model. So it's an understanding of the learner. What are their strengths, their weaknesses, what pedagogical approaches best work with that learner, how that learner has developed, what level they are at in terms of various hierarchical instructional processes. But it encompasses a portfolio of the learner that the AI systems, the domain model and the pedagogy model can interact with and customize things to suit the individual needs of the learner. So those three models represent different processes that work interactively to create a interaction with the learner, with the AI system that's helping them with their learning. And together this creates what's called a learner interface, and generally it has interactive content, which is tailored to suit the particular needs of the learner, and a process of evolving that adaptability, which we call, well, it's defined around data capture, but there's a range of AI systems where we collect data on how the student is learning, how they're interacting with the pedagogy, how they're interacting with the content, what sort of words they're using, which words are generating a correct response, which words are creating incorrect responses. And a lot of AI systems rely upon the capture of data about their learning interactions. And then they refine that process. And the best AI systems refine those automatically, and we call that machine learning, where over time, the AI tutorial or tutor gets better and better because it has been trained on more and more students and more interactions with different students, and it learns over time how to be a better teacher. And that's what really differentiates an AI application, and particularly a machine learning supported AI application, from a simple programmed instruction material. So that data analysis ideally is done by the computer, the AI system itself, but sometimes it can be done by humans, and we call those rule-based systems. They're much more manually intensive because the computer's not doing it all itself, and they tend to be much more limited, and we'll talk about some of those limitations as we go. But the fully automated systems that learn from the interactions, that's where the power of AI and machine learning is revolutionizing a whole range of industries, not just education, but it could be optimizing processes for flying a plane in terms of autopilots, or optimizing processes for selling goods via online stores, and which prompts to provide to customers, which color schemes and all the rest best meet the needs of particular customers. And where it's successful, where a sale is achieved, those particular properties are reinforced. And where it's unsuccessful, where a sale is not achieved, the particular properties that were tried out are reduced. So it's less likely to try that approach again. And through thousands and thousands of interactions, it refines itself, it learns, and becomes better at selling. Just one example of many, many different applications of artificial intelligence. It could be around garbage collection. It could be around being able to translate words correctly and become more efficient in voice translation. Lots of different processes use these fundamental mechanics. We're interested in and focused more on the educational application. Same mechanics as being used in an autopilot or a voice translation system, but we're applying it to a tutoring process, a teaching process of improving the learning of a student interacting with the AI system. And collectively, this becomes what's called the open learner model, which is a set of processes that provide instructions and advice to students to support their learning. But it can also help inform teachers. We don't just have to use AI systems on their own. They can be used in conjunction with traditional teaching practices, and they can provide us advice and understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of our students, and how we can go about improving their learning interactions. So we shouldn't just think of AI as a replacement for other processes, in our case teaching. Very often it can be used as a way of augmenting the processes. Now, of course, the concern is often that that augmentation will eventually migrate to replacement, and that is true. Many systems that can be replaced by computers will be. But in the meantime, certainly over the next decade or so, there'll be a transition process whereby we will work with AI systems to improve various processes, and in our case, the processes of teaching. So go through the document and it will explain some of the nuances of these terms and processes in a little bit more detail. But what we're really interested in is how we can now use these AIs for education, how we can apply it. So again, on the website, you'll see a number of other documents in terms of how AI is used in education. And have a look at some of those and make a suggestion on how you feel that artificial intelligence is and will be used in education, and post that response to Teams. And we'll discuss that further in the tutorials. But have a look at the different applications for artificial intelligence. This is a summary. So first off, artificial intelligence can be used for the basic processes we have in education. Say role taking. Using image recognition, we can have a camera set up and that will automatically detect the students that are in our class and determine who's there and who's not. And that will save a lot of time. Make role taking, which normally takes about 10 minutes of a lesson, much more efficient and effective. But other things can also be applied around that. Grading is one that a lot of effort's being put into. We've had systems to automate marking for, say, multiple choice questions for a long time. They haven't really required any AI because they were very simple processes. But automatically marking an essay or a scientific experiment or computer program starts becoming more complex and difficult, but not impossible, particularly when we introduce machine learning processes where the AI can become more experienced and better at doing things over time through practice, just as humans learn. So systems for automatic grading are in place now, and many of them are exceeding what human graders can achieve in terms of the accuracy in the marking of student work. Now that's a little bit confronting because it used to be something that we thought humans would be dominant with, and that's a fundamental experience with artificial intelligence applications. There's always things that we think that we just done by humans, and over time we find ways for computers and AI systems to achieve the same processes and often exceed them. Now, the key aspect at the moment is around what we call outliers, where there are things that we haven't thought about. Now, inexperienced humans also have that same problem. When things come up that we haven't thought about, we make mistakes and fail in achieving things. We do well with things that we're practiced and trained and taught how to do, but strange things we have difficulty with. And so does AI systems. And machine learning allows the AI to make educated guesses. That's where it's different to rule-based AI, where in a rule-based system, we have to have programmed in the responses. And if we haven't programmed in a response, then the AI really doesn't know what to do. But with machine learning processes, and we use words such as neural networks and things like that, which we'll talk a little bit about, the AI can go through a series of probability comparisons and make a reasoned, educated guess at what a good response would be. And over time, as it makes those guesses and it identifies which of those guesses are successful versus which are unsuccessful, its ability to make correct guesses improves, just as a human being would do so. So some other applications. We talked a little bit about having adaptive learning tools, and that's a really big focus area for AI tutorials, because one of the holy grails of education is to have one-to-one tutorials where you can have a close interaction with a student and guide them through in their learning by really understanding in detail all of their strengths and weaknesses and interests, and being able to tailor how they learn and what they learn to their specific needs. But of course, in the real world, when you've got 20 or 30 students, that becomes very, very, very difficult, simply because you just don't have enough time to provide that level of attention to each student. AI systems, though, because of the ability for computerized systems to be easily replicated, so if we have an effective AI model that can be used for teaching an individual student based upon their strengths and weaknesses and so forth, we can very simply copy that model and have 20 of these models working, one for each individual student. So we can get around that difficulty we've always had in education around individualizing instruction. And that's a really powerful potential for artificial intelligence. It can be used to point out where we need to improve. And as I said, the diagnostic capabilities of artificial intelligence are built into the processes of its learning and improvement. So we can use that diagnostic processes then to also help inform our students how they can improve. Whereas good teachers do that as well. But again, it's the capacity of a teacher to work with a large number of students and to provide that feedback in an effective, continuous way. And while it can be done certainly by a human, it should be time consuming. But an AI system is not so limited, and it can provide detailed feedback to students on where they've gone well, where they've had difficulty, where they need to improve, and provide that more in-depth support. And that leads to the next one around just that ongoing support. But that support is not just limited to their instruction. We might have a support system that helps them with their behavior, with their emotional support, with their career planning, a whole range of systems. Particularly in tertiary, we're developing a lot of these systems to build their students' resilience, to ensure that they don't drop out of courses. And a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with the actual instruction of the course, but it's around them coping with completing assessment tasks, managing their time, managing their finances, a whole range of other complexities that can be added to our AI models and support students in a whole wide variety of different aspects of their educational experiences. As I said, that can also be very useful in providing students with feedback, and that's one of their key strengths. Also in looking at how we find and access information. Now, you all would have found that with Google searches. Google searches are not necessarily AI driven, but they are increasingly having aspects of AI built into them to try to improve the quality of the searches and the responses that are returned. But we now access a lot of information through online search engines. But increasingly now, we're also using very much AI applications that relate to voice recognition. Many homes now have smart devices and smart terminals and smart speakers and so forth, where you can ask questions and receive valid responses because the AI system in the voice recognition processes have been able to interpret what you need or what you meant by the question and provide you with what you need in terms of a response. Now, they're not perfect yet, but they are certainly far better than they were 5 years, 10 years ago, and they will be far better into the future because the systems are learning. And there are millions of people using them, so there are millions of interactions occurring every day that are all used to train the model and improve it. Likewise, there are now systems around image recognition. The most common ones we're seeing at the moment being popularized in self-driving vehicles, where the image recognitions are set up to a level of quality whereby they can make decisions around how to steer and brake and drive automobiles. But they're also being used in facial recognition, particularly for surveillance. But in education, we're now starting to look at the idea of picking up cues on how students are learning based upon their facial features. Now, again, as a teacher, we can see when students are frowning and looking frustrated or looking confused. So AI systems can also do that now. And as they start seeing that body language, they can then adjust the instructional processes that are occurring, the pedagogical model, in terms of how students are presented with information, maybe reducing the complexity of it or increasing the complexity of it, the pacing of the information, based upon how the student's experience is occurring. Now, we're not just limited to visual processes in that respect. I also do some work with brainwave analysis, looking at how students' thought processes are occurring and how their brain waves are changing during a learning interaction. And that's helping form various AI models as well. But there are lots of other processes. Another one that's being worked on a fair bit is around galvanic response, which is essentially how much we're sweating. But by wearing a simple wristband, we can detect that quite easily, and that can help measure students' stress levels. And so again, we can adjust the content based upon students' physical, emotional responses to the learning experiences that they're engaged with. Other processes are looking at their voice in terms of measuring their stress levels and their interest levels and engagement through voice analysis. So lots of different ways of trying to build a better student model so that it can inform the pedagogical model and the content model to better craft the learning experience for the student. And so you can start to see how all of this combined starts getting a much more detailed understanding of the student and how they learn best and the content that they'll engage with and interact with than a teacher could hope to be able to replicate. So a few other things. That then starts changing the role of teachers. If all that information is now available to us, maybe we can then utilize that information ourselves as teachers to better understand our students and to then cater various activities and interactions that supplement what the AI system is doing, but allow us to have that personal interaction, that human touch to the educational experience that many people value highly. Not everyone though. I do a fair bit of work with robotics and AI systems and how robotics can replace that human interaction aspect for some students. And there's been a great amount of success done with autistic students where the human interaction is actually one of the limiting factors in their learning. And the variability and confusing nature of human interactions can disrupt their learning. Whereas an AI-enabled robot, which is much more predictable for the student, and they are able to relate to it and interact with it much more effectively, it's proving to be very useful for their instruction. Likewise for young children. Again, it was one of the areas that some educators thought, oh, AI will never be used to teach young children because they need that human interaction and human engagement. But we're actually finding that they actually have no problems at all thinking of a robot as a real teacher and interacting with it as they would with a human being. And indeed, they can have really great human relationship interactions with a robotic device. Of course, most of their toys are robotic devices. And their imagination easily allows them to conceive of the robot as something that they can interact with as though it was real. And for them, it is real. It's providing them with support with their learning. It's looking after their interests and emotions. It's responding to them in a positive, supportive way. And this idea of human interactions is really being upturned with various robotic devices. There's robot seals that we're deploying in nursing homes, where elderly people can interact with this robot seal, and it comforts them and it engages them, talks with them, and they can interact with it. And it's much more patient with them when they have difficulty communicating and engaging with human staff. So the idea of the emotional aspect of AI and of robotics has certainly been challenged in recent years. So a few other things. AI, as I said, is not just limited to providing educational support, but also around the behavioral and emotional support, particularly around trial and error. Of course, AI systems can be infinitely patient. And a student can keep trying and keep working at something and being supported by the AI far beyond the patience level of most human teachers to do similar things. And then again, as we said before, the data that's being collected by AI can be used for lots of other purposes, certainly to teach, but also to support students and also to help them with their career development and a whole range of other aspects. Of course, that level of data does open up potential misuse of that data, and there needs to be checks and balances brought into place around that, particularly when we have AI systems that can influence students at least as or more so than teachers do. We know that teachers strongly influence students in their behavior and their beliefs and understanding about a whole range of concepts. And if we can make that process much more effective, that does open up potential problems. So there are a range of ethical issues around AI, and we're going to be talking about those in later weeks. And finally, AI systems are much more flexible. They can be very portable, so students can learn and engage wherever they have a device. And many of these systems can be done through a smartphone and things of that nature. So students can be effectively learning, and their learning can be monitored and modified and engaged with by an AI system on a bus or on a beach, or wherever they might happen to be. AI systems can be much more deployable. So we can have AI systems developed from experts all over the place. And as with any computer system or computer tutorial system, they're easily replicated and transferred. And so we can have the best AI instructors from around the world available to individual students wherever they are in the world. So lots of different aspects around AI in education and its future potential. So have a look at those readings and think if you can come up with your own contributions of how AI can support teaching and learning. So again, here's a narrowing down now as we start thinking about a particular AI application, which is the conversation bots or tutorial bots, or essentially AI applications where we have a conversation with them. Now, they can be through text, they can be now through voice, and so there's a range of ways of interacting with these. But the four or five main processes are providing an evaluation to students in terms of feedback, but also to teachers in terms of feedback on how students are going in various activities and tasks. So again, lots of data is being collected by AI systems. AI systems rely upon data, and that data can then be formatted and presented in ways that is useful for teachers and also for students. So not just used by the AI, but also used by others. Students can ask fact-based questions and receive answers, and that's a very common application of chatbots. They can be used as a medium for communication. So you can set questions like you would for a quiz and have the chatbot present the quiz to students and have them go through and provide answers. Or it can be done as a test or as an instructional activity, guiding them through a process whereby they have to work through a series of stages. So there can be a range of communication processes through chatbots. And then there's just the processes of having a natural conversation. Just as there's a benefit for students talking to their teachers and having that social conversational interaction to practice their own language skills, their own grammar, their own questioning ability, so too that they can do that with more advanced AI chatbot systems, where they can pose questions in a range of different ways and see the responses, then evaluate the responses, and refine their questions and carry out an ongoing conversational process. But all up, this is part generally of a tutorial system, which is designed to help students learn various concepts and processes and have a we call didactic or conversational support to those processes, just as a teacher would provide that conversational support to students in various learning instances, as I am doing now. But you can imagine that I could be replaced quite easily here with a chatbot that could have been either pre-programmed or trained by a machine learning process, and over time it's improved itself based upon your responses to various assessment tasks and quizzes and things like that. And with our ability for to generate avatars now. My talking head could very easily be a computer generated talking head, and you would have difficulty in discerning the differences between myself as a human instructor and an AI instructor. So these are the areas where education is progressing very rapidly. It's not just education, of course. Every industry is facing disruption, as we call it, through the advent of artificial intelligence and the effectiveness it's proving around machine learning. But we are, of course, focused on what's happening in education. So it also opens up a range of opportunities. Now, yes, things will be different. AIs are going to replace many of the more traditional processes that have occurred in education. But as we find with all industries, except the few that really are destroyed and die out, they transform based upon the impact of new technologies. And education will transform, and the role of teachers and the processes that occur in education will adjust to take advantage of the new technology, in this case AI, and adopt new ways of doing things. So here is a range of problems that are common in education and some of the AI solutions to these problems. So one is the standardized curriculum. Teaching everyone in a class the same thing has always been a problem, so it doesn't cater for their individual needs. And personalized learning is an AI-based solution to that. Likewise, having individualized instruction and one-to-one tutor time, because of the large number of students generally, has been difficult, but having personal virtual tutors is a way of addressing that. Same sort of concept of personalized learning. Grading and assessment is often time consuming, and we tend to rely then upon multiple choice as a time effective way of doing assessment. But with AI systems, we can have much more open-ended, nuanced questions, and the marking and feedback can be provided around those in real time. Often in a classroom environment, students may have questions, but either are too shy or the teacher doesn't have time to address all the questions that students might wish to ask. But with AI virtual classroom assistants, they can ask the questions of the AI and receive responses that support their learning, whereby in a normal classroom environment, the questions would often be disruptive to that process. Personalized communication can now be done at scale, so we can have individual answers made to student queries and questions that they might submit by email or might be submitted by parents or other things. So that's a way of addressing these, again, specific needs of the learner without having to rely upon generic responses that are suitable for everyone, simply because we don't have time to address specific responses to each individual. AI systems can be used for selection processes, whereas at the moment we use a lot of our assessment, particularly in the senior years in secondary education, is around selecting students for restrictive places at tertiary education, giving them a score that allows them to then apply to university to get into particular courses based upon their interests and so forth. AI systems can be used to improve that selection process, because now we can have AI systems that look at a whole lot of data about students. But it doesn't need to just be done for tertiary entrance. We might be wanting to select students who is going to be on the debating team or a sporting team, or any process whereby we need to make complex selections. And the advantage of this is that if the AI system doesn't have any bias, and we're going to be talking about bias in later weeks, then it's a much fairer process. It can be made much more transparent in some cases, but everyone is then subject to the same computerized model. So individual human biases can often be reduced. But there are some other biases that can creep in from AI systems, and we'll talk about those in later weeks. We can do also what's called sentiment analysis, which is trying to determine students' their mood, essentially. How they're liking a course or disliking a course, or liking their degree program. Are they likely to drop out? Are they likely to disengage or not attend school? A whole range of different analysis that can be put into place to better understand students and provide responses and feedback and supportive mechanisms to reduce the possible negative consequences of their sentiment. And finally, another area, particularly in tertiary, is using AI to address systemic cheating, particularly with online cheating and plagiarism. That's becoming supported by various educational technologies that are negative to some people's perceptions in education. We can also use AI systems to try to combat that, whereby we can identify patterns and repeated use of particular assessment items or assessment responses and a whole range of other processes, down to looking at how students type. There's a whole lot of typing analysis that's done for online testing. So over a course, there'll be various instances where students have typed responses in, and they've developed a particular pattern of how long they spend typing certain keystrokes, and a whole lot of, it's like a fingerprint based upon how you type. And so once that model has been developed for a student, we can then have them do an online exam. And if their model of how they type is significantly different to how they've demonstrated that they type elsewhere in the course, that can flag the possibility that there's someone else doing that exam other than the student. So again, there's lots of different techniques being applied to combat cheating. The most common is around plagiarism detection, trying to analyze students' work and to see if it matches other students' work. But it can also be used to see if their assignments match previous work of that same student that they've done in class or through the discussion forums or through previously submitted assignments, and a whole lot of other processes that build up a better model of what the student is, again, that student model, and then apply it to understanding if there are any variances or discrepancies in that model that might indicate that something is askew. Okay, so for your portfolio item for this module, you're going to be developing a chatbot. Now, it is going to be what we call a rules-based chatbot. There are a range of chatbots that are available. Now, the easiest is what we call a closed domain, retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot. So what we mean by closed domain is that there is a set number of responses. We've thought about all the questions that the student might ask, and we've developed a response to each of those questions. Now, it's not then open domain. So if a student asks a question that we haven't thought about, then the AI chatbot will not have a response to that, or it will have a generic, I don't know how to answer that response. So with a retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot system, we can't respond to every possible question that students ask. There's just too many possibilities. So then we have what are called generative-based systems. This is the machine learning systems. Now, these generate a response based upon the information provided. And it can draw upon things such as Wikipedia or online encyclopedias, and it can draw upon a whole lot of other previous responses that have been done by students. And it develops a response based upon a whole lot of information, but it's not one set response. And it also tends to then have probabilities associated with those. So it might say, we're 70% sure that this is the right response, but there's a 30% chance it might be this other response. And it will randomize that, and 70% of the time it'll give the most likely response, but sometimes it'll give another response, and there might be 100 other responses. So you can never be sure exactly what response you'll get. But over time, through thousands and thousands of interactions, it will narrow down those probabilities to a set of responses that have proven to be effective in the past. And that's really effective for closed domain systems such as language translation, where there's a set number of words and things like that, and we can generate that relatively easily and effectively nowadays. It's hard, it takes a fair bit of work, but we've got systems now that do that really well. Making such a generative system, though, that can answer any question, that's what the real potential of AI as we're currently working on, so that you can have an ongoing conversation and it will respond just as a human would respond, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And we're pretty much there now. Not for everything. There's still ways of tricking it and identifying the AI in most cases, although certainly they're working close towards that. But as these systems will be developed, we'll be able to ask any question or have any conversation, and it will have a natural feel and provide effective responses during our conversation. And that's the general AI model that is being worked on. So for your assignment, of course, we're not asking you to create a general AI. You're going to be creating the rules-based, closed domain retrieval-based responses, where you identify a range of possible questions that the student will ask, and then you'll provide set responses to those questions. So chatbots can be used for a range of things, as we've said before. They can help improve students' learning. They can collect feedback and data effectively. They can be used to educate students, and the response is instantaneous. But there are other benefits. They can be a personalized environment tailored to a specific student's needs and interests. They can generally be a comfortable and confident environment. Students can ask really dumb questions as they perceive them without fear of reproachment and being embarrassed. Of course, the AI system, unless it's been programmed to, which generally they're not, won't make any judgments and snarky comments and criticisms of the student. Over time, AI systems will learn how the student thinks, how they phrase things, how they word different questions, and it will adapt to that. They can introduce slang and difficult sayings. They can also introduce responses to various languages. As these models develop, AI systems can respond to students in their own home languages, and that can be thousands of languages. And so that provides an advantage over current systems, learning systems, which generally are predominantly in English or in a couple of languages. It's now quite, well, it's not quite simple yet, but we're moving towards where we'll be able to have AI interactions in any language. And of course, they can be available 24/7. So really complex interactions where students are struggling with a question and struggling to understand an idea and need to talk it through can be done whenever students need to do that. Okay, so the AI system you're going to be developing, it will be that closed chat system, and we're going to be using a tool called BotLibra. Now, BotLibra is quite a powerful tool, and it's an open source environment, and it can be used for making much more generalized hard AI systems. But we're going to use it in its simplest formats to make a closed AI rule-based system. So you're going to be creating this, and I've provided you with resources on the course website in terms of instructional guides and videos and so forth to assist you in understanding the BotLibra tool. On the website, you'll find an embedded BotLibra where you can ask questions of it and see how it works. The one I've set up, you can also ask questions with your voice. If you open it up into its, you can't do it through the web, to the HTML, and you can't do it through the course website. You have to open the BotLibra website to do the voice interactions. But then you can talk to it and it will respond, and you can also hear its responses. And it also has an avatar, so you can actually get facial feedback cues as well. So also on the course website, there's a range of example BotLibra educational chatbots, and you can try those out and explore them and get some ideas for your own educational application. So again, we'll talk through the processes in the tutorials. Hopefully, if you engage with the tutorials, and explore your ideas about the educational application you wish to create. But you do need to have your chatbot teach something. So it's not just having a conversation. It does actually have to be an instructional process whereby the students are learning something through the chatbot conversation. Okay, so some of the advantages, as I said, chatbots and AI systems allow us to look at the data in great detail. So you'll be able to look at the conversation logs. So you can have your friends try out conversing with your chatbot, and you can have conversations with your chatbot, and you can see which interactions, which questions provided a good response and which provided a generic or an incorrect response. And then you can adjust your chatbot based upon the data that you're seeing there. And that's how we train our chatbot. You can also include greetings and different ways it can sort of interact in a sort of conversational way with your students, and also have default responses. So where it can't give a valid response, what can it say in a more generic way that then prompts students to continue with the conversation and explore things in a way that the chatbot can respond effectively. And again, you can look at all the phrases that you've incorporated and the words that trigger responses. So look at BotLibra, look at the tutorials and instructional guides that teach you how to create it. You don't have to create a very complex chatbot, but you do need to think about how it's going to teach students something through that interaction. So think about how you might have taught someone through a conversation or through explaining something to them, and how an AI system, in this case a chatbot, could do a similar process. Okay, so the chatbots that you're going to be creating are rule-based. So there are set rules, there are set keywords that will trigger set responses. And next week, we're going to look at non-rule-based systems that go through deep learning and use what we call neural networks, which is how we have our brain wired up with various neurons between synapses and so forth, and how that these systems can develop responses on their own. But that's it for this week. There's some readings to do and the BotLibra application to explore, and to try creating your own small chatbot just to get started, or at least have a look at a range of existing chatbots so you can start getting an understanding of what might be achievable when you create your
bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so I don't even want to distinguish. I was going to say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert, but I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, But after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I'm not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time. The next task I'm going to do from, this time to this time. And we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about, how to increase your bandwidth or at minimum preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time, people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, a characteristic of someone. Like if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to like work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day, and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name's Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right, the number one way or thing that I notice that helps me preserve bandwidth is I try, you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you know, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom, if I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, you know, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. You know, it's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else, for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not gonna waste that window of time. I'm gonna do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not gonna waste that time. I'm gonna be folding laundry because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If, I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm gonna be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because, you know, just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes when I'm reading, you guys. But there are studies that support for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people that number's 5. For some people that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I try to like write tasks down on sheets of paper. I try to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And like I just didn't feel like, or information would get lost in the to-do list. Like I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to like get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel like that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. You know, like for example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have like the perfect place to like document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done, and I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. Like I would have these ideas and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would like write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? And that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had like practical, things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that, and that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that clearness of your mind when you have an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me. because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number one, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And that, for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam packing my day, having realistic expectations, and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, you know, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also, just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? For me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just going to get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self-doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No, but I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of. Because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, you know, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling, and that's, let's see, Yeah. Tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something. So like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking. So you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like I'm going to clean this house, but I'm going to, ignore my kids. I'm probably not going to cook. I'm not going to maintain the work that I've done. Like I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper focusing, it's like we want to be focused, we want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I going to wear? What are the kids going to wear? What am I going to pack for snack? What are you going to have for breakfast? And then heaven forbid something goes wrong. Like you thought you were going to pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you got to make a new decision. What am I going to make for dinner? I said I was going to make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're going to do in the morning, whatever. Like really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that, but those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new like note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see, like, you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent. And it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of like ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? Like, what can I do to like not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are like important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, like trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Like, once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize like being okay with like not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. Like, I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to like cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, then make sure that you like this video. Thank you so much, Marina.
Today's video is going to be all about summer essentials. Specifically, we're going to be talking about how to style your summer essentials and take them from basic and boring to banging and bougie. New here, my name is Chi-Chi, and on this channel we cover fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. So if you love hauls, lookbooks, vlogs, sis, you found your tribe. All you have to do now is subscribe. Sometimes just adding an additional piece can make all the difference. If you've been looking for ideas for styling pieces you already own, this video is for you. Keep on watching. Make sure to stick around all the way to the end so you don't miss any gems. So we're going to be styling 4 basics. They are as follows: a white tank, a summer must-have; white jeans, another summer essential; shorts, and a summer dress. So without further ado, let's get into it. So we're going to start off with this white tank. My favorite one comes from Target, and I always recommend that you buy multiples of your summer essentials. I have about 3 or 4 of these white tanks. I not only have this tank in white, I also have in a plethora of colors, just because I feel like the high neck really kind of works for my shape. So I decided to pair the white tanks with some shorts. This is a very quintessentially summer look. This is the kind of look I would wear to run errands on the weekend. To kind of take this look up a notch, I decided decided I would layer on some necklaces just to add a little bit of, you know, je ne sais quoi, something to the look, right? And then finish things off with a light layer in the form of this oversized white shirt. Oversized white shirts are a must-have during the spring and summertime. If you don't have one, sis, run, don't walk. I will link some of my favorites down in the description box. I actually have a couple. I have like 2 more in my current cart right now because I wore my oversized white shirts to death. I would wear them as a layer on top of my outfits. I would wear them as cover-ups. Some of them I actually wear as dresses. So you can do a lot with this. So if you don't have one, get one now. Now for the next look with this white tank, I decided to pair the look with a bias cut maxi skirt. I actually have this maxi skirt in 2 other colors because I really feel like this style and cut is super flattering. Now to finish off the look, I'm gonna throw on a pair of slides. You can keep this look just like it is right now. It looks pretty good to me. However, I feel like, you know, the look it needs something. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna swap out those slides for these gold platforms. So what I really like about the platforms is that the gold in the platforms tie into the gold accents in the bags. And something about the metallic really helps to elevate this look. I would totally wear this look to brunch. I feel like the other look I would probably just wear to run to like Target or something because of the additional height that I got from the platform and the addition of the gold. I really feel like it does a good job elevating the look. So let me know your thoughts, right? Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer the updated look? So next essential we're going to be styling is going to be the summer dress. This is another must-have and essential for the season. I love wearing dresses in the summer because they're flirty, they're girly, they're perfect for like brunches and bridal showers and date night, etc., right? And I always look out for dresses that are easy for me to dress up from day to night. And one of the things that I love to do with my flirty and frilly summer dresses is to juxtapose and pair them with things that are a little bit more masculine, a little bit more grungy, kind of tough. During the winter, I would totally pair a summer dress with combat boots, but it's too hot for that, so we're gonna opt for some dad sandals. They don't have to be dance sandals. You could go for something just a little bit more grungy and kind of tough. I have a pair of Doc Marten sandals that I picked up last year. That's another example of a tough looking shoe that you can use to kind of add a little bit of interest to your more frilly dresses. And to finish off the look, let's not forget a bag, and voila, you have a look. Now again, this look is perfectly fine just as it is, but I feel like we can tweak it slightly to make it even better. What do you think? I agree. So I went ahead and threw on this straw hat. I always get questions about like how to, you know, accessorize and dress up an outfit during the summer because it's hot. You know, it may just be, the weather may just be too hot for you to do any kind of layering, for you to add a third piece. Well, never forget a hat, sis. A hat will do that for you. If you have an arsenal of like straw fedoras, baseball caps, not only do they add some interest to your outfit, but they also help to protect your scalp from the sun. So I've had this hat for years. They bring it back every single year. It's kind of like a cult favorite. So I'm going to link it down below. And what I like about this hat is that it comes in sizes. So if you have a bigger head and you struggle with finding hats in your head size, I promise you, you will find one in your head size. Well, I hope so. I'm wearing this hat here in a size extra large and it goes up to a size 2XL. And I will link it for you in the description box down below. So let me know, which look do you prefer? The before look or the after look? Did the hat make the look better? I'd love to know your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, remember when I said I love to go for summer dresses I can pair that I can dress up or dress down and take from day to night? Here is the perfect examples. We're gonna ditch our sandals and then we're gonna opt for a pair of heels. I'm personally partial to mules because they don't have any buckles, they don't have any ties, you just slide your feet in and go. And then I opted for a pouch bag, and I really love these pouch bags because they can fit everything, okay? Everything, right? From your slides to your makeup, your phone, your everything, a whole change of clothes if you need, you can fit into these pouch bags. That's why I always opt for them, because I feel like I can fit all my crap in there. So this outfit is pretty good on its own. I think so anyway, but I'm thinking like, I think we can make this look better. I think we can make this look better. And so how are we gonna make it better? I think we could swap out these mules for something a little bit more fun, right? What do you guys think? Yep, I agree too. All right, so I decided to swap out my mules for a pop of color. Don't forget, you can have fun with your footwear, with your bag. Once you have a nice collection of like neutral color accessories, don't be afraid to invest in some color, because just the addition of that pop of color can really take your outfit from boring, okay, to banging. All right, so what y'all thinking? Do you prefer the look before or do you prefer the look after? Let me know in the comment down below. So now on to shorts. Okay, shorts are already a quintessential staple for the summer season. They are a must-have. So how many ways can you style a pair of shorts? I should make a video on that, like maybe 10 ways that I style shorts. Anyways, I digress. So I have these brown paperback shorts, which I believe I featured in my how to find the perfect pair of shorts video. If you haven't seen that video and you're struggling with finding shorts that fit your curves, sis, that video is a must watch. Okay, I will be sure to link it for you in the description box below. Fingers crossed that I remember. So with these shorts, I decided to go for this tan color top. The shorts are brown, the shirt is brown, kind of like a monochrome look. You can't go wrong with that. And continuing on with like my tan and brown family, I finished off the look with some brown nude sides. This is a super easy outfit that you can wear to brunch, you can wear to run errands. I love the fact that the shorts are tailored, so it really helps to elevate the look. You totally catch me in this outfit. But on the days where I feel like adding a little sauce, you know, to my look, I feel like this outfit could be better. So I'm thinking we're gonna ditch the brown or cream colored shirt because it's cute and I'm digging the ombre look, but I think we can have a little bit of fun by adding a print. That's where this shirt comes in. So as soon as I saw this shirt, it was an instant add to cart. It was giving me 70s vibes. I loved how billowy the sleeves were. It's a brown color, but even though the colors are kind of muted, I loved how billowy the sleeves were. I loved the print on it, the pops of orange, and I really think it helps to bring out the orange in the brown of these shorts. Now, I typically don't go for shirts like this that are super billowy around the chest because, you know, when you have a fuller chest, these type of tops tend to emphasize that. But how I was able to combat with this top was that I opened up some of the buttons to help create that deep V and elongate the neck. Okay, that was one of the tips I shared in my big bust styling video. So if you haven't seen that video, sis, make sure to check it out, especially if you have a bigger bust and a fuller bust, all right? I'm really digging this shirt and how it just added a little bit of something to the look. I personally think that it really took this look from the original look from basic to, you know, banging. I think so. But let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer updated look? If you're enjoying the video so far, sis, hit that like button. Also, this is a great time to share the video. Not only does it pay it forward, but you may know someone who's been searching for this video. So the next basic we're styling are white jeans. So we're gonna start off styling these white jeans with my tan t-shirt. I think we're gonna go for these clear sandals, my cream colored crossbody bag to kind of keep things all in the same color family. And this is like a super easy look that I would wear again to run errands, to have a casual meal, etc., etc. Although there's absolutely nothing wrong with this outfit, I would totally wear this look. I feel like we can make it better. I think we can make it better. So instead of our tan t-shirt, let's have a little fun. Let's add a little texture with this H&M mesh sweater. What I really like about this sweater is that it has holes all over it. So you can pretty much wear it now up until I would say mid to late June. I felt like the other look was very tonal, very bland, and the addition of this texture to the look, you know, does something. What do you think? Let me know. So let me know in the comments below which look you like better, the original look or the updated look. So we're gonna ditch the sweater. Okay, so if you're wondering about like how you can wear white jeans, there we go. The lightweight chiffon shirt. This is actually the top from a two-piece that I picked up last year from Pretty Little Thing. It's super lightweight, like it's almost non-existent. So if you're wondering about how you can layer in the summertime, chiffon tops are your best friend, especially if you're someone who is new to wearing crop top, isn't quite comfortable showing maybe all of your belly or maybe even your arms. This is a look that always works, and it just makes your outfit look like you thought about it, but really all you did was added a shirt. That's it. And again, what I like about this shirt is that when you get to the beach, you can totally ditch the rest of your outfit, and that shirt would act as a really cute cover-up that you can pair with your bathing suit. So let me know your thoughts with this look. Do you like the before look or do you like the after look? Let me know in the comments down below. So this is just a fraction of the summer essentials and basics that you will need. I actually have a summer wardrobe checklist. There will be a link in the description down below. All you have to do is sign up for our newsletter and you will get an email from us with a link that you can download the checklist, right? I know I've made at least one video where I talk just about summer essentials. So if you're interested in more summer essential talk, I will also link that video for you in the description down below. And if you're curious about this gorgeous pink overshirt that I have on or this tank top, I always link all of my outfits in the description box of this video. It's going to be under the shop my outfits link, and that's going to take you over to my LTK. If you're wondering what LTK is, it's basically an app where I link all of the items that I feature, all the stuff that I have my eye on, that I'm looking to buy. I not only link my fashion stuff, I also link my beauty stuff. So my favorite foundations, lip gloss, I link everything on that app. While you're there, just go ahead and just download the app and follow your girl, okay? I promise you, you won't regret it. If you enjoyed this video just like this, all you have to do is subscribe now. Check out this video and this video. Don't forget to rate, comment, subscribe, and share. And until next time, stay